I'm gonna send you the YouTube link in your phone. Okay. We're live. We're live. So let me go ahead and put it in the group. Come on. All right. Okay. Out the way. Let me get his link.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, shoot. You sure?
Yeah, I'm back now. You've been talking stuff about me?
Nah, I was actually talking, mumbling to myself. So before you even say one word, I want to make sure there's people here to do this. I'm sending the link right now. So that's another thing. You don't want to be redundant. You want people to.
People.
Huh?
Send me the link. I'm gonna send it to a couple people.
All right, there you go. Okay, I sent it to you.
Word. See, copy. Send it to,
Do all your friends agree with you?
You said what? No, I'm
Do all
saying
your friends agree with you?
anybody who down with the platform, who down with the debate, who down with who open it to discussion. A lot of people disagree with me on everything. Like Malcolm Doc, I'm about to send it to. Malcolm is going to be on totally your side. Like, you feel me? Like, he is.
Oh yeah, well, hey,
He
let's
gonna
talk
be
about
on
that
your
real
side.
fast.
It's against me.
Wait, let's talk about that real fast, about the Malcolm thing.
Malcolm Doc, I'm talking.
Yeah. Huh?
Go ahead. You talking about Malcolm X?
Yeah, because that seems to be, let's do a little small talk until we can get people inside, So what's your issue with that all together,
All right, hold on. Let me put these headphones on so I can be heard.
Yeah.
So I can be heard and unhindered.
Yeah.
Like it with the phone. Look, listen. My thing is this: Malcolm X worked for 12 years under the Nation of Islam. 12 years. The vast majority of his work was done under the Nation of Islam. All of the credible accomplishments were done with the Nation of Islam. And then the last year of his life, when he only in the first part, because in the last part of the last year of his life, he practically begged to get back in the nation, but that's never reported. But for however many months in the last year of his life, he was in contention with Elijah Muhammad, and they basically used that to define his entire message, to define his entire, contribution. You know what I'm saying? And quite frankly, his contribution came as a direct result of the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Like, directly. Like I said, all his credibility, his notoriety, and just who he was, it came from him. So I think even he would be upset to see how he's being used against quote unquote his benefactor in that way. I think even he would be upset to see that. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can get this right.
Yeah. I don't think he begged his way to get back in. But what do you think about the controversy and the death? People are saying the Nation Islam was responsible for that.
I think that's been clearly refuted and disputed, especially with the recent events of them letting those brothers out of jail that they quote unquote used to tie the nation to the quote unquote killing. They just said it was false. They were falsely accused, and they had to let them out of jail. And it came out that the actual people who were involved in pull the trigger were, working for the American government and protected by the American government. It came out that, the investigation was very questionable, let's just say, and as I've said before, you can say what you want about Elijah Muhammad and giving the order and all of that, but there's no proof of that. The only proof we've had is of Elijah Muhammad saying, leave that man alone, Like, that's really the only proof we have.
What about Mr. Louis Farrakhan with the Russian saying, in other words, something like that? He's ours, so we could take him out. I'm paraphrasing.
Nah, he never said that. I mean, what he
What
did,
do you think he said?
doing was worthy of death.
No, I'm saying, like, when he said, I got mad strikes already on this channel, but he said he gave a speech. Did you hear the speech concerning Malcolm X's death? And then he was saying something about what would America do with their traitor? Like, in other words, America would take out their traitor. And then he was saying, like, what business is it yours if we took out our traitor? Something like that he was saying.
Fundamentally, I understand his argument. That doesn't necessarily say that he was responsible for it. I mean, I understand that argument. There is a viability to that argument. You tell people that that they are treasonous or traitorous or treacherous if they go against their nation and their government and that which they quote unquote claim to be a part of, and then that person is basically going against the grain, for lack of a better term. You know what I'm saying? Becoming a traitor,
going against the mind. So you're against whistleblowers?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call that a whistleblower. Like,
Yeah, it's like the person in the Tuskegee experiment, the person who finally spoke out, right? Of course, the people who were responsible were mad, and they would call that person a traitor because they was down with the movement, they was down with the assignment, and then they said, "I'm blowing a whistle." Like, that's called a whistle. So if Malcolm X felt like there was something going on that was against nation protocol and I guess wants and beliefs, and he made it known to the public, that would be, kind of like a whistleblower.
I mean, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, but I don't think that was quote unquote Malcolm X's only issue or his primary issue. Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad had been dealing with contention for the better part of a couple years, and it didn't have nothing to do with that. Malcolm X was getting out of line. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, he was still a soldier in this mission. And as I said, he was his vast majority of his work and his accomplishments came under Elijah Muhammad. So at this particular point, when you're given an order or an instruction that you're not following over and over again, and you're set down because of that, then now all of a sudden you got all of these problems that you saying, oh, Elijah Muhammad ain't no good for this, that, and the third reason. It's real funny timing coinciding with the fact that you would just set the hell down. You know what I'm saying? Like my father used to say, and I agree with this point. If we truly view Elijah Muhammad as a messenger of God, a worthy of God, then throughout scripture we see these particular worthies of God taking on more than one wife. This is a normal occurrence when you're talking about, the worthies of God. And both Bible and Quran having more than one wife is absolutely condoned. So, what was there to blow the whistle on? What are you blowing whistles on? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
another bit of propaganda. Oh, he was with underage women.
I'll say the whistleblow part about that, because although Islam is polygamous, Elijah Muhammad said in his doctrine that they're going to be monogamous, and there will come a time where polygamy will be allowed. But right now, monogamy is going to be the standard.
Okay, but that's something.
If you say that to somebody, and then they see you with more than one, or they hear about you having more than one, that's going to be an eyebrow. Like, oh, what's going on here?
What? Hold on, wait 1 second. I'm trying to figure out why these damn headphones ain't working.
Say that again? I ain't hear you.
I said, hold on 1 second, because I'm trying to figure out why my damn headphones not working. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, buddy. One second. I'm trying to get the other headphones.
Yeah, it's like you on an airplane, bro.
No, that's what I'm trying to put these headphones on. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. Now I'm here. Yeah, those headphones I just bought wasn't working, so I had to put these back on. Do it still sound loud in my background?
Nah.
All right, cool. All right, go ahead. Now, rephrase the question. Go ahead, restate the question.
Yeah, so Elijah Muhammad taught, I said, even though he said that Muslims or Islam, and that's legal. He said his followers and himself are going to be under the rule of monogamy until there's a time. 'Cause he said right now this is not the time for polygamous relationships with the black man in America. So we're going to be monogamous until a time. So when you say that, you know, that word time, and that, and when people say that, religious people say that, that's like future. So when anybody, not just Malcolm, anybody see another Muslim with more than one wife, they're going to look at that as like hypocrisy. Like, whoa, what's going on here? You know?
Well, he never said that about himself. You just threw that in there, but he never said,
wait,
for myself and my followers. He said,
so,
for my followers. He said there would be a
wait.
time because he didn't want us to use that quote unquote passage as a excuse, quote unquote, to go whoring around. And there will become there. So therefore, at this particular time of our Reformation, we don't call for that. But the goal was always to move more towards correctness and the correct wife. Polygamy is correct. And by him taking that on, that example,
Hey, you breaking up. You're breaking up.
To show it.
You're breaking up.
Sorry, hold on. Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So like I said, at the end of the day, polygamy is correct. So it's always us to move towards that. Now, I've never seen him say anywhere, you know, where he himself, I mean, you know, was to follow that, or that was for him too. I mean, I never seen that. Maybe you can show me that, but I've never seen that.
Now I'm not sure if he invited himself either. I got to find it myself. But anyway, you know, I'll leave that there because I don't know either. So what about? So let's just go right to something else, like American presidents, right? Do you support any of them? Like Democrat? Wait, when I say any, I'm saying when it comes to Democrat candidates, when it comes to Republican candidates, like which one do you favor each election?
No, I don't support any of them, not Democrat or Republican. Fact about it, I don't believe in voting as Black people. I don't believe in that as a solution for Black people. And I don't believe that any American president has ever had the vested interests of Black people in his mind or in his hearts. I don't believe that.
So, wouldn't, if it's a Democratic president as opposed to Republican, like wouldn't things be a little different in America as far as policies, laws getting pushed, especially federal laws and things that we complain about? That
you said if it was a Democrat as opposed to a Republican?
Right. Because, like, for example, like when the Republicans are in office, people complain that there's a lot of voter suppression going on, where they want to now say if you got a felony, you can't vote. And, you know, they have all these, like, you got to have, I know in Georgia, Amber and Social educated me on somewhere in Georgia that they were denying people the right to vote because they didn't have certain documents like ID or some crazy stuff. But then they'll let a white person who's a Republican with no ID go ahead and vote. But they usually kind of pass laws where it suppresses Black voters.
I mean, there has been various tactics to suppress, quote unquote, the Black vote. You know, these primarily, I think one of the tactics they use is the Electoral College, which is now not bound by the popular votes of any state. So if the popular vote of the state can be Democrat, and the electoral can give all their votes to Republican. So that right there pretty much nullifies the popular vote, which is all Black people have access to, is the popular vote. So I think that there's been various ways that they have tried to suppress, quote unquote, the Black vote or make sure our vote don't count, which is one reason why I say, don't vote. Because, suppressing the vote, that the Electoral College ultimately suppresses your vote. There's no getting around that, okay? These electorates, who have these electoral votes, like I said, they're not bound by the popular vote or the decision of the popular vote. So in no state, so that right there is the ultimate voter suppression, not just of Black people, but of all people who only have the popular vote to depend on.
Yeah, but okay, when you say that, like you're giving a potential argument. You're saying that they have the potential to do that. There's only a few instances in American history where the popular vote didn't affect or didn't elect the state, electives. So there's few. Like for the most
but these
part,
instances change the election. These instances change who was president.
But hold on. Okay, but again, that's in the rules. So it wasn't like something was illegal. That's always been in the rules with that the Electoral College. Like that's the system. That's the rules, right? So when it comes to voter suppression, that's not the rule. Like people are purposely with these racial agendas that you complain about. That's in office. It seems like it comes more from the argument I'm hearing, right? The argument I'm hearing. I haven't done my research, but it seems like most of these people who are out to really suppress Black folks' voting abilities, right? Voting power has been the red states.
Well, historically, the people who've been trying to do it have been the blue states or the Democrats. Okay, that all changed in the early 70s
When?
after they wiped all of our leaders out in the civil rights and discredited the rest. Then they supposedly and allegedly had this great migration towards the red, but for hundreds of years before that, it was the blue. It was the Democrats who were trying to suppress our votes, keep us from voting. So when you say it's the Republicans, when? Last 30 or 5 years?
So, right. So let me be more specific. The right wing is what I'm saying. So no matter if they blue, green, red, Black, it's been them. Like they've been again. This is their argument. They've been the ones who are interested in voter suppression. Also,
but as you just said, voter suppression is illegal. So I doubt that they would admit to that. I doubt that you can find Republicans that are just like, yeah, we want to suppress Black people's votes. Like,
no. So look, so that's why I gave some examples. What they would do is when they have the power, they would say felons can't vote. They would say if you go to vote at these polls, if you don't have specific documents, you can't vote. You dig? But then the illegal part is when they see somebody who they believe is going to vote in their favor without these documents, they let them slide. And so there's been evidence of this. It has been a big thing in Georgia. So that's clear voter suppression by laws and in a lawful act.
I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist. I very much believe you. As I said, I don't give credibility or credence to either side. I don't believe in either side. So I believe that both engaging in sinister practices. So if the Republicans are trying to suppress our vote, while the Democrats are getting our vote but not doing anything they promised once they get it, then both sides, in my opinion, albeit in different ways, are manipulating and using the black vote for their own political gain and mean, or not using it, if you want to talk about the voter suppression, or keeping people from using it, or whatever you want to say. But the sinister intentions remain on both sides. And we have history and evidence of both sides having sinister intention towards, black people, minorities, and all of those who, are marginalized.
Right. So in 2024, don't vote. Let the country just be leaderless. So any direction, out of control.
Well, I'm a firm believer that, like I said, your vote doesn't count. The presidents are picked. I mean, come on. Like,
wait, how does the vote doesn't count?
American. I mean, look. Let's just look at our last few presidents. First of all, remember they're giving us candidates that they give us. Okay, they're giving us these candidates.
You actually like, if you look at the local. Do you think on the local? No, I'm saying on the local. Are you saying that the people don't go out there
in local elections? In local
right.
elections, I will agree that in local elections, your vote may be more important. Okay, I have a good friend of mine.
Do you agree on local elections?
Yes, I do. I have a good friend of mine, Richard Wyatt, who is a good man, who's very much for the community, who has done so much for the community. He's a president of the Board of Education. He's young. He's like 33. And he's like the president of Board of Education for years now. And like, he ran for mayor last term. Yes, he can get my vote. On local elections, on certain situations, he can get my vote, because I know Richard Wyatt is going to do for the community. I know he's going to put programs in place for the community. I know that he's going to be a tangible part of reforming the community. So, on a more local election, yes, I do agree with that. I was more speaking on the presidential votes, because that's what you initially asked me about, was American presidents. But like I said,
I just wanted to know how far your belief was going as far as that. Like, I want to know how far it's going to take it. Okay, so the presidential. So 2024, you're saying don't vote for either one.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as a black man in America, my primary goal is the repair, reparation, reform, and freedom of black people. Okay, so that's my number one goal and agenda, and I don't think that goal is attainable through voting. I don't think it's attainable through the American political system. In fact, I think they're the ones who are responsible for the destruction of us. So we can't rely on them for the repair and reparation of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how I feel. So, yes, no, I absolutely feel that way. I mean, look at our last few American presidents. You went from having a movie star in Reagan, okay, Daddy and Baby Bush, who was basically, their grandfather was basically Hitler's financier, okay, all right, and they was rich and in these circles for years. You had the Clintons, okay, and then you had a brother who his grandfather is some rich oil dude. People don't know that about Obama. His grandfather is like some rich oil dude. Like, Obama made more money than Trump last year. Like, people don't know that. You know what I mean? Like, and
so are you tying like deceit, wrongdoing, evilness with richness?
No, but what I'm just saying is these presidents don't come from nowhere. They're all Manchurian candidates, if you will, and they all, serve a higher purpose and higher power, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why you actually look at it, they'll act like they're on these two very different platforms, but go look at their foreign policy. Go look at their stance towards, Israel. Go look at their stance towards Palestine.
In other words, if they
it's exactly the same.
If they disagree with you, right. So if they disagree with you on their stance on Israel, then they're part of the
No, what I'm
the.
saying is if you're so different, then your foreign policy shouldn't be identical to the previous president. But the fact that your foreign policy is identical to the
Their
previous
climate,
president portends the fact
their
that
climate control policy.
somebody else is in control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think if they're a Democrat, I think they're gonna have a lot of stuff in common. Like their climate control policy is gonna be the same because that's what they agree on. I think they're gonna agree on their immigration laws and things like that because that's the party that they reflect. Like that's the stuff they agree on. So they're gonna push that. So
Hey,
the Israeli policy, they agree on that too. So they're gonna uphold
yeah,
that.
but this is my point though. A lot of various things they agree on and they're mirrored. What do I mean? What did we talk about the other day? The socially pervasive, acceptable mindset. Okay. And for you know, in certain occasions they differ and they change. That's how you keep the people divided, thus conquered, right? We're going to keep each side
That's
of
like
the
keep the
coin.
people voting for you. That's just like a company, like you, or it's like if you're trying to sell a product, like a jersey, a Knicks jersey, you're not gonna sell the same jersey from the '60s. You're gonna sell the same. You're gonna sell the same team name, like that's the Democrat Party. You're gonna sell the same policies and like that, but then you're gonna change up a little bit to get. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to get more people to vote on your side. So you're gonna switch some things up. Thank you, buddy. That's not to divide the people. That's to get more people to vote for you.
No, I totally okay. I get that. Yeah. Here, hold on. If you want to. Here, come and sit over here, Bill. Here, come sit over here. At least get up in there. Here, you come sit down here. Come on, B. Here, put your seatbelt on. Sit down here. Come on, baby. We gotta go. Sit down and put your seatbelt on. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I properly understood what you were saying, but I mean,
Okay.
that's still deceptive in certain ways, right? You trying to compare American politics to Knicks jerseys and shit. Like, well, you gotta sell it
No, I'm saying you
somehow.
gotta mix it up. You know that what my point was. If you are looking for, like, if you're trying to
Love you,
lead the
mama.
new world, right? If you're trying to lead the new world,
Okay.
you want as much people on your side as possible, right? To believe your way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's deception. And then if you gotta conform a little bit
Love
to
you
get
too.
people going your way to get their vote, that's just smart.
Here, put your seatbelt on.
That's what politics is about.
Maybe American politics, but at the end of the
The
day,
other countries, you ain't got a choice.
well,
Niggas be in power forever.
well, you know, I mean, you find a good leader. What's wrong with him being able to actually build and sustain something? You want to change your president every 4 years because that's how you get down? Like at the end of the day, even the fact that you change it every 4 years portends the fact that they're not ever in real control. Every time they get something done, quote unquote, their next opponent, their next
Yeah, well, I think that'd be the problem. I think that's what makes this.
You said what?
I think that's what makes this country great. I think that's what sets us apart from the rest of the world. That we don't give one person all the power.
Okay,
So
but we
goes
never give
nuts,
one person the power though. But we never give one person the power, even the president. And the president still have to go through Congress. He still got to go through the House. He still got to go through the Senate.
Yeah, there are
It's
checks and
1,000
balances,
people,
right?
Right. So it's never one
There's
person
checks
in
and
power.
balances.
Right. But what I'm saying is,
right. That's good.
What I'm saying is, you will never be able to properly change the course of a country if you don't have the time to do it. So if you spend your 8 years arguing, and then you're out, and the next guy is repealing all the shit you just did, then what did you really do? And see, all the while in the background, those truly in control never change. those business players, those big money men, those corporations, those families, whatever you want to call it, no, they never change. But the president changes. The president changes.
All right.
Yo,
So,
bro, it's not far-fetched to believe in the world where money runs the world that those with the most money don't run stuff, bro. Like that is common sense.
That is conspiracy sense. All right, so let's sum it up with this. What do you think black folks can do for themselves? Since their help is not coming from the polls, right? What can black folks do to remedy themselves? A realistic case of action that they can start sometime. Yeah.
Unity. You and ITY. Yo,
that's more far-fetched than the president thing.
I'm just saying, you asked what can black people do. I'm giving you an answer, okay? Because the president shit ain't working. So unity, okay? Now let me qualify my statement.
Yeah, we got
black people have
more.
Black people have real life tangible goals that we need to attain well before we start trying to get the president of the United States or whatever to act as though he's finally going to start caring about black people. Like, listen, there's real life tangible goals that black people need to attain, and they start with uniting, coming together, supporting, planning, acknowledging the issues that face
what
us.
What percentage of unity are you speaking about? You talking about 100% unity in this country?
No, it got to start somewhere. Well, first thing we got to do is destroy in unison this ideal that voting is going to solve black people's problems somehow. That
and you project that to take how long?
While they're actively exterminating us, we should hope that one law gets passed in one county by one court, hopefully in 3-4 years with one black person. Oh, we made progress. Woo-hoo. No, it's not progress.
You almost getting some Jesus plan. You know, wait on Jesus.
That slow progress while we dying is exactly the problem. The first thing we need to do is get esteemed panels like this and these quote unquote knowledgeable individuals to acknowledge and realize the problem.
Wait, who's killing black folks? You saying we're dying? Who's killing us?
Everybody, shit. We killing us. They killing us.
I think black folks shouldn't know. Actually, I think. Well, food is evil killing everybody. I'm saying I think black folks are killing black folks more than anybody.
Put in our communities, though. It's disproportionately placed in our communities.
What's that?
All of the fast food and the access to the garbage. I grew up in the hood. You grew up in the hood.
So fast food is killing black folks?
Among
fast food
other
is
things.
killing black folks?
Among other things.
All right. So anyway, the solution part. So you said unity, right? Now, that's why I said what percentage? Because if you're saying unity, I'm led to believe you're saying all of us on one accord, every last one of us, and then we're ready to do something.
Bruh, we're on one accord now. We vote 94% Democrat. That's one fucking accord. You can't tell me it's hard to get black people on one accord. We're on accord. We're just on the accord they want us to be on. So once we acknowledge that we need to be on our own accord.
And how long is it going to take for that to happen?
It can happen overnight, as long as we unite in that acknowledgement. That's why I say unity is the key. Unity is not some sort of frivolous term. It is literally the key to our freedom and salvation, truth and unity. Like, that is it. If we come together, we can do whatever we want. It's like if you poke somebody with a finger or your finger or plug somebody. Yeah, you giving them a slight bit of force. But if you close your fist and deliver a blow, the unity of them 5 damn fingers it's going to do a lot more damage than that one individual pointer by itself. So when I say the unity becomes of paramount importance.
So unity. So no action, just unity. Just everybody get together, right.
Sir.
Like
action
that sound like some old just pray. Like really, I'm be honest with you.
The unity
that sound like yo,
action.
just pray.
Unity is action, sir. I just said.
Yeah, but
if we all
what's going to start under what?
First of all, I just explained to you that we are united in voting Democrats.
Right. No, we're right.
So it's not hard
we're
to
united.
get black people united. We're united.
I never said it was hard. I'm saying
we're uniting and buying. We're united in
under
buying
what
Nike.
though? They're united under a Democrat thought. What are you suggesting they unite under?
Oh, hold on. What the hell is this?
And what's your course of action to get them there?
Don't throw no apples up here. Okay. We need to unite under the unbridled belief and assumption that black people are being murdered, terminated, destroyed, disenfranchised.
Oh, that's just your opinion at that point. Now, see, now you're feeling religion.
All right, whatever.
We need to unite under the fact that... If that's the solution, it ain't gonna happen.
We need to unite under the fact that we bring in trillions of dollars a year, but not for black people. We don't come into our community. We need to unite under the fact that we have the highest abortion rate, murder rate, incarceration rate, homicide rate, divorce rate.
Why do you believe black folks got the highest abortion rate?
79% of abortion facilities are created.
No, you said that last time. No, you said that last time, and you admitted you had no source on that.
I do have a source though. If the sources is easily defined.
How?
All you gotta do is Google this shit.
What? Google what? Now he loves Google. Now you see. Now when I Google something, he hates Google.
I didn't say I didn't.
But now he wants something, he loves Google. That'd be the double standard. That'd be the hypocrisy.
No. Listen, I said you only love Wikipedia. I never said nothing about Google. Google is a search engine. You can find things from everywhere on Google. So I'm gonna Google.
Okay, you just said Google it. I'm gonna Google it right now, and I'm gonna find 75. I'm gonna find out that 79% of abortion claims come from black men. Okay,
yes,
got you. All right. Now I know that's a lie, but I'll
that
do it
shit
anyway.
Is not even a. That's it. That's a known. It's a known regular people fact.
All right. So as I go ahead and do that.
Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
You said you go ahead and do that. What?
Okay, so now let's go to Darwin. What is your problem with Darwin, Charles Darwin?
He's jumping around now.
Well, I'm saying I'm going to Google that.
Yeah.
But why stay there? Let's go to the 8 o'clock. Right? Now, I told everybody at 8. I do. I told everybody. I already told you 8 o'clock. The discussion starts at 8:10. I came home from the store late.
Racist. And there was a racist, and I explained that to you, bro. And look, don't even do that. Don't even do that.
What?
Don't even try to be like, what's your problem with Darwin? Like you just didn't have a conversation.
Yeah. Because, dude, we're having a live. Look, we're live. Okay. People are tuning in. I hit up people I hit up in years. I hit up today so you can join the discussion. I put it in different groups on Facebook. Okay.
Yeah, he was a racist.
So.
Darwin was a racist now. And Darwin's racist work was accepted by the majority because it was fit the socially acceptable pervasive mindset. Okay. It was accepted by the majority because it made white people look extremely good. Okay. And it fosters a pure form of scientific racism. And that's a fact. And they have taken his philosophy.
I don't think you understand scientific racism. I really don't.
All right, whatever.
Because I got a book called Medical Apartheid that deals with scientific racism, and let me give you an example of what that is. This is the one drop rule. That's scientific racism. One drop and you're black. A scientific racism is that blacks are inferior. Like, so this is what the South was pushing, and the North debunked it, by the way. And that's actually in the book.
Darwin taught that blacks was inferior.
Hold on. And medical apartheid she points out that the South was pushing the scientific racism, and it was the North that was debunking it. So because the South wanted to justify slavery, they were saying if you let black folks go, they're gonna rape your wives and do all this crazy stuff, and the black women will be whores, and there'll be whores, and all these other birth defects that happen with us, and they've been said stuff about the mulattoes, right? The South, and it was the North scientists debunking all that. So the South was trying to spread fear about black people so that slavery would keep going, because they want to say this is a big mistake. But again, that's in the book Medical Apartheid.
Okay, I mean, I hear you.
So that's not Darwin's. So now you say Darwin's a racist and his work was racist. So you saying his work?
You just said scientific racism was believing black people was inferior, and that's exactly what Darwin taught.
Right.
From a scientific point of view. He was a racist. Next question.
Okay. All right. So Darwin taught. So let's say if Darwin was a racist. Let's just give the argument. Okay, he's a racist. Can you prove his work was racist? And you're saying yeah. So the actual evidence.
I did that on the last live. Tune in.
No, you did not. You said what he said. Like you quoted what he said. I'm talking about his work, like what he actually found.
It's work.
Okay, in regards to evolution.
The Tenth of Man is a book he wrote with scientific implications, and that was in his work dictated and stated black people were inferior, savage.
All right, so I'm gonna let you. I got Unc on the panel, so just you, myself, and Unc, the God Killer, on the panel. So
the God Killer.
Yeah.
Wow. Like who wants that designation though? And who's proud of that designation?
Well, yeah. Well, if somebody think God, like how you thought, okay, wouldn't you be proud to call yourself the globalist killer, the racist killer, or stopper or preventer?
Yeah,
that's all he's saying.
Though, but God.
Yeah. Well, really? Maybe he believes God
killer?
is. Okay, but maybe hold on a second before you get emotional. Maybe so just understand where he might be coming from. I can't speak for him, but the way I take it is, what if he believes the whole God concept is doing what you said, causing division, like we said about the politicians? It's causing division, is getting folks to do this and do that. Maybe maybe he believes that.
All right, but that at the end of the day is still you can call yourself the concept killer. Like the God killer, like
all right, so
All
right, well, look, let's just ask him instead of me speaking for him. Why'd you choose the name the God Killer?
I mean, at the end of the day, really, it's just a goddamn name, though. Ain't that motherfucking serious? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ain't necessarily had to mean nothing. It's just a damn name. You know,
okay,
like
no fireball explanation. Okay, next question.
No, so you gonna start the whole conversation off ignorant as a motherfucker, or we gonna do it?
You already did. You cursing and shit like before.
Yeah, I know, but you cut me off though. So
you this the drunk dude? You brought the drunk dude up here.
But you
drunk,
did cut him off.
I'm just as drunk as you, nigga. You cut me off in the middle of my explanation. So
man.
I'm gonna be ignorant. I'm gonna play it like you play it. Now, I personally think me and you can have a good conversation. Personally, we can have a high-level, educated conversation. I think if we don't cut each other off.
All right, that's fine. I'm down with that.
Right. So I already threw the first shots about the name. Yeah, the whole name thing is just a name. Just say I'm a fucking action figure against misinformation. How about that?
I don't care what you call yourself. Your name portends something deeply, just I don't know, like what's the word I'm looking for? It's just deeply crude and rude, and just like like I don't know. It's just, there's no respect in that name.
I'm on your side. I know, but I'm on your side. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it. So the word God is a dramatic word, German, white boy word. I just seen you beat up white boys for a whole hour. You can't stand the voting system. You literally can't stand white people. But as soon as I use a white person word, right, God killed. Now you mad. Like, see, that's confusion for me.
You get offended.
But go ahead. And you get offended. You got me confused.
First of all, sir, I never said I don't like white people. I'm acknowledging their role in our plight. Second of all, we're speaking in English, buddy. So what are you talking about? Like, use the white man word. Every word you use was a white man's word. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the meaning
But if
of
God
your
is
name.
German, then
I'm talking
we're
about the
not speaking
meaning of
English
your
at that point.
name. I'm talking about the
German.
meaning of your name. Now, when we're referring to God, whether etymologically it's German, colloquially it's way more than that. And being that English is the primary language on the planet, God, it means much more than just some German dialectic word. It is representative of the Creator. It is representative of the Almighty. It is representative of the author of everyone's existence. And even if you say you were the author of your children's existence and your father was the author of yours, and in many ways that makes you a God, being the author of their existence, your decisions bringing them into the light of life. So in any way, shape, or form, calling yourself the God killer is not something that it should be, I don't know, want to say respected, but honored or glorified or whatever to me. But whatever, go ahead. That's fine.
All right.
Can I talk now? So really, like I said, if the Zulus colonized the world, then everybody would say Kulu Kulu, right? So really, the word God represents a what to me? It represents colonization. Okay, so it's a word used by those who colonized and brought that word to indigenous cultures. Indigenous cultures had other words that they was using. Whether we say it mean the same thing or not, I'm simply saying it's a word that colonized the world. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. So all that about not to be respected, bro, whatever. All right, so let's move into this conversation.
That didn't make no sense.
So
it did. I'm saying
all right, it's okay.
colonized.
No, wait, all right, it's okay. Wait, come on, let's move. Dude, look, hey, focus. Let's move forward. Focus. Focus. You don't got it. Focus. You don't have to accept his explanation, dude.
Okay, but I do want to rebut it real quick, though. Real quick, I want to rebut it.
What? No. Let's just move. No. Let's move forward. He explained what he meant. How can you rebut what? How can you rebut the way he feel about his name?
Is based because his explanation makes
okay, all right, let's move forward.
He's trying to act like he's upset with the dialectic word of God because it comes from German, but then he just said many different languages call him many different things.
Cool.
So in this language we're speaking,
I'm not trying to make this. We're not making this argument.
So
okay, all right, cool. We're not gonna make this. All right, cool. We're not gonna make this argument because the argument is this.
Keep cutting me off, whatever. I don't care. Just move on.
No, I'm saying we're not going to argue that.
Okay me.
We're going to leave that alone.
After
no.
Right,
okay, so man, relax. Somebody's trying to argue. If you asked the brother, we both asked him what his name meant. He explained it. Whether you accept it or not, that's cool. That's the name he chose. All right, let's go. Okay, cool. All right, fine. That's the opinion. All right, doesn't matter. But that's his name.
I think it meant more along the lines of,
let's go. I
don't believe in God, so I'm going to try to destroy y'all.
Okay, cool.
Pseudo-religious
that's how you feel. All right, but anyway, he said that.
Hold on for a minute. Hold on. I ain't going to argue, but I think the last time I checked in the Torah, you don't even find the word God. You find Elohim. So I'm not sitting up here saying that the word God don't mean the same.
See, you just
you cut me off. I didn't cut you. I didn't cut you off. No, I didn't cut you off. But I didn't cut you off, bro.
You kept going.
When I wanted to have my rebuttal, Rondell couldn't let me get a word in.
You know what I really think? I think you're incapable of having a non-hyper conversation. It's best we just cuss each other out. It's probably that's best because you're not going to be able to do it. So I might as well call you a wild ass motherfucking coon from the start, and let's just cut each other out, bro. Because you
just don't like the hypocriticalness. Don't be sitting there talking over me like, no, we're not, you didn't accept it, no. Then you're gonna let him talk.
Look, this is what he wants.
Now this is what you want. Let him talk.
Because this is what you want. Because you kept going. No, because first of all, I kept trying to stop it. You kept going. So then he had something else to say. Listen, he said Darwin is a racist and his body's work is a racist. Race is racist. So I said, is it possible that he could separate the work from the man? Because if he providing science and evidence, how is that racist? It's either right or it isn't. And DJ Focus called his work part of scientific racism. So, is there anything you want to add to
Okay.
that, Focus? Before
Yeah, let
Focus,
focus go
anything you
first.
Focus, anything you
Before
want to
you
add to that?
focus.
I don't know how you separate a man from his works. At the end of the day, his works is what define him. And his works were racist, and he was racist. And his cousin was racist, and it spawned a racist ass movement and scientific racism and a racist ideology, and it fosters racism straight up to this day. Evolutionists went around the world destroying black civilizations based upon this teaching. Evolutionists wiped out the pygmies in Australia. That was evolutionists, Darwinian evolutionists, because they believed in this. You're unfit, you're close to monkeys, we need to get closer to a master class race type stuff that Darwin was teaching. Now, you, Mr. Black Ankh man, God killer, explain this.
No, I think you should talk for another 10 minutes before I beat the brakes off your silly ass. So I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
I would like you to go ahead and talk right now.
Nope, because you're gonna cut me off. You're gonna cut me
I'm
off.
not gonna cut you off. I want you
sure?
to explain that. Go
Are
ahead,
you
talk.
sure?
Talk,
Okay,
brother.
so first point is whether he was racist or not, I wouldn't know. I'm not in that man's head. So you're not gonna get me up here trying to figure out if Darwin was a racist or not. So I just want to talk about his work. All right. So when you talk about scientific racism, actually, it was Darwin's theory that overturned scientific racism. So we're having a conversation about a person's work. Whether he's racist or not is not even really the point. The point is, what did his work show and prove? It showed and proved that one, all humans was the same and created equal. Now, there's two parts to this. First of all, he was a monogenesis Christian. So his whole fucking family believed that all people came from God and all people were equal. That was his father. His grandfather actually started the abolitionary movement. All right? So now you telling me, hold on, I got to freeze that part for a minute. You should be thinking. Hold on.
I already knew that he believed in God. I knew that from reading his works. I knew that he tried to bring it back to a creator point of view. I did know that. However, his work was still racist. That's undeniable. Go read The Descent of Man and you can see that his work was racist, just as he was racist. There's no.
So can you prove it was racist? You got any
I'm
evidence?
talking to Ankh. You already said I handcuffed you and you unqualified to have this conversation. And then he gets up here and then he says
I'm asking, bro. I'm asking you a question.
Okay. But yes, I can.
The
But
evidence
he
part.
gets up here now and I don't know if he was right. The first thing he starts is I don't know, but you said he knows so much. Like who you got me on the phone with? The first thing Ankh said was I don't know if he was racist.
So that's how you feel.
All right, but my thing is, you told me you were putting me on with somebody who knew about Darwin. Not
so
no
wait,
white
so he's
people
supposed
Darwin
to know.
apologists.
So he's supposed to know.
Yes, you're supposed to know whether he's racist. He a Darwin.
Yeah, so he got to take on your argument.
If he's a Darwinian, no. It's not just my argument. There's many arguments for Darwin's racism. It's not just mine.
Curveball at him. He got confused.
It's not just mine. It's many people who are proponents of racism. Racist Darwin and his racist theories. You just don't want to accept that it's racist because you have accepted the theory. Like you said, you don't believe in it, you accepted it. So that means you accepted all of the racism, racist components.
So, all right. So can you read that quote for us? The quote. Or do you want me to read it?
I'll read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait, what happened to Unc, though?
Maybe you're on mute. I don't know.
He one and done?
No, I said maybe he's on mute. Yeah, but let's get that quote on the table.
At some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage ones, races, throughout the world. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes as Professor Shafinasan
Right.
said, has remarked, will no doubt be exterminated. The break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state than, as we hope, even than that of the Caucasian. Damn, which proves he's saying that the Caucasian is the most civilized, okay? Master race, okay?
Yeah. Can you finish up?
Of the for it will intervene between man and an even more civilized state, as we hope, than the Caucasian. And some ape as low as a baboon, instead of as now between the Negro, Australian, and the gorilla. Then he
All right, so focus. Explain what you take from that.
He couldn't even read that shit right. He don't know what the
It's
fuck he
various
got.
things. I'm driving. But
That shit in old English. That shit in old English.
First of all,
It is old English. Now, focus. Hey, focus. He's actually joking with you.
Here we go with the double teams, man. I can't do
No. Focus. He's joking with you. Focus. Relax. Yo, relax, my man. He's joking with you that it's in old English, like the Bible. If we all read the Bible, we all get tripped up because that's not the language we read today. Thou thither. So he's joking because we all read that and was like, huh? Because it's not standard English. I read it. I was all choked up. Like, wait, what? Yeah, so it's not an easy read. Yeah, it's not an easy read. He's just joking with you.
It was published in 1867. Like, bro, it's not no old.
No, that's old English. No, bro. Clearly, the way it was written is not how we write books today. That's not how we read today. So it's funny. It chokes us all up. But anyway, what do you get from that? Okay, dude, it's not. You make everything an argument.
Okay, clearly he's saying that in the near distant future, first off, that we're going to exterminate savage races. Bullshit. Then he also goes on to say that white people are the highest master class race right now. Okay, and then he also goes on to say that black people are the lowest, and black people in Australians or the Aborigines or the Pygmies, whatever you want to call it, that were are damn near indistinguishable from apes. Those 3 points are clearly discerned from that paragraph. If you don't discern those 3 points from those paragraphs, I don't know what the hell anybody is reading.
All right, so when it says civilized man and savage man, where do you get from that? The civilized man and the savage. Where do you get from that? I think he's on mute again.
All right, so what did he? So hold on. So let's back it up.
So the part of the quote. Yeah. So the part of the quote when it said the civilized man will when it dealt with the civilized man and the savage, what do you get from that?
Yeah, what you think? What he saying, bro?
So in other words, DJ Focus, when he said savage at that time, what was he thinking? Like how was he using the word savage?
Well, he was using it in a way to, I guess, describe races that weren't a part of the higher master class races. But he was clearly talking about black folks. Black people were included in that particular number when he talked about savage races. The entirety of black people were included in that. And when you want to talk about science, okay, you talk about the survival of the fittest, that goes against science because black people are the fittest, which is why we can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone. Like, how do you have like the survival of the fittest supposedly evolving us over all of these trillions of years, millions and trillions of years. And then now when we get to black people who are supposed to be the lowest form of human evolution, but yet are the most strongest, most resilient, most powerful, and can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone. But if we can wipe you off the planet, that means we the fittest. It takes birth control and abortion and AIDS in Africa and Ebola and all this different, Black Death for you to exterminate us. but we can exterminate you by having sex with your babies. Therefore, we're the fittest. So the black man then becomes the
Now that's scientific racism right there.
linchpin, hold up, and the destruction of the entire.
That's what the South taught. The one drop rule. You have sex with a white person, the baby's black.
Bro, it's not one drop. I said we can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone. It is true.
Yeah, but you wipe off the black race too, though.
The bottom line is,
if you have a bunch of mulattoes, ain't no black people either.
If we were, yes, we would, brother. The melanin
How?
in our easily the melanin in our skin, bro.
All right,
listen to me.
My man, look.
All right, listen. No, let me say this.
Okay.
If we were not exterminated and murdered and killed off, but able to freely cohabitate with the entire world, there would be no more Chinese. There would be
Africans
no more
or
Hispanic. There would be
Africans.
none of that. There will only be
it'll be no more. It'll be no more standard races. No, it won't be black people. It'll be a bunch of mixed people with light skin, curly hair, and gray eyes. That's what it'll be.
No, that's not true.
Thin lips and
that's
what it'll be.
No, because then that person
It'll be a bunch of Holly Berries out here.
Bruh, first of all, we outnumbered them. You're bugging. I told you everywhere they went. Hold on, everywhere they went.
When you say we talking about we?
Black people. Everywhere they went, they found darker hued people. So
wait, hold on. Wait, slow down. When you say I'm trying to get
finish my point, bro. No, you're not.
Go ahead.
You're trying to cut
my man hates clarity. He hates clarity.
Yo, how long you gonna let this
now
listen.
Now listen.
Just let him go.
Now we are the vast majority throughout the world. Everywhere they went, they found us.
This nigga's a racist,
so because everywhere they
talking about where
I'm just gonna hang up.
What the hell is going on? Hang up, nigga. Because you're a racist.
Yeah, I can't deal with this.
Outraged.
I can't deal with this.
Wait.
Am I gonna be able to talk?
Hey, focus.
Yeah, because this ain't going all right, well then be quiet, because you ain't said nothing of merit or value yet. Everything you said has been detracting. Everything you said has been comical, funny, but it's been nothing of value. So hush. Now, at the end of the day, the bottom line is this.
Nigga, everywhere, I'm a grown-ass man, nigga, so I ain't hushing, so we ain't doing that. Nah, I'm just going to be quiet, nigga. I ain't hushing.
Okay, well, silence yourself. Quiet, whatever you want to say.
I'm not doing none of that, nigga. I'm a real dude. Look you right in your face and say, what's going on, DJ? What's up, DJ? Focus right in your motherfucking
nothing
face.
of value. This is where it gets wacky at.
Okay, fine. Yo, I look you right in your eyes.
All right, tough guy, we get it. So look.
I'm not a tough. No, I'm actually not a tough guy. I don't want no smoke.
Whatever you want to designate
I'm
yourself.
I'm just saying,
fine.
I'm not. I'm just saying, we're not gonna talk to each other like that.
You causing confusion.
All right, okay. I'm just saying, let's be men. I got kids. You got kids, and my kids listen to the show.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying, bro.
If your kids are listening to the show, then they see you being emotional right now. So stop.
I'm not being emotional.
All right. So look,
this is about to beat the brakes off. But go ahead.
Okay, whatever you say. Now as I said, we're dealing with Darwin. We're dealing with the world, right? Now, black people outnumbered white people. Black people outnumber every race throughout the world. Everywhere you went, you found us. No matter when you went to Asia, Australia, Africa, North America, South America, or Antarctica, you found black people there. So not only did we dominate the world in numbers, but we have the dominance of that black gene in us. So yes, if we were to cohabitate without birth control, without methods of racial supremacy, without them actively exterminating us, no, everybody would be black, bro. Everybody would end up eventually black. The dominance would take over, and then on top of that, the melanin left in those skin and would react like we know with the sun, and everybody would be black. So the fact of the matter is, when you're dealing with the fittest, we can wipe them off the planet through cohabitation. We have sex with you, no more white people. You have to actively exterminate us. So how then do you become the fittest? We're faster, we're stronger, where everything we do is our organs are stronger than you. They even harvesting our organs now. Like keeping it real in every facet, we superior. So according to Darwin, if it was survival of the fittest, then they should be able to wipe us out, not us wipe them out.
So is that called birth control right there?
What?
What you just said? with the black folks having sex with everybody, making everybody black, is that birth control?
No, that's cohabitation. I'll explain that.
So but aren't you controlling the birth and the race?
Cohabitation.
That's like,
birth control is Chinese marry Chinese, white marry white, Spanish marry Spanish, but don't nobody marry no niggas.
if you're saying black folks have sex with everybody else besides black folks, that's birth control. Like you're saying purposely, deliberately go out there and have sex with everybody to make a black, or what you call black baby.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's
what
birth
I'm
control,
saying is, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we have the power.
Yeah, you're controlling the way people have birth. You're saying go out there and have sex with all these different races and have these mixed babies that you're going to call black.
To have birth. I'm not controlling that. And stop trying to manipulate my statement. That's not birth control. That's cohabitation. I said if we were allowed to freely cohabitate without birth control, without methods of racial supremacy, without you marry you or you marry you, just freely freaking cohabitate, eventually we would take over. That's the fact. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that.
So you believe that black folks have to have
Let's let him get all
he was done right there. So you believe black folks need to have all these numbers, like we gotta be deep as hell to take over. We gotta have like, I guess 4 billion people, and then we can finally beat white folks.
That's not my argument. My argument is that we have the power to do that. So therefore we're the fittest.
No, but then you said we'll take over.
What I'm saying is
you ended it by saying
what I'm saying is you can't be the fittest or say you are the one who survived the fittest, or you're the final stage of evolution or the master class race, when we can wipe you off the planet through cohabitation alone. That's my point.
All right, cool. So look, real quick.
Can I speak now? So you did 25 minutes of just fucking it up. So when Darwin talked about fit, he was talking about the genes. You know, he studied Mendel. Mendel dealt with the variations in genes. So he never was talking about what you're saying he was talking about at no point.
Lies.
And we know he wasn't.
Let him go, bro. You just complain about getting cut off, man.
Go ahead. Let him talk. Come on, Bia. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Go ahead.
So all we ever have to do is we would study Darwin's work, which would show and prove that all the shit he just said was crazy as hell. Okay, because one, what did Darwin's work prove? One, Charles Darwin's work. Come on, yo, you got mute out, bro. You got your lovely baby talking. You doing daddy's work. Cutting nigga off. He's learning fast. So as we study Darwin's work, it would unravel, right, the misinformation that he just said. So one, how could Darwin's work be part of scientific racism when actually Darwin's work went against the scientific racism of the day, right? I always say, it overturned the scientific racism. That doesn't mean that when he figured out his work after circumnavigating the globe and looking at the variety of life, and he came up with a theory, he didn't even come up with the theory of evolution, he came up with the theory of natural selection, okay? And his work clearly showed that one, all humans are the same, just variations. So he proved that. Back there during that day, they had 12 different races, 20 different races, and 3 different races. You know, we know the one, Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid. Charles Darwin's work literally overthrew all that. That's not what his work showed and proved at all, right? It proved that one, humanity started in Africa. That's the second point. His work proved that humanity started in Africa. And he talked about the extinct anthropoid apes, right? He said, if you find them, right, you're going to find the closest relatives, which is humans. So the anthropoid apes are the closest relatives to apes, chimpanzees, our closest relatives. We know this through DNA. But back then, Darwin knew that. Darwin hadn't found any human fossils yet, right? But science is predictive, so he predicted that. And now we realize it was true. So he overthrew that. He overthrew the fact that white people thought they were superior, right? And was first in Europe, Piltdown man, shit, all the nonsense. But Asia, right, which I'm sure you subscribe to, the Asiatic black man was really racism because humans didn't start in Asia. They also said they started in Europe. Humans didn't start in Europe. Albert Churchwood, he wrote the work, the Victorian scientist who wrote the work, Premortal Signs and Symbols. He also purported that humanity started in Africa. So now we making him a racist when his work showed and proved that humans were basically the same. Not to mention, most of y'all wouldn't have did it. Charles Darwin, while he was on the Beagle, right, as he circumnavigated the globe, got into an argument with the captain of the ship. The captain of the ship threatened to throw Charles Darwin off in the middle of nowhere and say, wait for the next goddamn boat. What was the argument they was having? Darwin didn't like the way that the other white boy was talking to the brother. He was like, man, he's just as human as everybody else. I don't like the way y'all have conditioned them, you know, to lower their eyes and all. He said that makes no sense. Darwin also talked about how, why is it that when a Roman emperor, right, take his own life, that he's a champion, right? He has heart. But if a black woman running from slavery jump off a cliff to kill herself, then she's just an imbecile. These are things you can read in the book entitled The Beagle. So I'm just trying to figure out, his theory is against the racist stance of that time, the pseudoscience, right, that they used to teach in Harvard and Yale. That's not what Darwin taught. Darwin's theory overturned all of that. So I find it very interesting. The Christianity he practiced, I said it earlier, was monogeneous, meaning God created all humans and all humans come from God, whether he was black, white, or Chinese. So his family practiced that. So they thought it to be ridiculous when they were saying that white people was different from black people because it went against their brand of Christianity. His father started the abolitionary movement. He started his own thing. So now he got a grandfather that started the actual abolitionary movement. His wife was in the abolitionary movement. All of them was, his whole family fought against the enslavement of black people because they felt like that God created all men equal. So now he's raised in this environment. He creates a theory that literally supports his family. It supports not enslaving black people because they're the same. So I'm just trying to figure out, what in the hell do everybody be reading? Right? All you would have to do is read his work, right? The Origin of the Species. The Origin of the Species by means of natural selection or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Read that. And everybody always gets the title wrong. The favored races is not even talking about the races that you think he's talking about, right? It's not talking about a race. He's talking about variations. His whole book was dedicated to the variety and variations of different plants and animals, and he only mentioned humans once at the end of the book because he understood that everybody would lose their mind if he said that. Everybody would literally lose their mind. So he talked about plants and animals, and he left humans out on purpose because he understood this. He understood that life on Earth, right, will be affected by the natural forces and will transform through time, all living organisms. So all he had to do was talk about plants and bears and cats and dogs, right? Because the same forces that humans are subjected to are the same forces that the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees are subjected to. That's why we paid attention, right, to Unbiased Channel, to the Pseudo Killers Channel, to the Amaral Squad, to the Marcy Claire Warriors, Kobe Pasa Research Team. You wouldn't even be worried about the virus. You would know when they say Omicron. You understand? Right. It's simply a variation from the original. You wouldn't be tripping. But like this guy, he denies evolution. And he also says, he talks about Darwinism. Darwinism is something that was made up after Darwin died, when they started misappropriating the theory. His cousin, Dalton, who Darwin disagreed with, fucked up the theory, and out of fucking up the theory, he created what we're calling eugenics, which was a pseudoscientific idea at that time. So that's all I basically have to say, right? And it's remarkable how we can mess this up. So as for Darwin being a racist, I don't fucking know. But all I know is his life work went against racism. The way he was raised went against racism. Everything goes against. As a matter of fact, I would surmise that the guy on the phone is far more racist than Darwin ever would be. With the, we got more black people on Earth. Our genes is more fit. That's racism.
Eugenics, he's
As a matter
teaching.
of fact, he's doing the exact opposite of the scientific racism.
Right.
He's doing the same thing they was doing, just using black people. So all y'all got to do is remove the white people out of that, slide black people out. He's saying the same shit. That black people are clearly superior than motherfucking white people. Our genes are better. He's saying the same thing, but he doesn't.
He just said it. Yeah, he just said it.
All right, you done? It's my go yet?
Scientific racism.
All right, cool. Now, you can talk about how Darwin's family may have been opposed to slavery. Remember, this was a time when...
I didn't say may, they was.
Okay, fine. But this was a time when slavery was on the table. You had Lincoln fighting to free the slaves. You had the Civil War. You had an overall socially pervasive mindset that was guiding us away from slavery. So being an abolitionist at that time was not no great thing in my eyes. In my eyes, you just picked a side, and a lot of people's interests economically dictated which side they picked. Now that's far more different from you being a racist, you agreeing or not agreeing in slavery. And his work did not negate any type of racism. In fact, about it, it fostered it. The church may have had a racist ideal. Life started with Europeans, whatever the case may be. And he may have objected that particular ideal and said that life started in Africa. But it was only because he believed that Black people are close to apes and that we came directly from apes and are damn near indistinguishable from apes. And that white people are can I finish? And that white people are a higher evolution than Black people. Now, you mentioned his book, The Origin of Species, but I see you didn't mention The Descent of Man, because The Descent of Man, he directly deals with man only. You say he doesn't mention his book in The Origin of Species. He does mention man towards the end, right? I agree there. But then he has a whole book about men and the descent of man, which you left out of your little oratory. And in that book, he clearly states, okay, at some future period, not very distant by measured by centuries. Now let's deal with that first of all. At some future period, not very distant measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races. So when you're talking about extermination, you're talking about an active, aggressive approach, right, to rid the world of infestations or pests or whatever, right? But then he also says in the very near future. So that lets you know he's not measured by centuries. So he's not talking about some evolutionary eventuality. He's talking about an active, aggressive approach towards wiping people off the planet. That, my friend, is racist. Then he says will replace the civilized races throughout the world. Then he says further in that paragraph, he says, let me see, the break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man and a more civilized state, as we hope even then the Caucasian, meaning the Caucasian is the highest form of civilized state we have. That's what that means. And some ape as low as, that's racism, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of us now being between the Negro Australian and then the gorilla. The Australians, they went and wiped out evolutionists, Darwinists. So the argument that, they were nice to some Black people, or they picked the side of abolitionists during the time where the Civil freaking War was going on, okay? So no great thing, all right? This is 1867 and around 1800s. So you're talking about, this sentiment that was growing towards freeing slaves, okay? And whether they did that or not,
disagreeing with slavery does not mean you don't believe in racism or that your work scientifically does not foster racism. His work, as I said in The Descent of Man, clearly fosters racism because he says, albeit that life began in Africa, that is the proof that we are the closest to indistinguishable from apes. We are savage in that work, right? And that white people are the master class that we eventually going to, and we hope one day we can evolve to or past. So the entire argument you made was just incorrect. And then another thing, you called me a racist, telling me I'm more racist than Darwin ever. How? How do you even qualify that statement? I have done nothing. I have not published works.
No, it starts with a thought. You just said blacks are superior.
Okay, let me finish my point. Okay, because I didn't say black are superior.
That's racist.
Science, excuse me. I didn't say blacks are genetically superior. Science did. That's a science fact. Excuse me.
Yeah, go get it.
Wait a minute. Let me finish, sir. Stop cutting me off. I'll let you talk for that long. You just mentioned Mendel's law, Mendelian law. So when you're dealing with Mendel's law, he said there were two genes inside of you, one light gene, one dark gene. The dark gene is the dominant and the light is recessive. Dominant, strong, recessive, weak. That's Mendel's law. That's science. Black people are more dominant. The dark gene, the dominant gene, which is why we can wipe every race off the planet through cohabitation alone. You're wrong, my friend. Science says
can I ask you a question?
No, don't jump in. Don't jump in.
Next question. Go ahead. I don't care. Go ahead. Ask me whatever you want.
Don't ask me a question. Do not ask me a question. That's never ask a damn question. So first of all, dominant and recessive, he got that all wrong. Okay, so dominant and recessive. So light skin is a recessive trait, and darker skin is a dominant trait, but it ain't what you think it means. Simple as that. So a dominant trait. So a
you agree with me,
trait,
but then say it's not what I mean. That's supposed to be enough.
No, what I said was darker pigment is a dominant trait, and lighter pigment is a recessive trait, but it doesn't mean what you're saying it means. Because you can have a dominant trait in fingers, it'll give you 6 fingers. So you wouldn't want to have. And you wouldn't want to have darker skin living in an environment where to block out the sun, which would make you have lower vitamin D and rickets and not be able to have babies. You wouldn't want that. So once again, dominant and recessive doesn't mean better or lesser. It doesn't mean that.
Bro, you gotta come harder than that. You gotta come harder than that.
So I'm not cutting you off.
Yes, I didn't disagree. One example of a mutation based upon dominance is not enough to negate the fact that it's still dominant.
He wasn't done. He wasn't done.
I'm not cutting you off. So let's give the example of I forget the particular name of the mice, but these mice, they actually live on lava.
What are you doing right now?
Okay, and so you gotta mute your phone out, bro, because we talking evolution here. Okay, and so these mice live on a lava flow, right? And the lava flow is dark. So you have these dark brown mice, and you have these whiter color mice. And the dark colored mice, which have the dominant gene, right? There are more of them on the dark lava flow. Why? Because they blend into the dark lava. So the predators can see the light ones, the light brown ones, almost white ones, more readily than they can see the dark brown ones that actually blend in. But when the sand comes in and blows over the lava flow, right? Over time, the lighter population are more prevalent, but they have a recessive gene, right? But the ones with the dominant gene, right, are standing out now on the brown sand, and they're getting eaten more readily. So in that particular point, you wouldn't want the dominant gene, which produces a dark brown complexion. You would want the recessive gene, which actually produces lighter colors. So once again, when we talk about dominant genes and recessive genes, it don't mean better or lesser. It doesn't.
Okay,
mean
so
that.
because you gave examples.
No, you're cutting me off.
All right, go ahead.
I'm trying to tell you, when we're talking about science and genes, dominant and recessive don't mean better and worse. So at no point did Charles Darwin say evolution had a direction, bro. He actually, his theory actually proves against it. There is no direction in evolution. Simple as that. He just simply said that the older Homo sapiens in Africa, Yeah, I'm saying, which was proper and right. The older variety of archaic humans, right, over time have evolved. That's all he was saying. At no point was he saying what you were saying. You mess it up like everybody does. But go ahead.
Focus.
Listen, because you gave examples on how in certain circumstances you might want recessive over dominant for whatever reason, does not mean recessive doesn't mean recessive and dominant doesn't mean dominant. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is strong and weak. Dominant is strong, recessive is weak. That's Mendel's law. That's what we're discussing. So those who have the darker dominant gene are stronger, and those who have the recessive gene are weaker. That's Mendel's law. We're talking about strong and weak. We're not talking about mouses in the Caribbean of Saskatchewan, or whatever the fuck you're talking about. Like you can try that small time stuff with other people, but not over here. And the thing about it is, like I said, so
you light skin and dark skin, bro.
Strong is strong.
You light skin and dark skin, bro.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. I didn't cut you off. So strong is strong and weak is weak. So strong is strong and weak is weak. Dominant is dominant, recessive, recessive. So that means science said black people are stronger. I didn't say that. That's not no blackology. In fact about it, it's whiteology to believe that they are the fittest when Mendel's law and every other scientific thing shows that we are the fittest in every way, shape, form, or fashion. When you're dealing with the fittest, when you're dealing with the most genetically strong. Remember, we're talking about survival of the fittest, the most genetically strong. That's black people. So if they then portend that we are the weakest of the fittest, or the most closest to apes, then that is whiteology or scientific racism, if you will. That's Darwinism. Okay, and it's contradictory. The hell you gonna call us the lowest form of human evolution and we're the fittest? It makes no sense. Okay, it makes no sense. And as I said, in the Descent of Man, he was clear when he was delineating the differences in races and saying that one was superior than the other. So all of that stuff he was talking about when, he was saying that every race was the same. That's all BS. That's not what Darwin taught. That's not why they adopted his ideas over the church. They adopted the idea because it fostered white supremacy, and a white supremacist time, it fostered institutional racism, scientific racism, okay? And that was one reason why they was down with it. Remember that. Now, go ahead. Next question.
Yeah, you mind if I just...
Let's deal with Mendel's law, because he made all that shit up.
Can I just hone in one point you made up about the mic?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'll do it last. I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna forget. Go ahead. I'm not gonna forget that point. Go ahead.
So let's come to Mendel's law. Let's go to the law of dominance. Right? We're talking about Johanna Mendel. Okay, Gregory Mendel. The law of dominance. An organism with an alternate form of a gene, talking about genes, will express the form that is dominant. The genetic experiments Mendel did with the pea plants took him 8 years, 1856 to 1863, and he published the results in 1865. During this time, Mendel grew over 10,000 pea plants, keeping track of progeny, numbers, and type. Mendel's work and his law of inheritance were not appropriated in his time. It wasn't until the 1900s, after the rediscovery of his laws, that the experimental results were understood. So once again, he's talking about fucking peas, dog. You threw all that into thinking that he wasn't talking about the peas was better. That's not what he was talking about, bro. He was talking about the genes. So once again, you're bananas. You're just making stuff up. You just adding to it, doing what you want to do. And we can go to the law of segregation, right? So you telling me
that Mendel's law doesn't state that there's dominant and recessive, and that the darker gene is dominant and that the recessive gene is weaker. The lighter gene is recessive. He doesn't teach that.
No,
does he teach that or not?
Yes, brother, but it's not what you're making it to be.
Thank you. Thank
You
you.
mean,
Thank
okay,
you.
so
That's
you rather have
no,
better.
no, that's
No.
the
So
point.
you're hold
Whether
on,
he
bro.
found
So
that out in
that's
peas
not
or
the
not,
point.
he's dealing with the
Hey,
dominant
G,
and
hey, just
recessive
stop being.
genes.
Hey, yo, stop being crazy, yo. I know you hear what I'm saying right now. Come on, DJ. You seem to be way smarter than this, bro. I'm saying that dominant and recessive. Dominant is not better. If you had a whole bunch of dominant genes, your ass be dead, bro.
It's
You
stronger
gotta
though.
stop this.
It's
No, you
stronger.
wouldn't. No, you make. Okay, so at this point, do you have a source to say that? Because it don't mean that. I've made my
It do
point.
mean
I'll
that.
drop my sources in the chat. So then you should have a source to support that. Because now you made an incredible claim outside of Mendel and Darwin. So we want to see your source, bro. Where's a scientific source that promotes what you're saying?
All right, I'll put my little source up here.
And by the way, you misread the damn book. You didn't read, you did the Baptist minister on Sunday. You put a collection plate, cut and paste. That's what you did, the cut and paste his book. I just let you slide a little bit. Hey, go get that sword.
He was reading pretty fast. But let me just
Okay.
the,
So it says the law of dominance is defined under the
always.
Mendelism and Mendelian principle. This law states that the heterozygous individuals or hybrids, the character is represented by two contrasting factors called alleles.
Not trying to
The
be funny.
dominant alleles, hold on,
Not
the
trying to be
dominant
funny.
alleles
Can you tell us
suppress
the
the
title
effect
of
of the
your source,
recessive
please?
alleles.
Can you tell us your source, please? Can you put it in the chat so we can see it?
Yes, this
So we can
is
read along what you think, brother.
okay, I'm about to right now. Hold on. I don't even know
I
how to
hope
do
it's a
that.
real one.
I don't
Yes,
even
you
know how to
do.
do that. All right, just do
Send
it.
it. Send it to unbiased.
All right, yeah, I'll
That's
do
your
that.
number.
I'll do that. I'll do that. I'll do
Yeah.
that. I'll
And let's
send
go
this.
over it together real slow. Because I'm not trying to, I'm not even talking to you. I'm actually
Bruh.
talking to the people younger than you, bro. Sure.
All right, whatever. But the point is, it says that it's the character. While I'm posting this, the character is represented by two contrasting factors called alleles. The dominant alleles suppress the effect of the recessive alleles. So that means the dominant alleles are stronger.
Do you know what that allele is, though? Yes or no?
But
does
that mean that or not?
Do you know? Okay, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand when it says allele, what it's talking about?
The two contrasting
okay.
factors. They're talking about the two contrasting factors in the heterozygous or hybrids.
We don't. I'm simply saying, do you know what an allele is? If you don't, I could tell you what it means because
okay, well, enlighten me because I'm reading this right now.
Allele,
because I had an understanding of Mendel's law, which stated that the dominant, was stronger. Okay,
I'm just simply saying you're misapplying it. And an allele is a variation of a gene. That's an allele, a variation of a gene. So read that again with that in mind.
Okay, fine. The variation of a gene, but the dominant one still repress the effect of the recessive one. So that means the dominant is stronger. Fine. The dominant gene is stronger.
It doesn't mean it's stronger. It's simply saying it'll press it. You're applying it.
If it represses it, I'm telling you, would think it's stronger.
So basically saying that black people got dominant genes because of their skin. Hold on, because of their skin color. You have more than just skin color genes.
No, it's more than just our skin color. I said that. I said
so then what else? So what else? Hold on, stop. People make the statement basing it off of the darker complexions of people.
So I said we stronger, we faster.
No.
That's what I said. I said we stronger, we faster. I said we're the fittest.
No,
when it comes to quote unquote survival of the fittest, we're the fittest. That's what I'm talking
in nature, just because you're faster doesn't
now
mean
you're arguing here that we're not the fittest, that Mendel was right.
I'm not,
white people
are
the fittest.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that when people talk about the dominant genes, they only talk about the skin color. Like whatever genes, like so you think because you run faster in nature, you got cheetahs that run faster than anything, and they can't catch a goddamn gazelle. So that's not it. You got
but that's not just the point, though.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on, whoa. Turtles are the slowest animal on earth, and they outlive damn near everything. How? Based off what you're saying, if you faster and stronger, you're gonna live longer.
But those are different species, bro. I'm talking about our species. We are the fittest, the strongest, the fastest. We are the more dominant of our species. You can't just start throwing different species in.
No, you just disproved your point. Because if we were the most dominant, how come some weak, feeble people come in and take our shit? If that's the point you're making.
Well, easily. It's not
Don't
because
no.
it's not because of evolution. I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you. Can I tell you?
Bro.
Can I tell you?
Bro.
Can I tell you?
Bro.
You asked the question.
Bro.
Now, can I tell you?
Bro.
Can I answer it?
Bro.
You don't
Just
want me to
admit
answer
when
it.
you've been got.
I'm not. You won't let me answer the question.
So you saying they thought better than
cannot
us?
answer the question.
So
No.
did they
That's not
think
what I'm
better
saying.
than us?
No.
So what did they do better than us, bro? Did they lie better? What did they do better?
Partially, yes. It was their Can I finish?
Go ahead.
We have history of them ruling and conquering the world only through their unparalleled capacity for wickedness and brutality. That's it. We didn't even
Is
fathom
wickedness
that.
brilliant?
No, it's not.
Wait,
it's actually a weakness.
Not?
Hold on, let me finish. It's actually
wait,
a weakness.
So if we're brilliant and they
jump.
wait, I got you, but if we're brilliant and they're the opposite,
bro,
how the hell is that advantage to them?
Now let me answer the question without unhindered.
That sounds goofy though. Their wickedness.
Yo, bro, can I finish?
What is wickedness?
Young man.
Yo, bro.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Hey, focus. You can finish. Focus. You can finish, but don't use word like wickedness, bro. Just explain it. Don't say wickedness because that can mean anything.
Don't tell me what to say.
Yes, no. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not going to accept. I'm not going to accept wickedness.
But you still gotta let me.
Nah.
That's what you do when you get to
use a better word than that.
I forgot you.
That's some religious bullshit right there. Wickedness and spooky and spells, magic spells. Come on, bro. I speak English, man. Wickedness.
What you say?
What the hell is wickedness?
What on the phone though? Hold on. What you say, folks?
Bro, you being too much.
Yo, what you say, yo? When you get into the what on the phone? What you say?
Y'all doing too much.
No, nigga. I'm saying what you just say.
Hey, yo, stop calling me a nigga. Stop saying it like that.
Okay. I got you.
You don't even know
so
me,
what
bro.
you just say? That's how he act when he get his one on the phone.
Yo, listen. Look, we're not gonna go back there. But look though.
Okay,
let me finish my point.
Because right now call you a nigga. But that's why I called you a nigga. Because you
fine, but you keeping me from making my point though.
I'm trying to save you. Don't make a point.
Let me make my. Fine, I'm killing myself. So says you. But let me finish.
Right. Okay, go ahead. With the wicked. They taught wickedness. Go ahead.
Oh Lord.
It was
Jesus,
Black people was more superior, the smarter, the faster,
bro, hush.
What happened?
Right.
Go ahead.
Bro, hush. Bro, you asked me a question.
You in your 30s.
Bro, can y'all stop? All right, you asked me a question.
Bro. It's funny.
Okay. You asked me a question. You said, okay, well, how the hell they take over then?
Right.
If we so strong.
We're so strong and brilliant.
Bro, can I finish? Please.
I'm just finishing. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Lord. Oh, fucking God. All right. So the answer to that question is they took over because their unparalleled capacity for wickedness and brutality. We didn't
say don't say it.
Their wickedness.
Oh God! Did y'all
stop? It, yo. All right, keep going. Yo. Unparalleled. Go ahead. Unparalleled ability.
Capacity for wickedness and brutality. That's it. That's what this is. Hold on. Time out. The unparalleled capacity for brutality and wickedness, which portends a weakness. Because in strength, you should be able to unite. Bruh, a weakness in them. Let me finish. Lord.
Their weakness was better than our strength?
Bruh, can I finish? Jesus Christ.
So recessive, they got power. Shit, recessive got power.
Damn, the recessive did, boy. You funny.
Y'all niggas is ignorant as hell, bro.
So the recessive was dominant. So the recessive was dominant. For the first time, the recessive was dominant.
Yo, can I talk? Please.
Okay, go ahead.
For a second.
All right, go ahead, bro.
Let me write this stuff down.
Biologically, they weren't dominant. Biologically, oh Lord. This is what y'all do, though. Thank you. Biologically, they weren't dominant. They were never dominant. And when you're dealing with Mendel's law, when you're dealing with evolution, you're dealing with the biology of the matter. Now, when you're dealing with an unparalleled or unbridled capacity for wickedness, that doesn't portend a strength. That portends a weakness. Let me finish. That portends a weakness because the strength should be able to unite the world or to bring the world under your heel without murdering and destroying half of them. if it takes you to have this unparalleled capacity for wickedness and kind of sneak your way in through lies and deceit while you coming through the back door murdering, okay? See, that right there doesn't portend a strength, it portends a weakness. And then for you to say, well, how did they take over? As if the story is finished being told. We don't know how this story is going to end. And quite frankly, the world is being set up right now that their brutality and wickedness is going to come back to haunt them. They got enemies
karma,
everywhere.
Right?
So no, not just karma, but just got enemies everywhere based upon the decisions we've been making throughout the world. So as a result, nobody who says that, you know, in the short distant future that they even still going to be in control. We don't know that, because at the end of the day, we've been making a lot of enemies throughout the world. Like, you know what I mean? And I'll say this.
A lot of allies too.
I'll say this real quick.
Real quick, ain't you finished?
Real quick, hold on. The fact that they, hold on now. The fact
that real quick bang pass.
Hold up, real quick. I would have been done if y'all wouldn't have cut me up. But the fact that
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying real quick, been over.
Okay, but the fact that real quick. Lord, y'all.
All right, go ahead, man.
It's just
fucking with you.
Because you make me lose my point. I'm trying to get a coherent thought out.
Ain't none of that shit been coherent, yo. I'm trying to tell you, coherent, bro.
Yo, can you imagine when Brian Kennedy or Sean Hannity? He won't stand a chance over there.
Point, bro. Like, y'all niggas is just ignorant.
Yeah, you won't stand a chance on Sean Hannity, bro.
What was I just saying, though? Yeah, but Sean Hannity is the worst. What was I just saying, though?
You don't know what you were saying. All that shit is incoherent, bro.
Yeah, you were saying that. Yeah, you were saying that the wickedness, that white folks, the lies, and all that they use.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Okay, yeah. So what we have is a trajectory towards, since they've been fucking with everybody, right? And we in Africa and even here in America ain't been fucking with nobody, but everybody been fucking with us. We don't have these same enemies. So what we see is the trajectory of the entire world preparing for World War III, except fucking us. In fact about it, I seen on YouTube, it was a simulation called United States versus the World. And they literally went through World War III. And it was like 30 minutes long. And they was like, and United States would move troops to the Gulf of Tonkin, and China would then bomb here. Then we would have to put our military in strategically, then we would have to send these forces over here. And so it was like a simulation of the United States versus the world. And the only thing they said about Africa was Africa doesn't possess the military might for us to even have to worry about them. So we'll leave them off of this. They didn't even address Africa. But what I heard, but one thing they did say at the end of that was that the world would basically, it would decimate each other militarily, economically, like to where it would be unrecoverable. But what I heard from that was, y'all going to fucking kill each other, and Africa is not going to be touched because you can't afford to send missiles that way. You can't afford to send armies that way because you're fighting the rest of the world. So what we see is a trajectory towards the world coming into war, but Africa not. Because Africa been getting fucked with when the world been fucking with everybody else and fucking with Africa, I should say. Us here in America, we've been getting fucked with, but we ain't been fucking with nobody. So we don't have these beefs. So what we see is a trajectory towards us retaking control just through the inevitability of destruction in the way. Hold on, real quick. No, the inevitability of destruction in the way they took the world over. You can't take the world over through brutality and wickedness, and only a few have all while the masses suffer, and not expected to be revolution, not expected to be some sort of war on the horizon. And those who have been the victims now will be placed on top. That's just pure common sense.
Yeah, you just told a whole story.
I know.
Now, I say all that.
You just told a whole religious story just now.
Yeah, whatever.
That was Fall of America in a nutshell.
Say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. But I say all that, and I'm in right here.
No,
I'll
you
end right here.
no.
I'll
You
end
said
right
I'm
here.
gonna end right. I feel like
And I'll say all that to say this. I'll say all that to
You
say
said real
this.
quick earlier.
Listen, look.
No, you
I'll
real
say,
quick just to get to
I'll
another
end it
20
right
minutes.
here, bro.
Now
I'll
you're
end
at the
it.
end right now. Like, at what point do we have to run?
As I
Right.
conclude,
Jesus Christ, yo, be quiet for a minute.
All right, man.
sir,
I quit,
please.
yo. I'm off this
Thank you.
podcast, man. Y'all
Thank
niggas go
you.
ahead.
Bye.
Y'all do
look,
y'all.
man,
I'm
he
going.
gonna run afterwards.
Yeah,
And now,
He gonna say
I'm
all
going.
that and then hop off the
The
damn
other
phone.
day, me
Yo,
and
you
you
just
had a
told a
good
whole story,
dialogue. To
bro.
me,
You
this
just
is
gave a whole
buffoonery.
revelation that,
This is buffoonery.
bro.
This
Bro,
is
you just gave a
clown
whole
shit.
revelation
I'm not
story,
off this. I'm not off this, bro. I'm
bro.
off
You
of having an
don't.
intelligible
Yeah,
conversation
you just
and
talk
dialect.
long as
Now
Y'all a
hell,
bunch of clown shit. Y'all on some clown
now
shit.
it's clown. So we letting
bro.
you talk
You
about
just
a
gave a
clown
whole
shit.
story of how the world
A
gonna end.
whole story.
No, I
You
didn't.
gave
What
the
I'm
whole Bible
no,
narrative.
I
And
didn't
he
give
who
no
was
Bible
in charge
narrative.
will lead
I
to the end.
gave
You
a
just said a
simulation.
Bible story.
I gave
Where
a
the weak shall
simulation
inherit
of
the earth.
military
Where the
strategy.
weak shall
That's what
inherit
I
the
gave.
earth story.
I
It's
gave
a
a
biblical
simulation
story.
of
And those who
military.
believe in
Yo,
Christ,
bruh,
all knees will
bruh,
All right,
bend,
so
and the
focus.
weak
Are
shall
you done? Are you
inherit.
done?
This
Focus.
is
Are you
double
done? Are
team.
you done?
Rondell, you
No,
mad at
are
me
you
not
done?
smoke
You
the
just
other
spoke,
day. So you brought Unc up here
dude.
to double team me and laugh and joke. Coward
No,
move.
you just we let you
It's so
talk for
confusing
15
to the
minutes.
So
people.
you talk for 15
Yeah, we
minutes.
let you
So I
talk for
didn't tell
15
no
minutes, and you
story,
kept
bro.
saying
I
real
gave a
quick.
military strategy.
Yo, you
That was a
mumble
story.
jumbled us to
That
death,
wasn't.
yo, for 25
Whatever.
Yo,
minutes.
That's
that
what
was
they said.
Revelation
The
chapter
meek will
1, bro,
inherit
all the
the
way to
earth saga,
30.
yo.
All right, whatever,
After
man.
you just said, look, you give us the meek will inherit the
When did
earth.
I bring?
After you just said
When
black
did I
people the
bring
most
God
dominant.
in though? When did I bring
Bro,
God in?
you
When did
just
I
Nah,
say
said,
he gonna smite his people? I'm giving
you
revelation.
just,
When did I say he
bro,
gonna come and make everything good? I'm telling
you
you
all right,
just
so
that
yeah,
the
so hold
said,
on,
trajectory
you're
that
still
you're
going, right?
Balaam
saying
So
the
you're
chose
still
to
going.
same thing.
yeah,
The
because y'all
cognitive skills
wildin'.
is not
Y'all
up to
wildin'.
play.
Y'all wildin'.
Bro,
You getting
you
smoked.
just said, let me show you what
You
you
getting
just
smoked.
said. You just said that black people is the dominant people on earth. And by the time
Right.
you got to the end, we was the weakest people on earth. And by happenstance, after they blow everybody else up, we're gonna be left. I'm not listening to that mumbo jumbo, yo. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, black
First,
folks are
I'm
eliminated
just
from the
done.
war. All that
I'm just
dominance.
first
I'm
of
just
all,
done.
I never said.
They
No,
ain't smart enough to build a rock.
no,
I
it's not
said
your
we
go
were
yet.
the
It's not your go yet.
strongest
No, it ain't your
people
turn. No,
Wait,
it
it's
ain't
not your
your
based
go
turn,
yet.
upon
yo.
Hold on.
biology.
Ain't your turn,
It's not
yo.
your go yet. It's not your go
Not
Based
your
yet.
on
go, bro.
biology.
Nope.
I didn't say
Nah,
It's not
your
nothing
your
go.
go
about
yet.
them taking the place. I
Nah,
said
not your go.
biology.
Wait, it's not your go yet.
Nah, bro.
Not your
Biologically,
go
Ain't
yet.
we're
your turn.
stronger. That's all I said.
Nah,
It's
bro.
not your
Nah,
go
bro.
yet.
Nah, bro. It's not your go. First of
Don't
all,
change the
biology
goalpost.
got something to do with ain't nobody change no goalpost. You
You
still
are.
got it. So you trying to say so now we brutes. We just strong like an ox, the dumb as a fucking
Nobody said that.
ox. It's
Jock.
stupid.
Nobody said that.
Fake
That's
football
their
jock.
argument.
Play football. Y'all
That's
strong
their
football
argument.
players. But y'all ain't intelligent now. You know them
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
intelligent. They definitely
No
run faster,
mathematician.
jump higher. No mathematicians, no brains. Really? Did he just tell us that?
Yeah.
Am I just bugging?
Bro, that's not what I said though.
You did say
That's
that.
what you said.
You
I
just
said
so
we
what
were
you mean? I'm
dominant
gonna
in
say it
every
again.
way.
How
In every
about
way.
thinking?
That's what I
How
said.
about thinking? Are we
Yes,
dominant in
smarter
thinking, bro?
too. Yes, absolutely.
Obviously
You
not.
asked how they took over the world. I said it was because their unparalleled capacity for
Yo,
wickedness.
okay,
It wasn't because
can
they
we
were
talk now?
smarter
Wait,
than
can we
us.
talk? Can
It's
somebody
because
else
they were
talk right
willing to
now?
go to
Yo,
different
can
levels of
somebody?
Okay, hold
Yo,
on. All
can
brutality.
somebody else
right.
talk
We
right
heard
now?
that part. We heard that part.
We heard that part.
We
Yeah,
heard
you're
that part.
wrong.
Okay, so
Okay,
let
so we heard that
us be
part.
wrong. Let us be wrong. Let's mean you're the conversation. I'm biased. So are you telling me
Yeah,
we ain't smart enough to know that they lying?
yeah.
At a
And I was
certain
writing
point,
that
you got
down.
to
Like
figure that
we're
out.
so easily, they could use deceit
All right, I'm
tactics
getting
towards
off
it. We
this.
so
Y'all going back
brilliant.
and forth.
Look,
Hey, come
he's
on,
running
yo.
through.
Yeah, because y'all going back
Relax,
and
Man,
forth.
man.
It's not no dialogue.
no,
This
nigga,
is
but we ain't
you trying to
talking.
get
Listen,
your
You
help.
talk.
listen.
You gave
You
us a
just
Jesus
talk.
Christ saga for 3 hours.
Right. You just talk for 15 minutes. Let us go real quick so you can
Right.
respond
Let's
again.
talk.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what he just said in the chat, just heard it. We're just strong. We're just fast. We're that football jockey, that LeBron stuff. But when it comes to STEM, we just dumb as hell. White folks just can come up with some trick tactic, and we just take that thing hook, line, and say, "Yo, look over there," and smack us in the head over and over and over, and dominate the world. What all that brute? What does it matter? You got all that brute when according to you, inferior people, weak as hell, because it's paraplegic. Stephen Hawkins could come and just trick you and just take over the whole world. Now, and then he said the recess. He said the weak people. He said they had a weakness, which is recessor. According to him, that's the recessor gene. And that weakness exploited our dominant gene, so then the weakness became stronger than the dominant.
Y'all
crazy.
lying, bro.
And then
Biologically,
hold
it
on,
never
hold on,
became
hold on, hold on, hold on.
You
Yeah,
making
yeah.
shit up.
You'll have a chance. You have a chance. And then look, he never defined wickedness. He just said wickedness because he knows when he defined wickedness, he got to say they were more brilliant in that plan. According to his story,
Right.
they were more brilliant in their scheme. We fell for it. They were the scammer, and we bought the product.
About dominant genes. And then he don't know that. So how did we have dominant brain genes or just dominant skin color genes? He don't know. He just say dominant genes. He can't name
Just
what
dominant
genes
skin
is
color.
dominant. Right, dominant skin color. So because of our skin color, that made us the best. Then he give you a crazy number about, oh, us black people. Come on, man. People have skin color based off of the fact that it protects you from the sun. Right? We call it temperate zones. So the majority of life is in the temperate zones. Life starts in the temperate zones where weather is favorable for naked shit. Humans are naked. I don't know why people think humans are born with clothes, though. I'm biased. Why do people think that? Why do they think that early humans had clothes? This is the whole Adam and Eve story. And God said, make yourself and they look at their nakedness and they made a dress. That shit is crazy to me, bro. So we need to read about what dominant and recessive is. All right. You had to make me a moderator so I could put the things in there.
Oh yeah.
The term dominant and
you
recessive describes inheritance patterns. Not with the
You
real
are
black
moderator.
ages. I'm on a real black ages. Let me see.
Oh, you gotta type in so I can do it.
All right. Yeah.
So now look.
There
so
you go. Real black ages on fire. Go ahead.
All right, check this out. Now a horse is more faster, stronger than a human being, correct?
Right.
So you know what humans do? You know what that's more smarter than a horse? They get on top of the damn horse, right? They ride that damn thing and they force him to do their will. So now, according to him, these were wicked people, right? Well, guess what? And we're so strong, but they're the smart ones. So they said, all right, let's have them strong brutes build our society. Let's put all that dominant gene to work.
Well, I'm going to read it. I'm going to go to Learn Genetics. This is a good source for everybody. I'm going to put it in the chat room. So y'all going to be
you put it in there.
saying what he's saying. Doing what he just said. You don't want to do that.
Can I say something real quick though? Because y'all
I'm going to read it. No.
Y'all tennis balling.
No, I'm not. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it.
I'm actually done. I'll let Unc finish up. You can go. Yeah, I'm done. I'll let Unc finish up.
You went for 45 minutes, yo. Now, let's deal with what are dominant and recessive genes.
That's such a lie. Okay. When you spent half the time cutting me off.
Man, let me finish. Bro, ain't nobody
disrespecting.
Yo, we did not spend half
the time. Go look back at the chat, bro.
No,
half the time you spent cutting me off, I had to say, can I finish?
No, we didn't. Yo, we started having fun at the end after you went for 25 and we started having fun. We got a rule around here. When you go for 25,
you're lying, bro. Now go ahead and read.
You're lying. Then when did you go for 5 and then we say we're not.
You're lying. Now go ahead. You're lying.
Let me read this.
That's not what happened.
I'm telling you,
back.
It is.
You're lying.
It says what are dominant and recessive, right? The term dominant and recessive describes the inheritance pattern of certain traits. See, that's exactly what Mendel was talking about. Watch this. That is, they describe how likely it is for a certain phenotype to pass from what? Parent to offspring. Now watch this. Sexual reproductive species, including people and other animals, have 2 copies of each gene. It say the 2 copies called alleles. That's why I said, you know what allele is? Can be slightly different from each other. It says the differences can cause variation in the protein that produce, or they can change protein expression. When, where, and how much protein is made, proteins affect traits. So variations in protein activity and expression can produce different phenotypes. So once again, dominant and recessive have nothing to do with that. It's simply talking about how the genes pass on. Simple as that. Like, I'm just trying to feel like, and that's the source I put in the chat. We can read it. Has nothing to do with being better, lesser. Has nothing to do with that at all. So we all have dominant and recessive genes. It just so happened in melanin, right, which you have 3 types, right? Okay. The darker pigment, okay, melanin, okay, is dominant. The lighter pigment is recessive. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's misuse of scientific literature, scientific data. Simple as that.
Focus.
Okay, so we have evo.ed.org. Dark skin is due to 6 dominant doses. Lighter skin is due to 6 recessive doses. We have Quora.com. The white skin color is recessive. So if you have the white parent, 1 black parent, your skin color will be more similar to your black parent, right? So the skin color is recessive, right? The recessive gene is also it's also weaker, right?
No,
So
no.
yes, it is. We already established that.
No, not
prior.
weaker.
Yes,
and hold on, not weaker and
no.
not better. No,
No, wait a minute. Wait, all right, let me finish. Okay.
Go ahead.
It is.
Go ahead, bro.
It's weaker.
All right, man.
Recessive,
Okay,
dominant. We're not going to change the English language. That's why the dominants always take over. We're not going to now have to talk about the semantic game with you. Now, now that's with regards to the skin. I mean, the dominant and recessive. It's clear that Mendel and that science says that black people are dominant. Okay, dominant skin color, dominant alleles. Our traits mask the other. We're dominant in that they're recessive. That means we're the fittest. We're the fittest. We're the most dominant.
And skin color. Can you just stay right
and
there,
more
bro?
than that. And more than that.
No, it's not.
Because
no, you
yes,
made
it
it
is.
up.
Bro.
No.
It just,
No,
it just
didn't
said
say
that.
that.
Look,
Show
I'm talking
me.
now. Oh, I'm talking now. You done? Because it already just said that in the prior paragraph I read. That it was
What you reading,
hold
bro?
on, bro. Can I finish? And could you hush? Now, we're not going to change the English language. We know what dominant means, and we know what recessive means.
No,
dominant
we do not.
Hold on.
No,
let
we
me
do not. It does not mean that in science.
Why is he allowed to cut me off?
Because I'm allowed to cut you off because you keep going.
Bruh, how you allowing
Science
this?
is a different language because science is a different language.
Yo, you see this?
You
I just
tripping.
hushed.
Yeah.
I just hushed.
Right.
Now
you
it's my turn.
Keep doing it.
Okay, now let me finish. Now we all know what dominant and recessive. Now this is what I'm not doing with y'all. Now get out of there. Arguing regular English language with y'all. Dominant,
but we're not
strong,
talking regular English
recessive,
language.
weak. Let me finish. Okay, so let me finish. All right. We are the dominant species. I mean, dominant part of the species. They are the recessive. That's why we have the dominant. That's why we have the strong. That's why we can. They just said if you have a dark parent and a white parent, the child is going to take on the traits of the dark parent. Now, what we were discussing is Darwin and his survival of the fittest theory. And if we are going to take on the traits of the dark parent, that means that white parents don't exist no more. That means we can wipe them off the planet through cohabitation alone, which is my original point. We can wipe them off the planet through cohabitation alone. That means we're the fittest. There's no two ways
Darwin
about
didn't
that.
Mean that.
Whoa,
no, it is.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
But how long you gonna go though,
bro? I'm gonna go till I'm done, like you did. Now, quiet.
Nah, I'm not sitting.
Now that means, all right, bro. All right. Now that means we're the fittest. Okay, that's what that means. There is, bro.
Says non-scientific.
Let me finish, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. Rondell, could you mute this guy? Now,
go ahead.
It's just hard.
To get back to the initial, bruh, stop sowing confusion in the people. You making me mad. Relax.
People ain't confused. They realize that you trying to take
bruh,
words that mean something different in science.
You see
it's
how
just
you
the most
silent?
ridiculous shit ever.
Rondell, you see how you silent, but when I was talking, you was like, oh, it's not your turn. You being
you went
real
25
biased
minutes,
right now,
now
unbiased.
at this point.
You being real biased, unbiased.
No, I'm actually watching this game.
I will stop.
Let him finish.
All right, Mr. Unbiased. Now, back to the original point, because y'all slick with your words. I have never.
But you won't let nobody see that.
Bruh! I've never not once said white people were smarter than us. Never what I said. I never said we was no dumb brutes. Fact about it, my point is the exact opposite than that.
How?
So black folks smarter than white folks.
Could you hush and I'll explain myself? Shut your damn mouth.
Yeah.
Now I explain to you. It was their unparalleled capacity for brutality
and wickedness. I heard you just
What
say,
is
oh yeah,
wickedness?
wait, bro.
What is wickedness?
Bro,
Why you
it's
keep
lined
saying
up.
words that we don't know what they mean?
All right, I'm
Crazy,
off this show. I'll talk to y'all next time, bro. I'm done.
All right,
Nah,
Bob.
I'm asking, what is wickedness?
Nah, my nigga, I'm
Literally.
done, bro.
I dare you.
Russ, you can't define wickedness.
Unless I'm gonna be able to talk, I'm dead ass hanging up.
No. Yeah, hang up because we don't want to hear you no more.
Yeah,
We
so
got
are
too
you ever
much
going to
shit to clear
define
up.
wickedness?
My
Or
nigga,
you going to just
you
say
not,
words?
yo, this would piss me
Yeah, so
off. I
I'm
can't
just
do
asking
this.
to define wickedness. You said wickedness 10
No.
times tonight,
I'm
and we
not
don't know what it
defining
means.
wickedness. I'm gonna finish my fucking thought.
So you're going to just make up words
You
as you
don't
go.
have a thought.
No. I'm gonna finish my thought. Coherent thought.
What are you talking about? What is co-dominance, yo?
Oh, Jesus
What's
Lord.
incomplete dominance, yo? When we talking about
No,
James?
bro.
What's complete dominance when we talking about James, bro? You don't know.
Hey,
Right. That's the
let
point.
him finish. Look, he left.
Good. I hope so. We can clear all that nonsense up. He done did enough.
All right.
You know, overdid it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put
Yeah,
the link in the chat. I think Chef and Sosa want to get on. Let me put the link in it. Maybe Amber. Let me put the link in the chat. All right, now look. This guy thinks that he's gonna come on a chat. Okay, hold on. He thinks he's gonna come on a panel as a guest and just say anything he wants in front of an audience, and it's supposed to just fly.
Forever.
I don't have the right to.
Hours.
I don't have the right to ask this fool what does wickedness mean. Now, when Minister Louis Farrakhan was on Phil Donahue, Dr. Khaled, when they're on Hannity, it's a hostile environment. They get cut off. Their mics get shut off. Tariq Nasheed, their mics get cut off, right? And what they do, they just smile. They just wait for it to go again. They'll let me talk. They don't do all that wildness. You dig? I'm asking him, bro. He keeps saying it. He didn't say it just one. He keeps saying it. He keeps saying wickedness, and we know what wickedness means. It means that they were clever. They were witty. They were brilliant in their tactics.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay? And he just can't say that because remember, they're recessive. They're dumb on all levels. The bell curve apply to them. You dig?
Right. So I just want everybody to
Now he's cussing me out. So he hangs up from a chat because he's emotional and he cusses me out in a text.
Don't even worry about it. Look, you got dominant and recessive genetic diseases in humans. I'm going to say it again. You have dominant and recessive genetic diseases in humans. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's doing what everybody does. The same mistake they make when you say a theory, when we're talking science,
right?
We use it the way scientists use it. When you're on a corner, we use it the way we use it on a corner. When we talk dominant and recessive in genetics, we're not talking about what we talking about. Yo, that nigga was a dominant player. That's not what we're talking about. It's the most ridiculous shit ever that it only take this guy, DJ Focus, 5 minutes to read an article for real. He doesn't even understand it. It's the most horrible shit ever, yo. And how many people is he infecting with this craziness? Like, come on, yo.
Right.
Like, and we did it. We let him talk for 35 minutes, let him talk for 25 minutes. We broke it down. Then he got to the Revelation, basically. Right, he did all of that. Yo, I was ordering my food. He did all the talking, dog. Like, nobody wasn't even mad.
He always do the majority of talking. Then he say, let me talk. And then he say real quick, after he went in for 50, he's talking for 15 minutes. And then after that, he says real quick.
He like dude, Wuja get you with this. I'm about to leave. You know, I'm about to leave.
Hey, fellas, my flight is in a minute, so let me just get this out real fast.
Yeah, real quick. Yo, you know I gotta go.
Hey, I'm sharing my screen. I'm sharing my screen right now, right? So now wickedness means.
Go ahead. What it mean?
Yeah, I put the link in there. So the wickedness means the quality of being evil. Oh, we're talking about evil. Look, it says the quality of being evil or morally wrong. What is that? That's not saying that. And then it says wickedness is generally considered evil or sinfulness. See, that's just a religious term, my man.
It is, yo. Yeah.
That's all it is.
The quality, meaning morality, one the same. What that got to do?
Yeah.
So you supposed to say, yo, these niggas code is different than ours. We need to change up the way we do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're not following our rules.
Right, they're not following our rules, yo. So we need not.
But isn't that a dominant trait in them to see what we're lacking and say, okay, we got them,
and take advantage of it,
right?
Yeah,
right. That's like a football play. You know, if you see up the middle is working, okay, when we pass, they on us. Up the middle, man, their line is weak.
Yes,
Let's keep running the ball. You know, Henry.
Yeah.
Let's send Henry up the middle. Let's win this game that way. So
it's ridiculous, dog.
So they seen something that we were lacking. They took advantage. And don't forget, now this dude, this is why I say he's a black identity extremist. He act like there's no advantage for white folks, right? They have no advantage over us. Zero. We're superior in every way. That's what Amber was saying in the chat. That and what you just pointed out. That's exactly what the white supremacists are saying about themselves. That's scientific racism. They don't give black folks any credit for anything. Like, we have no advantage over white folks. We're just, and any advantage we have, they'll compare us to an animal. So we're fast, we jump high. Oh, well, horses fast. Yep. Monkeys jump high. They'll compare us to an animal. So any advantage we have, they act like, nah, that's just some animalistic stuff.
That was the most racist stance ever. Yo, we've taken on the racist shit. We use all their talking points to change the color of it.
Right.
It's ridiculous, yo. Like, it's extremist, yo. You're extreme to the point where you refuse to slow down after talking for 35, 40 minutes and read a real scientific article and understand it. He refused to do it. He reading the shit, telling them what they mean.
Right.
We the most smart. We the smartest. We do that. He ain't even say. He just said we dominant and our skin color translate. But come on, yo. Having dark skin don't translate to nothing but protection from the sun, yo. That's the point.
Right. And his example of dominance, he never said intelligence. He would just say
never said it.
Strength. We jump high, we're fast, all that stuff. And then he says wickedness. And I just shared my screen wickedness. Wickedness means sinful. It means morally wrong. Bro, morality is confined to that culture. And that's why I kept saying define wickedness. He couldn't do it because he knew that's a religious term.
Man, this nigga got us in the zoo, bro.
They believe in the devil.
Yo, bro, let me say this real quick, though. Let me say this real quick, because I see the chat. I see the chat saying, "Oh, I'm undisciplined and everything." To me, that's real hypocritical. Seeing as I'm letting y'all talk, then when I go to talk, this man Ankh is actually telling me you can't talk. I'm actually begging, yo, can I talk, please? Rondell, could you mute him? I respect it. Can you? And the chat is actually saying, "Oh, this guy's emotional." This is how I know they got hidden agendas. Amber and Sosa and all these people who I be on the chat with, y'all got hidden agendas. Don't sit up on the chat and try to purposely make me look. Bro, let me finish.
But it's not fair.
Let me finish though. But let me finish though. Let me finish. Let me finish, because all we gonna start doing is yelling. Bro, all we gonna
Focus, you're the only one yelling.
You talk about elephants flying.
He's yelling right now.
So
I'm telling you, let me
finish.
finish. Let me finish.
Man,
you can't dominate the conversation.
I have not. You dominate the whole.
Now look,
you have dominated the whole conversation,
I'm being the one
I
accused.
was quiet as a mouse, yo.
I'm being the one accused of throwing a tantrum. I'm being the one accused of not controlling myself.
But you hung up.
This man can't shut up.
Focus, you hung up.
Yo, I hung up because y'all two is going back and forth. You're whenever
you don't have an hour.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn. It's not your turn
at a time, bro.
But then when he go to talk over me,
you don't play
say
fair.
Nothing.
You don't play fair, bro.
Okay, we don't play fair.
You don't play fair. You don't play fair.
So now when I start
for 35 minutes at a time.
All right, so you want to narrow down to 30? Hey, focus.
No,
focus.
Watch this.
All right.
Nope,
okay, cool. But let's do this.
Now let's not talk for 35 minutes.
Right.
That's the excuse to cut me off after one sentence and not let me get
we're trying to add order now. You're still arguing. We're trying to add order. 30 seconds. So let's
do that.
Okay, look, 30 seconds for each person.
2 minutes.
No, I admit it.
No. That's too long. That's too long.
All right, 30
seconds.
All right, 30 seconds.
Look, listen. I'm using my clock. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Listen. When I say we didn't have the power, they had an unparalleled capacity for wickedness.
Hey.
Excuse me. 30 secons. See?
Let them finish, huh?
I'm playing.
Now my 30 seconds start over again. Now when I said they had a unparalleled capacity for wickedness, that doesn't mean they're smarter than us. And y'all smart enough to know that. We just had not encountered that level of brutality yet. See, when you're dealing with intelligence, you're dealing with our contribution to the sciences, the maths, to irrigation techniques, to just overall, human intelligence. And guess what? Black people had a history of being top notch in that. A lot of that stuff they stole from us.
I'm gonna give you 1 minute total. Go ahead.
Okay, so I never even said anything about them being smarter than us, because that doesn't mean that. When you come into somebody's land and you promise them something, and then while they're asleep, you murder them, that don't mean you're smarter than them. That just means you have an unparalleled capacity for wickedness. And that portends a weakness, not a strength. I'm sorry. So when we're dealing with recessiveness, recessive genes, recessive nature, or whatever you want to talk about, that portends
1 minute.
That portends a weakness, not a strength. But go ahead. I'm timing 1 minute now. Y'all not get one extra minute than 1 minute. Alexa.
What? Anyway.
Time 1 minute.
Anyway, that's the real point. That he keeps mixing and matching shit, confusing the whole conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, I keep telling you, dominant genes, recessive genes ain't what the hell you applying it to, but you continually do it over and over again. Even after you pull out a good source, you don't even understand what the hell you reading. That's why I say, yo, I'd rather hear you talk a minute on some shit that makes some sense than talk a whole minute killing yourself. You gotta stop that, bro. And then you talk longer than everybody about the wrong shit. Oh, they smarter. Oh, they not. We smarter. And then you talk yourself into a tizzy when it seemed like we were just dumb as a motherfucker by the time you finish. By the time you finish, we weak and meek. And we're going to hurt the earth because they're going to blow themselves up because they were smart to get weapons. But them niggas, they ain't smart to get no weapons.
Okay,
it's the most craziest conversation ever, bro.
He ain't get a minute yet.
Yeah, that's his minute right now. Alexa just timed up. Now look, listen, Alexa.
Wait, no, it's my go. It's my go. It's my go. It's my go.
Alexa, time 1 minute. Alexa, time 1 minute.
It won't take me 1 minute. It won't take me 1 minute.
Starting now.
It won't take me a minute.
Go.
Because I get to the point. You dig? I got to talk long to wow the people. My man keeps saying wickedness. He can't define it. He refused to define it. And then he just said black folks were asleep and white folks came and destroyed them, right? Or killed them, murdered them. That's his understanding of the history between whites and blacks. Yeah. What happened to the triangular slave trade? What happened to whites coming to the border making trades with Africans? What happened to that? What happened to flat out war? You dig? Yeah, we lost, my man. It's okay.
Yeah, we just lost. That's
we lost.
Okay.
Simple, right. That's all I got to say.
That's simple. We just lost that.
It's not your turn. It's my turn. Now y'all time me my 1 minute.
No, go with the Alexa shit.
Excuse me, Alexa. Alexa, time 1 minute.
Second timer.
Okay. All right. Now listen. Okay. Now listen, sir. No, not one time. Alexa, stop. Not one time did I ever say, "Oh, we was dumb and we just going to inherit the world and that was our only way out." I was letting you know that this position of strength that you telling me that they have, which portends the fact that there's some sort of master race, Mr. Darwin Singer, that there's some sort of smarter than us, because that's what y'all are saying right now, that this position of strength that they have is tenuous at best, and that the position of strength that you had inherent in their rise to the top was like in the game of Jenga, a bunch of holes in their approach. That's why I explained the fact that you will never be able to build a world on the few having everything and the many having just nothing at all, and build the world on conquering the whole world without inevitably designing your own destruction. So that's why I'm saying that.
Okay, bro.
You're
done. So, okay.
Alexa, time 1 minute.
1 minute. Starting now.
Okay, I'm simply saying we just lost that one, yo. Like, like the Homo sapiens been in Africa for over 350,000 years. And so it's not till recent history, right, when we quote unquote would say that we lost. And then the question is, who the fuck is the we? Like, who is the we? There has never been one African nation. There's never been that. That's a diabolical plan to put you on a pseudo ship and fly around forever and talk crazy. There's no one, nothing. Matter of fact, there is no race. So scientific evidence clearly proves there's no race. And we can talk about nations and kingdoms and tribes and clans. We can have that conversation. But anyway, man, the whole blackology talk is ridiculous. You just admit it, bro. You messed up the quote unquote dominant and recessive genes because it's only talking about genes. And it's not even talking
you're
about
done.
it's
Alexa,
non-sexual genes.
time 1 minute.
It's
Go ahead,
non-sexual
Rondell. It's on
genes.
you. You done. You done. Alexa, go ahead.
Timer.
Go ahead, Rondell.
All right. Yeah. So the difference between me and most
You
people,
gonna stop yelling
most
at me,
pseudos,
too,
is that I accept science. And yes, I do believe white folks can be smarter than black folks in some aspects and can be human. So when I say black folks collectively, no, I'm saying individuals can be tricked. Individuals can be smarter than others. There's geniuses in every race. Okay, that's just what it is. And like Unc said, there was never a us versus them. There was tribes and parts of Africa and parts of this that lost. Okay, for that reason they've been exploited. So what they thought they had going on, I was working for them. Another race sat by and looked and said, I think I could take them out. And they did it. And the fact that we're not more dominant is that we've been on the bottom ever since. Not one inkling of effort has been there where it seemed like the tides can be turned. Dude, just face it, we lost and we're
Alexa,
stuck and we're trying to figure it
time
out.
1 minute.
1
Okay.
minute.
Okay.
Starting
Now all of y'all are wrong. To say that we've lost is to say that it's over, that the war is over. It's not. We're in full thick of it. We just ain't fighting back. We just not fighting back. And right now, all throughout Africa, you got governments joining together and removing European rule. Right now in South America, they're joining together and removing European rule. China, last century under Mao Zedong, came together and removed European rule. So all of y'all are wrong. Ain't nothing over. Ain't nobody won anything. And the fact that their position is very tenuous. As I said, they got the most debt in the history of the world. They every second is a new $100,000 in debt. This country. So this position of strength that y'all think we in, it's a tenuous position at best. So y'all are white peopleologists who just think they smarter than everybody. I know that their brutality and wickedness gained them power for a time, but it ain't over. Alexa, time for 1 minute. Go ahead, Ankh.
Starting now.
I'm just simply saying that the whole white people thing, the whole black people, man, all white people ain't the same, yo. And matter of fact, ain't nobody white. That's just some made up shit, right? You talking about different nations like the Portuguese, okay, the Dutch. That's what we really talking about if we talking about that. But anyway, man, I want to keep the conversation strictly on recessive genes and dominance.
That's not what we talking about, though. You want to keep it.
You just cut in. No, he get 15 more seconds. You just cut in.
You're right. You got actually 30 seconds. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, we always was talking about the recessive and dominant genes. and that's the point. We were saying, but yo, you keep saying dominant. You strictly talking about the skin color gene is the dominant gene, yo. The darker color is the dominant gene. What about the rest of the genes in your body? Right? We have two pairs. Right? You got dominant and recessive in genes. Like, I can't explain it to you. I'm done. Yep, you can have the rest of my time.
Alexa, time 1 minute.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Alexa,
dude,
time 1
we
minute.
lost. Okay, dude, we lost. All right, they got us. All right, and look, he said the war ain't over. We just ain't fighting back, dude. If there's a fight and you stop fighting back, the ref's gonna stop the fight. Okay, that's what happens in the rule. They're gonna look at you. They're gonna say, "Hey, you better swing back." If you don't swing back, they're gonna stop the fight, and they're gonna say, "TKO, it's knockout. We lost." Okay, now now if you believe it's a we versus them, then start strategizing. Good luck with that. You dig? In this country, good luck with your strategy. Good luck with your militia, and let me know how that works out for you. STEM, in my opinion, is the only way that black folks are gonna get together and do something major in this world. Outside of that, it's gonna be a bunch of strong, jumping niggas that's on the bottom.
Facts.
Done?
What the hell is social?
Alexa, time 1 minute.
Second timer, 1 minute.
Okay,
Starting
yeah.
now.
Yeah, you wrong again, bro. Like, once again, Alexa, thank you. Once again, you, Alexa, time 1 minute. Hold on. Let me get the right time. Alexa, time 1 minute.
Alexa
Set
tired of hearing
timer.
your ass.
1 minute. Starting now.
Okay. All right. So, well, the minute just started, but the timer's gonna go off in 33 seconds, but don't listen to that. So listen, yeah, you're wrong again. Once you sit here and say, oh man, we lost, then that portends that it's over. It's not. As I said, all throughout the world, revolution is happening. So that point you're wrong on. Don't bring it back up. Stop with this the redundancy. And now, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Guy, a recessive trait is the weak, unexpressed trait of two dichotomous pair of alleles. We have over and again recessive being light, recessive being weak. Now you can chop it up any way you want. When they weren't talking about that, we were talking about that. Black people are dominant. Black people are strong. Black people are stronger, and white people are recessive. That's Mendel's law. That's what it happened. So when you're dealing with the survival of the fittest, you're dealing with biology. You're dealing with these traits. You can't be the fittest and you're recessive and you're weak.
So you saying because of my
Alexa,
so
time for 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah, we
starting now.
So we went right back to it again, yo. Like we said, you racist. You think because of the color of somebody's skin and make them dominant and recessive, yo? Because you know that's all. So how is black people the whole human dominant because of their skin color, yo? What about skin color makes you more dominant? Because that's all we talked about. We talked about dominant and recessive genes, right? Which you apply it to the whole black person. So what other genes do black people have that you consider to be dominant or recessive? I just told you we got 2 of each pair of dominant and recessive shit. Like, come on, yo, you got dominant diseases and recessive diseases, yo, which occurs in all people around planet Earth, yo. You just making it up, yo. Like you just pseudoscience and all that. I'm done. I can't believe you're doing that.
He's done. Alexa, set
go ahead. You
another
ain't got to
timer
put the
for
clock
a
on
minute.
no more.
Okay.
So,
Alexa, so the thing about it is.
All right, so hold on. Let me say 2 words real quick. And you see, I'm like 30 seconds. I'm not even 1 minute. Now you can cut it off because that thing's annoying. You keep arguing with Alexa. You argue with everybody.
I'm not arguing with
anybody. So listen. Again. I would love for him to speak on what advantages white folks got on black folks that's not diabolical and wicked. Like what natural good qualities that white folks have over black folks. And I don't believe this man gonna come with one. My man got a black algae doctrine. He just taught eugenics earlier. After he's against eugenicists and he taught it. He said if blacks have sex and we could dominate the world and just by mere sex, not war, not intelligence. He used sex as an example how blacks can dominate the world.
Your minute is up.
Definitely over white folks.
Okay, listen.
He killed you with that one though, yo.
Yo, listen to me.
He said you
I know y'all all scientists. Alexa, stop.
Alexa slapped me a high five right there.
Alexa, stop. Y'all all claim to be pseudoscientists or whatever you guys claim yourselves to be. But the fact is, you all are saying right now that white people are smarter than us. You all are trying to justify Darwin's theory because that's what you're saying. Oh, look, they done control the world. Look, they so smart. Check them out. When I keep telling y'all that it has nothing to do with their quote unquote intelligence, but lack thereof, because whenever you have a system that's set up with total disregard for the people who is fueling the system is bound to topple. That's why I said their control is tenuous at best. You, singer Darwin, white people are smarterites, believe that white people are just rule the world and the war is over and that's it. We lost. You better get down or lay down. Listen to yourselves. You have no type of revolutionary spirit. You have no belief in the potential of black people, but yet you're telling me I'm the one who's saying we're a bunch of dumb brutes. That's you guys. I'm telling you our intellect and our contributions to the intellects of the world are immeasurable. But that does not negate the fact that we faced an entity that we were not prepared for, because we weren't prepared for that capacity of brutality. Nobody is going to think that a human being is going to do this to us when we have not done that type of brutality to each other. It ain't in our nature or history. So now we're supposed to believe that this person is going to be this type of brute. By the time we looked up, it was too damn late. All right. And once again, even the weapons that you could say, oh, they were superior in weaponry. But what weaponry did they use? Weaponry that was designed to take human life, to kill people. They were not trying to work with human beings for the greater good, to try to build the world. They were trying to dominate and conquer
That gotta
the
be 1
world
minute.
through
That gotta be
brutality.
1 minute.
All right, go ahead. That don't got nothing to do with that. They're smarter than people, though. So go ahead, whatever you want to say.
Yo, you said he teaching eugenics.
I'm not teaching eugenics at all.
You is.
You keep cutting in.
You get rid of them with having more babies and sex. Did you not?
No, I said we have the power to wipe them off the planet
You
through
cutting in.
cohabitation.
Yeah,
That
but that's
means
eugenics,
we're
though.
the fittest. That's what that
eugenics,
means.
yo. That's
It's not
eugenics.
That's
eugenics.
eugenics, though.
No, it's
is.
not.
Eugenics say keep the fittest around and let the weak
Yeah,
Right.
but that's
right?
an active aggressive tactic. They're trying to exterminate
What?
people. I'm telling
bro,
you that
so
we
Wait,
can
so
wipe
you're
the.
cutting in. First of all, you're
I'm
cutting
telling
in.
you
First of
that
all, you're
our
cutting in. It's
dominance
not
can
you.
wipe
It's
them
not.
off the planet.
No,
through
you
Now,
cut in,
he was the first one to
Alexa.
break the rule.
Alexa,
Yeah, he broke the rule.
time for a
No, you
minute,
don't gotta
lies.
put the
I'm the
back
first
He
one
was
to
the
break the
first one.
rules. That's the Jack Daniels
No, we
talking.
don't need
Alexa,
lectures. We don't need lectures.
time 1 minute.
Yo, it's crazy, yo.
You know what I mean? Like,
Jesus
it's
Christ,
just,
yo.
so like,
Where ain't you go yet, bro?
y'all just laughing
Can we
and not
go?
talking. I want to get back to the.
We
You know what I'm
trying,
saying?
yo. You
Start his minute over.
Y'all stretching.
Start the minute over.
We not stretching, yo. You simply said that black people can get white people out of here. You said we can fuck them out of existence, yo. You said that, yo. And then you said we dominant, yo.
It's
Okay, that's
true.
eugenics.
No, it's not eugenics.
It
It's actually
is.
Oh, my
anti-eugenics. Eugenics has a clear definition of where it came from.
No, wait.
That's
Yeah, let me read the
anti-eugenics.
definition. Yeah, let me
That's
read
the
the definition. Let me read
debunking of
it.
eugenics.
Hey, focus. You're going twice, focus. I'm going to read. I already had the wiki up. You hate wiki. I had the wiki up. Eugenics, okay, is a set of beliefs and practices that aim to improve the genetic quality of a human population, historically by excluding people, white people, historically by excluding white people and white groups just to be inferior, or promoting those just to be superior. That's exactly what you said. You
That
said
is not
white
what I
folks are
said.
inferior. Oh, relax.
That's not
I'm
what I
gonna
said.
bring it home. Okay, relax. You definitely said white folks were recessive, and recessive is
Mendel said
inferior
that.
to the dot note. But you quoted, well, that's your understanding of it, right? You understand Mendel to be saying that recessive is inferior to the dominant, right?
Right.
So, by definition, this just said it's a set of Nation of Islam beliefs and practices that aim to improve, because he just said that we are superior genetically. So we have sex with other nations. That baby, well, white folks, that baby is black. So now it's more superior than the white baby, or the potential white offspring had two white folks had birth. Okay, so now the baby is superior because it's black. That's his idea. This is the definition, it's the core definition of eugenics. Then it says to improve genetic quality of a human population, historically by excluding white people. If we go around having sex with all white folks, we're having black babies. We're excluding white babies, and we're judging groups to be inferior or promoting those judged to be superior. Dude, that's the actual definition. You are a eugenicist.
No, I'm not, because the difference, what you're saying, which I just explained to you, is that the eugenics have to take an active, aggressive approach of extermination. They can't wipe people off the planet through cohabitation alone. We are the debunking of eugenics.
We are the debunking of Darwin's evolutionary theory. We're not eugenicists. That makes no sense. I'm telling you the power of black people. I'm not telling you that that's my global mission, that we're going to march into every white neighborhood and say, bring your daughter out here. God damn it, it's trenching. Drop them draws.
Yeah. Even your boy, even your boy Blue Devil, your boy Blue Devil said, DJ Focus, you lost this one. That's
So
eugenics.
you wrong, yeah, but I just said,
that's eugenics, my man. That's definition.
All right, but that was before Blue Devil just heard me what I just said, my rebuttal, which is that I'm not actively going into white communities asking for their daughters to drop their drawers so we can wipe them off the planet. Eugenics is an active movement of exterminating black people. They put 79% of abortion clinics in your communities. They are
but you just made that up. Yeah,
No,
you just made that up. You keep saying that.
Yeah, but I got
provided.
My source on that. Yeah, it's right here. All right, I'll inbox it to you right now.
It's right here. Can you do it right now for me?
Right now.
Hey, this dude says 79% of abortion clinics are in. I haven't seen one.
And my nigga, in black communities. Okay,
I haven't seen one. Which one is it? Which one is in Plainfield?
Hold on.
Hey, so
abortion.
real quick.
Hold on.
So can I ask you a question?
79%. Hold on, real quick. Let me finish before I find that, because let me get my point out. 79% of abortion clinics in the black communities. That's eugenics.
That's fake.
Hold on,
That's
time
fake.
out. That is an active, whatever you want to call it, but that is an active step that these people are taking towards the termination of black people. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is Mendel's law, and the fact that Mendel's law directly contradicts Darwin, and the fact that we are the fittest. That we are the fittest because we are the strongest and they are the recessive. We are the dominant and they are. Hold on, let me finish. We are the dominant.
Bruh,
and they're the recessive.
your 1 minute. Your 1 minute is getting close.
Hold on. Now, as I said,
you about to tell a story.
Proof of Mendel and science calling the recessive weak, calling the recessive light, lighter, weaker, stronger, dominant. That's fact. That means stronger, dominant, blacker, fittest, not white. So that destroys Darwin's point.
Okay, are you done?
Y'all can try to skew that into, well, if we were the fittest, how did they take over the world? But all that's
you're done. Okay, you're done. You're done.
Nothing to do with the biology of it.
Okay. Look, you're the only one breaking the rules. Now look, he claims that it's us. So far, it's only been him.
Yeah, whatever. Go ahead.
So all I'm saying is he serious though? Like you keep messing up, yo. Mendel, they was talking about genes and genetics, yo.
That's what I'm talking
talking about dominant and recessive, you talking about non-sexual genes. Yeah, non-sexual genes, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you keep saying you like name any other gene beside you. Matter of fact, you ain't named no genes. You just talk about skin color since we dark and we dominant. No, our skin color range from light to dark. All black people aren't dark skinned, bro. So my point is, what do you mean by saying we have dominant genes? What other genes we have besides those that produce darker to brown skin, yo, and light brown skin? I'm asking
That's all for me.
Question.
Hey, focus. It's not your go, my man. You gotta relax.
He asked me a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's rhetorical, my man. You'll get to it when you go.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no way you're gonna stay.
Well, his 1 minute is up, so.
No, bro, hold on.
Wait, dude, you went for a minute and a half.
Nah, but you was on me for 1 minute. His minute is up.
No, bro.
When I go to talk, I'm gonna have to be stuck to 1 minute after y'all went for 2 minutes because
hold that point up. All right, hold that point up because my new name is Barry Bonds. I'm about to knock the dude out the park. Okay, so this is the Gut Matcher Institute. Claim that most abortion clinics are located in Black or Hispanic neighborhoods is false. Gut Matcher Advisory updated in June 2014. Okay, key findings. About 6 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are white. Your research is piss poor, my man. You can't fuck with me on no level. Fewer than
the
one
Gut
in
Matcher Institute.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. My man, I'm not done. Look. Dude, now I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you because you cut in. I'm going to mute you. I bodied you. I bodied. He's a clown. Okay? Key finding. Matter of fact, I'm going to share my screen.
Bruh,
I'm
the
gonna
Gut
share my
Market
screen.
Institute,
Yeah, no. Don't come in. I'm putting.
it's
Dude,
not
I'm putting you in waiting room.
respected.
I'm gonna put you in waiting room. Don't talk. You didn't bring up no source.
You
You're just
drunk.
talking like you always do. You're a horrible researcher. Okay. Now, here you go. You can see my screen right here.
Mhm.
Okay. So
Mhm.
about 6 in 10 abortions. So I'm looking at key findings. Okay. About 6 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of residents are white. Fewer than 1 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of residents are black. So you're a liar. Okay. Some 13% of abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are Hispanic. Definitions. This analysis categorizes abortion providers in 2 ways to offer the most comprehensive overview possible. All composite of all 1720 providers known to provide abortion care in 2011. 400 plus comprises the 576 abortion providers that provided 400 more abortions in 2011. These facilities accounted for 33% for all providers and 92% of all abortions in 2011. So we're getting stats. We're not just talking here. Methodology. Last thing. It says, using the results of its most recent census of all known abortion providers in the United States, all known, Gutmatcher examined the racial and ethnic makeup of neighborhoods in which abortion providers were located in 2011, the most recent year for which data are available. Neighborhood characteristics are based on information for each U.S. zip code from 2007 to 11 American Community Survey. You're a liar and you can't
All
source
right,
up.
now
I mean,
look.
I
Now,
just did.
okay, all right. Now look. Lifenews.com.
Body
This is my
bag. Zip
source.
them up.
Hold up. Lifenews.com. This is my source. Hold on. Time out.
Lifenews.com.
Wait a minute. Because the Gut Market Institute
What is that?
is not respected by a lot of people in this fight. The Gut Market has produced a lot of false findings. And this is according to Scott, hold on, I'm giving his last name, Bergerac. Okay, they have a lot of false findings. So the Gut Market Institute is not a credible source. That's first of all. Now, this says, as Planned Parenthood marks its 96th anniversary today, new research shows abortion business
Wait.
targets
Back it up. Start over.
Hold on.
You're talking fast. We can't hear you.
Okay.
We
As
cannot hear you.
Planned
Slow down.
Parenthood marks its 96th anniversary today, new research shows the abortion businesses target
What year?
blacks
What
and
year? What year?
Hispanics.
What year?
Hold on, wait. Let
What
me finish
year?
first.
What
I
year?
didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off, drunk
What
man.
year?
Mister,
Tell me
I'm
the
gonna put you
year
in
of
the
the
waiting room.
article.
Mister, I'm gonna put you in the
Dude,
waiting room.
what
Respect
year is the
yourself.
article, my man? You're being disingenuous. You're
I'm
being
being
wicked.
disingenuous.
What year is
How
the
am I
article?
being disingenuous?
I'm asking you what year. That could be 35. What
No,
year?
it's not 35.
So what year?
Okay, this would be 2013.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
All right, look, as Planned Parenthood marks its 96th anniversary today, hold on, wait a minute. New research shows the abortion business targets blacks and Hispanics by putting 79% of its abortion clinics in minority neighborhoods. New research released by Protecting Black Life and Outreach
79%.
of Life Issue Institute reveals that 79% of Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities are located within the walking distance of African American and or Hispanic Latino community. The group has a new map, https www.protectingblacklife.org/PB targets, which serves as a powerful visual.
Wait. I'm gonna write that down. Say it again.
In
Slow.
full color.
Wait, what's the website?
Hold on.
Now hold on.
Yeah, I just clicked on this website. It's taking me to a forbidden domain.
Yeah, I bet.
So that
doesn't
was
exist.
all right, whatever. At that time, they may have had a new map, but I said this is 2013. Remember, Trump closed a lot of abortion facilities down. Trump did that. So wait a minute. As I said, this is 2013.
Forbidden domain.
This is 2013. So they had the map up, but this is 2013. That was a bad thing. But look, the claim that Planned Parenthood is targeting minorities is
Your
not
story
new.
didn't pan out.
Hold on, Jesse. But look, that was another map
up,
they took you to. That's another group's map, okay, from 2013. Because that doesn't negate my point. Hold on, let me finish.
Focus.
The claim that Planned Parenthood is
Yeah.
targeting minorities is not new, but the research is new.
That's somebody's
It
opinion.
relies on verifiable statistics from the 2010 census and data tracks. So the bottom line is this.
So can we get wait? Can we get the website of the research? Okay, so what I just did, what I read, I shared my screen by the way. Okay, wait, hold on, I got you. But what I did was I shared my screen and they showed how they came up with those numbers. That they showed. Do your website, there's anywhere there where they show how they came up with those numbers? This dude said 79%.
Yeah, he just went
matter of
crazy.
Bro,
what's the website? To tell me, I look at myself. Tell me the website.
Lifenews.com. Hold on.
Never heard of
that. .com? He didn't say .com.
Yeah,
hey, I guarantee the chat. I guarantee you that's an anti-abortion website. I guarantee
it's called
you.
life.com.
Yeah, I guarantee it's an anti. Okay, this dude is a horrible researcher. He looks up anything that agrees with him.
Yeah,
that's what you just did.
.com.
That's what you just did.
I showed you the institute. You showed me a goddamn .com.
Hold on.
He gonna be talking about aliens on this motherfucker too. I'm here.
Now he just co-signed his website. Watch this.
Crazy.
Yeah, let me show my screen. This is an anti-abortion website. This dude is, he's the worst researcher. He's worse than a indigenous black man. He looks up anything that agrees with him. This website right here, look, after 48 years, Roe versus Wade may finally come to an end so babies can be protected from abortion. I told you, this is an anti-abortion website.
And the Guttmacher Institute is a pro-life website.
Now look, my man, show me. All right, now I got you. Now show me. Okay, I got you. Show me how they came up with 79% of the surgical abortions are in the black community. Show me their study that
was in 2013. This is 2014.
Okay, yeah. No problem. Just I need to know how they come up with that. Like, what did they look at? Because we see what Guttmacher looked at. What did they look at to come up with that number? That's a crazy number. Almost 80% of the abortion claims are walkable distance to Black Americans and Hispanics.
How they come up with that? You got more white people. You got 250 million white people.
Right. Now, he got to show us what they look at, because what they looked at, we can look at, and we can pull it out right now. So I want to know, what did they look at? Because my source showed you what they looked at, and the link was there. I could click it. We could read it for ourselves. This dude at an anti-abortion website. Just anything who agrees with him.
And you on a pro-choice website. What are you talking about?
No. Actually, okay, whatever you want to call it, they gave a link to where they got their data from. Okay, and where they got their data from ain't a pro. It's just the data. So show me where they got their data from. That 79% of abortion clinics are walkable distance for Black American and Hispanic people.
First of all, this is only going off the census. And quite frankly, a lot of Black people I want to know the census.
Dude, just give me whatever they use. I just want to look at it. Whatever they use because right now that's just I'm calling bullshit. So I want to know how they come up with that high number.
Well, according to them, they came up with this high number based upon new research.
From where? Okay, now look.
Based upon new research released by Protecting Black Life and outreach of
my man. I want to look at
Institute.
I want to look at. Okay, I hear what you're saying.
Now let's look at that research.
Hold on. No, we're not gonna leave from there. First of all, I got a .org. You got a .com. Do you know the difference, my man?
My nigga, I don't want to hear none of that.
Do you know the difference between .org and .? You just don't. I mean, you don't know everything. Do you know the difference between .org?
Yeah, I do know the difference in the .org and the .com. But one is an organization, one is for communication. Like one is
no. Because the .com could be .coms are purely profit. You know, that's what they are. So you could sell something there. That's a .com, and guess what? That's from a biology. When you read science, when you actually purchase science books, they tell you the best research. Okay, so now science books are I guess, according to you, that they go with the narrative, right? Science books teach you how to research. Matter of fact, in college they have research classes that just say research. and teach you how to research. Okay, .coms are not respected. And now, now yours can be good. You might. I'm not saying they're all trash, but that's just like a red flag. But I need to know the research they use. So I need to know the research they use.
Okay, they use the 2010 census too.
80%.
Okay, hold on.
Huh?
2010 census results. Look, this is protecting
where?
Black life.
Where?
All right, 2010
Where?
census results revealed that Planned Parenthood is
Where?
targeting minority. Okay, this is
No.
protecting.
Wait.
ProtectingBlackLife.org. How about that? ProtectingBlackLife.org.
My man.
Whoa,
Okay,
ProtectingBlackLife.org.
Okay, dude. Either you have a hard time comprehending language,
what are you talking about?
or you're just stuck and you know it. Okay, my man. I'm asking the studies, not a consensus, not people's opinions. I want to know what study.
I said the 2010
dude,
census.
I want to know what. Hey, my man, look what I'm saying.
It's the same
Okay,
thing.
look what I'm saying.
Used. The same
Okay,
thing
look.
No.
No. They use abortion clinics. That's what they use.
Okay, look.
They use all known.
The 2010.
They use all.
My nigga. So let me finish reading this. The 2010 census.
Wait. Send me the link. Send me the link. Because I have no idea where you're reading from.
Okay, but let me read it though, because you do this.
Wait, I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna read with you. I'm gonna read with you. I'm gonna read with you. Lifenews.com what?
I just sent it to your inbox, to your message.
Okay.
Now, 2010 census reveals that Planned Parenthood is targeting minority neighborhoods. 79% of surgical abortion facilities are located within walking distance from African American or Latino neighborhoods. The national map shows Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities that are located within walking distance of African American or Latino neighborhoods. Results can be filtered by African American only, blue dots, Hispanic, Latino, red dots only, or both, blue and red dots. For best results, user experience, visitors to the site can scroll in to magnify the national map until the words Planned Parenthood appear next to the desired location. Next, drag and drop the yellow man icon from the left of the screen on top of the desired colored dot. Location to view the surgical abortion facility at street level. You may need to rotate right or left to view the facility once at street level. From this vantage point, you can click on the colored dot next to the selected facility to display the census tract information for that specific location. You can also click directly on the desired city location from the national map to display the census tract for that location. Once inside the census tract, click on the magnifying glass icon to zoom in map. To return to the national map, press the F5 key. That's way more unambiguous than that Guttmacher report, which is a pro-life website, which also is just chopped up by pro-lifers and pro-choicers because of their controversial views that make no goddamn sense. So the Guttmacher Institute is trash, okay? And now here, protectingblacklife.org use the 2010 census and a very more skilled, unambiguous map to show you 79% of the abortion facilities in the Black community. Mr. I can't do no research. Shut your ass up. Mr. Click the Guttmacher Institute and start acting like you smart. Now, the bottom damn line is this shows way better that all of these facilities are in the Black communities, like Margaret Sanger wanted. That's why we're having a higher percentage rate of abortions, because we have freer and easier access to them. And on abortions in general, I don't care if they're Black, white,
so
Chinese,
let me share my screen.
Spanish, or anything between.
Let me share my screen for this guy. This guy's pseudo as hell.
Abortions are wrong.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
You gotta give it to him though, because you essentially asked him what's the methodology behind how they arrived at that number, and he gave you withering detail right there. Like I can't imagine anything being.
I didn't give you no withering detail. I gave you the 2010 census. Okay, which is what the Guttmacher report used. Then we give you a detailed map of where everything is at. Then you can drop in. Hold up, bro. Then you can
stop yelling though, bro.
Then hold on. Because then you can use this to drop in on each neighborhood and show where exactly it's at.
Yeah, you scored a point, my boy. Hey, you gotta know when you won, bro. Like you scored.
Thank you. I appreciate scoring that.
Yeah,
point.
you hit a and 1-3 right there, dog. You won, bro. He got to come back now.
Nah,
Oh, he got to come back.
Nah,
Oh, okay,
nah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he got to come
okay,
back now.
so
I apologize for that
okay,
outburst.
so
I'm sorry.
all
I
right,
thought
all
you were
right.
saying
So
that.
this shows again, this shows a map according to them, and it's color coded. Where this is apparently this is where red dots. It says results can be filtered by African American blue dots, and red dots Hispanic. And what about the white folks? Where the dots at?
Maybe it's
Where the
not
dots
there.
at? Well, okay, maybe. Wait, okay, look. Maybe this. Maybe there's a small. Maybe again, these are white neighborhoods where there's a small percentage of the Hispanics and African Americans, and this is saying that this is walking distance for that small population, but the large population are a bunch of white folks.
Yeah, but if anything, that just bolsters his argument.
Right.
Because
No, it doesn't.
Well, let me say this: Black
How?
Americans are,
Yeah, go ahead.
are 13% of the population, right?
Okay.
So, it's always going to be in pockets, and these dots will represent the pockets where there's high concentration of Black and Latino people. So presumably,
that's not what I said though, because it could be a small population.
Say again.
It could be a very tiny, small population of Black folks.
Look at Plainfield, though.
Let's
look at
well,
Plainfield.
it's going to be a tiny population in juxtaposition to white folks. Like 13% is
right. So, but his argument is, he was trying to make the argument that these abortion claims are accessible to large or majority Black folks. If these are in white populations or white societies where there is populated, of course, it's populated by white folks majority, then that stands to show that white folks are exposed to this these abortion clinics at a high rate or a large number than Black folks.
No, that doesn't mean that.
Okay, all right. So look, let me say it a different way. Let me say it. If an abortion clinic is in a
you gotta stop this.
If abortion clinic, well, this ain't showing up. This is color coded according to them, by the way. This I don't know what the fuck they pulled that from.
Oh, so you're alleging that there may be some sort of conspiracy.
No conspiracy.
Well, let's look at it like this.
You said according to them.
I'm not done. According to them, the pro life motherfuckers. I know they be capping.
So if you put
79% abortions are amongst Black folks. All right. Wait. Let me just finish this off first.
These stats. So that's what you're implying.
Wait. So we were. That's what pseudos do. So I do know this.
Let's say it straight up. You think they lying?
Okay. Of course. They color coded the map according to them,
and that's what the Guttmacher Institute is doing.
They didn't use any. I thought you used a source up. They got their own map out here.
If you gave them a source, right? Hold on, focus.
Yeah.
If you similarly had made a point in the opposite direction, right? And he said, "Well, source up," and you showed him something similarly as detailed as that, based on the census, based on where there are heavy concentrations of Black folks, and his retort was, "Well, they abortionists, so of course they're gonna fudge and you clown them, bro."
But that's not what I'm saying though. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the website I pulled up.
You just admitted that unbiased.
No, the website I just pulled up, dude. Can I say a few words first, so I can tell you what I'm saying? The website I pulled up, they gave a separate source outside of their website from where they pulled their information from. His source didn't do that. His source showed it showed that. Relax, let me get the words out. Relax, let me get the words out, my man. The guy, let me talk. So they showed their own map on their website, and they color coded, and they showed blue for Black folks, red for Hispanics, and nobody for white folks. So again, if it's in a white or if it's in a neighborhood, right, and there's Black Hispanics are there, but the population, let's say, is 75,000, and 85% are white folks, then they are still subjected at large numbers to these abortion claims more than Blacks and Hispanics that's there.
No, that's not what the argument was.
Okay, let me get him focused.
I'm done.
Let me get him focused.
Go ahead, dog.
All right. For one, you said that potentially they're using basically their own research, like they collated this data on their own, right? That's not true
Put some
because
bullshit up there.
right. But what you're saying is factually incorrect, is materially incorrect because it's based on data from the U.S. Census, which is taken by a U.S. government agency. It doesn't come from that website, Unbiased. And this is the
Wait,
thing.
no,
Huh?
Wait, are you
It's not your
saying,
turn,
are you saying his
Londell.
source?
What is the
Wait, it's
website
not
that
your
he-
turn.
What is the
No,
website?
I'm getting him. Okay, so you ain't looking at it. What are you talking about? You ain't even looking at it.
Captain Shaw.
Unbiased. Who conducts the census?
Okay. I
Who
imagine the
conducts it?
government.
Hold on, it's my turn now, right? Just roll.
Yeah.
Just work with me. Who conducts the census?
I just said I imagine the government.
You imagine. Okay.
Yeah.
So the government would be a source outside of the website, right?
Right.
That DJ Focus put up. True or not true?
Yeah.
Okay. So that obviates your point about it possibly being some fudge statistic and them not
Yeah, but
having
they don't have a
No,
site though. They
you
don't
said
have a
they
link.
don't have no, hold on, Unbiased. You said they don't have
Yeah.
sources outside of themselves, and that's
Yeah, that's
patently-
it.
That's you just admitted that that's untrue.
No, they.
Like, come
I
on,
just
bro.
said
Like, I
they
don't-
only. Yeah, what are you? What are you sipping on?
Flip flopping,
I
buddy.
just said that they don't have a link. Like I said, the Gut Matcher website. It shows you a link going to somebody outside themselves, outside their web. It takes you out from their website.
The Gut Matcher's
What
website
link?
was
Look,
a lot
this guy
more
talking over me.
ambiguous, bro.
This guy
It's
talking
way
over
more
me.
ambiguous
So,
than this.
hey Haskell, what link do his website have that's taking me away from their website that I can look at these numbers?
Okay, so you want to link directly to the U.S. Census, then, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
That wasn't even on the Gut Matcher's
And then he got
website.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then he got it.
All right. I don't
That
see
wasn't
anything
even on
wrong
the
with
Gut
that.
Matcher's website. Not only that, if they say they got their stuff from the U.S.
But
Census,
I
you
will
can
say
go to the
this,
U.S.
though.
Census and juxtapose to yourself. If you want to challenge the veracity of their particular their particular site, which you just said .org.com, like in every way you lost that. So like
Yeah,
back
so
off.
actually, actually, you don't even lost that.
Yeah,
you showed me a
Unbiased.
website.
Unbiased. He brought a source.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And basically, your contention is that possibly this source that he's bringing is falsifying information.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And that's not really that's not much of a defense, bro. Like you just say they lying.
Okay.
You know,
Haskell,
bro,
look.
sometime a nigga just get you, bro. Like I've been got.
Wait. Hey, Haskell.
He got you,
I'm
bro.
not, again. Got me how? I provide a source. He provided a source. Who's right? Who's wrong? You tell me. Okay, Haskell.
Slick.
Okay, Haskell. I got a source. He got a source. Who's wrong or who's right? My source say that they're in white neighborhoods. His source say they're in black neighborhoods. Who's right? Who's wrong?
You're wrong.
Yeah, but you basically imply that there was no methodology behind how they arrived at the numbers, and he gave you
the methodology. They said,
yeah, and you called me a terrible researcher.
What's their methodology?
And you told me all this extra stuff.
I'm going to read it.
You used the .com, .org.
I'm going to read that methodology. You tell me how they are. Okay. All right. So all right. Let me throw your crazy ass. I know you sipping. Look, it says 2010 census.
I'm sober.
Now look, it says 2010 census. Can we get that census? Can we get that census? It says results. Okay, so now they have no link. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right. 2010 census results reveal. Where the results? Where's the link? I'm here. Where's that? Results reveal that Planned Parenthood is targeting minority neighborhoods. Okay? Targeting. 79% of its surgical abortion facilities are located within walking distance of African American or Hispanic Latino neighborhoods. I need that. It says the national map shows Planned Parenthood surgical abortion facilities that are located within walking distance of African American, Hispanic, Latino neighborhoods. I need that because that's the inner cities. That's not the suburbs. It says results can be filtered by African American only blue dots, Hispanic, Latino red dots only, or both blue and red dots. The best results, user experience. Visitors to the site can scroll into magnify the national map until the words Planned Parenthood appear next to the desired location. Next, drag it goes on explaining how you can move it to this website.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right,
But
bro. Like, so at the end of the day, you went to the Gut Marker Institute, which is, like I said, very fallible.
Where's your census?
Nah, I'm just asking. It's not.
Nah, he's trying to argue something retarded. I want the census.
And I'm telling you,
I ain't gonna lie,
now,
I'm biased. Most of the time, Focus can be spastic, but bro, he dropped you, bro. He dropped you, bro.
Okay, again. Now watch this. Watch
this. Be spastic
Haskell.
or whatever you want to.
Now, watch Haskell.
A living smoking.
I'm about to drop you. He just gave a source. I gave a source. My source says 6 out of 10 are in white neighborhoods. His source says 8 out of 10 is in black neighborhoods or Hispanic.
All right, but let me break this down.
Haskell, who's right, who's wrong?
Hold on, time out.
Hey, drop the link for
listen.
Rondell,
let me say this though.
Exactly.
Hold on, let me say this. say they put
exactly.
on Park Ave, right? On Park Ave, right? And then you do a 2-mile radius from there. Yo, Rondell,
put your source up again,
Haskell, hold on.
Okay, I'll do it right now. Let me send Amber the link. I gotta do one at a time.
Humor me real quick. So they put Planned Parenthood on Park Ave, and they do a 2-mile radius, right? Now, that 2-mile radius, you're gonna get in the North Plainfield, you're gonna get in the South Plainfield, you're gonna get in the Scotch Plains and Fanwood. And all that's majority white, but ain't none of it walking distance from Planned Parenthood. What's walking distance from Planned Parenthood is the projects, 3rd Street, 6th Street, 2nd. So when we talk about white communities, that's a very broad term, as opposed to walking distance from the black community.
Hey, this the most coherent and the most salient points I've ever heard Focus make. Like, that's really the qualifier here. Unbiased. That's the most important.
Amber,
hold on,
Amber, I said that to you.
Oh,
yeah, I mean that sounds good. I mean that doesn't impress me. I mean it sounds good.
No.
I mean your opinion on Focus. I don't care about that.
Right? No, that's fine. What I'm saying is you can delve into the statistics deeper to see if possibly there was any kind of duplicity there.
Okay.
However, if we're taking this thing on face value, right? The qualifier that Focus just mentioned, which is being within walking distance, counters the argument that you previously made about, well, where are the white neighborhoods at, right? Presumably, the white neighborhoods would be the ones that don't have the blue and yellow, the blue and red dots. Because, of course, those blue and red dots don't represent every African-American or Latino in the country. I'm sure there's many areas on that map where Black and Latino people live that don't have a blue or red dot. But what the blue or red dots are signifying is that there's a high concentration of, based on census data, of Black and brown people, and the Planned Parenthood facility being in walking distance. Now, if the data is falsified, then that's all out the window.
All right.
Right.
So you asked my source. Look at the screen.
If it's not, and we're accepting it, then you got to get that man his, bro.
So I'm not.
And I will also say
you asked my.
Can just tell me I'm right without
Focus. You went with your example. No, it's not your go right now. It's not your go right now. Okay, let me get it. Let me go ahead and mute you. Let me go ahead and mute you. It's not your go, because the let me talk guy is talking a lot right now. All right. So Haskell, you said pull the source up. It's right there. Okay, here you go.
Yo, you gotta stop with this, Rondell.
No. You're done. You're done. No, let me talk. Let me talk. Like you say.
You wasn't muted.
You okay, dude? You're on mute. You're on mute. Okay. So Haskell. There you go. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Claim that most abortion clinics are located in Black or Hispanic neighborhoods is false. Background anti-abortion activists often claim that most abortion clinics are located in predominantly Black or Hispanic neighborhoods. However, this claim, offered as supposed proof that abortion providers target minority women, is false. Key findings: about 6 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are white. Fewer than 1 in 10 abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are Black. Some 13% of the abortion providers are located in neighborhoods where more than half of the residents are Hispanic. Definitions. This analysis categorizes abortion providers in two ways to offer the most comprehensive overview possible. Comprises all 1,720 providers known to provide abortion care in 2011. Methodology using the results of the most recent census of all known abortion providers. And well, here I see immediately what jumps out to me is this Guttenheimer or whatever it is using a much more comprehensive definition of abortion provider, whereas in the source that Focus provided, strictly, mute up real quick, Focus.
So mute. I mean, Focus, mute your background.
Yeah. Whereas the source Focus provided was pretty much restricted specifically to Planned Parenthood facilities. So you're going to have a disparity in the numbers just off of that alone.
Okay.
You see that, unbiased?
So, okay, right. Wait,
right.
So hold on. So did he say abortion clinics or did he say Planned Parenthood facilities before we started researching?
Well, from what I've heard, Focus have always said his point has always been about Margaret Sanger.
I'm talking. Yeah, but forget about what he said.
Earlier he said.
Yeah, come on, Haskell, get the fuck out of it. Yeah, come on, stop, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
again, he said abortion clinic. That's why you researched.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Everybody know what I'm talking about. Planned Parenthoods. Knock it off.
Right,
but now we got to read the nigga mind.
I've been talking about Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood, and her enacting a plan to put all of these facilities in the Black community. I've been talking about it the whole time. So don't stop. So spare me with all of the. But earlier today, he said, like, knock it off.
But no, Focus. I will argue, since you say Planned Parenthood so frequently, it would be kind of weird for you to say abortion clinics today and not do so intentionally. So to now backtrack and say Planned Parenthood all the time.
No. When I say abortion facilities, I'm talking about Planned Parenthoods. Everybody knows that. My argument has been consistent. Don't switch it. Don't try to dissect it now because
my question is, do you have an issue with abortions, period, or Planned Parenthood?
Yes, I do. I have issue with abortion.
So then why wouldn't abortion clinics fall into the category with Planned Parenthood?
They're two very different arguments. I do have a problem with abortion, period. And when y'all try to use that what abortion is right to negate my points about Planned Parenthood, then we have that discussion. But my points about Planned Parenthood remain the same. And when I'm talking about them placing the majority of Planned Parenthoods in the Black community, abortion facilities in the Black community, that's what I'm discussing. That's what I'm talking about. Margaret Sanger's
that wasn't the discussion today, though.
That's what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? So
it was not centered around Planned Parenthood.
And then, as I said earlier,
right, he said abortion.
We're talking about not only is that a disparity, Planned Parenthood versus abortion facilities, which is what the Guttmacher probably used to try to skew his point in his way, knowing that ain't none of us talk about that. But not only that, what we also, the other caveat is walking distance. The walking distance from the Black community. Guttmacher didn't address that at all. He's talking about just the neighborhoods, and we already talked about that when you talk about the radius, 1 mile, 2 mile, half mile radius.
That's an important qualifier. You guys can't deny that. I mean, what Focus's argument is essentially is that Planned Parenthood, right, starting with Sanger, right, and its subsequent subsequent what's the word I'm looking for? Progeny or whatever that came after the initial institutions that Sanger and other people like her founded, is that what they did was intentional and nefarious, right? In order to kind of curtail procreation of Black people. That's his overarching point. I think we're kind of getting into the weeds a little bit with the semantics. We know what he's getting at.
I don't think it's semantics because Planned Parenthood aims to provide birth control and different contraceptive methods to those who are socioeconomically, challenged, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it 9 out of 10, like it's common sense that they would be in impoverished areas and neighborhoods. That's the community that they're designed to serve. We already know that largely those areas are populated by Blacks. Hasn't always been that way. But again though, like to try to say, well, abortion clinics, but no, I meant Planned Parenthood. Well, that's the obvious. But you made it as though abortion clinics in general. So now the argument,
bro, you can keep
shifting.
trying to jump back to that point. We already discussed that. We know what I'm talking about.
Let us just finish.
So
cut in because
all that shit is redundant.
You the whole let me talk guy.
But you want to now.
Yeah, but you don't let anybody talk though.
But the whole thing,
now you care. Now you want to regulate with
the
me.
whole point is, I don't even really feel like there
You
would have
don't
even
want
been
whining.
an argument. So we yet again we've wasted time on an argument because of you continuously all day today accidentally saying abortion clinics when you meant to say Planned Parenthood.
First of all, we have not wasted time on an argument. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not what happened. This is a skewed tangent.
Look at you cut me off. You won't let me talk, yo. This guy give me text all day.
Let me rebut that.
She ain't even finished. That's how crazy you are. But you the guy that let me talk. You cut me off.
I would love to hear him say what we're actually talking about. So
bruh,
go ahead.
Okay, so listen. Right. The only reason we're talking about abortion clinics versus Planned Parenthood is a difference now is because of the Guttmacher report, which purposely skewed the data of Planned Parenthood versus all over abortion clinics in neighborhood as opposed to walking distance, because it's a pro-life white people website that wants to try to deny the fact that they're targeting Black people with abortions. So they start speaking in ambiguous terms like neighborhoods, all as opposed to just the walking distance and the very specific that we were talking about here. Okay. So that's the only reason we talk about this, because of the Guttmacher. Whenever I have ever said talking about abortion facilities, we know I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. My question now. Let me finish. Hold on, Amber.
Well, I wasn't done. I just wanted to know.
He's never going to finish.
But you just said you would love to hear me. Wait, but you said you would love to hear me finish. So you can't cut me
off. We're talking about.
He's the most belligerent guy on the panel.
You wasn't done before.
So of all abortion clinics, Planned Parenthood accounts for what percent?
It's crazy.
Of all abortion clinics?
I'm not sure. I would have to research that data.
But so for you to say that we're being targeted, wouldn't you need to know all abortion clinic numbers?
Planned Parenthood is the leading provider of abortion clinics. That's all I need to know. It is the #1 abortion clinic funded by the American government. Planned Parenthood. They have the most.
You're saying funded by the American. You see how you're adding all of these additional criteria funded by the government.
There's 59
abortion clinics that aren't funded by the government.
They have the most
59 affiliates.
They have the most abortion clinics.
Look at my look at. I'm at PlannedParenthood.com. Look at my screen. So it says with a presence in all 50 states and Washington, D.C., Planned Parenthood has 59 affiliates.
Thank you. That's all.
Which operates approximately 700 health centers.
Right.
So it's approximately 700 health centers.
The Guttmacher said they had 1,700 abortion clinics overall, I believe.
And it's clear that they're #1.
Planned Parenthood.
Nothing else is talked about. Biden and them not running on trying to get funding for other abortion clinics. They talk about Planned Parenthood specifically. Now, we're not going to play this semantical game. Well, how many is there? We know Planned Parenthood is #1. And 80% of Planned Parenthood is in the Black community.
A semantical game.
Yes, it is. It's not a mathematical game. It's a semantical game to try to prove Margaret Sanger.
He's the only guy talking over people.
No, that's her.
Dude, that's you, my man.
Man, you know what? Whatever, man. Like, here you go.
When do you yield?
You foster this
everybody against
Yeah,
focus
when do you ever
you
yield?
let everybody
You've been
talk
talking
disrespect.
constantly.
And then with me, you like
Disrespect. She's asked you a simple question
strict
and you don't know the
regulator.
answer. You get offended.
I'm muting you. That's it, bro.
Yeah, because you're the only one out of control,
No, because I'm
man.
the only one who doesn't agree with you. You let everybody talk. Then when I go to have my
Haskell
point,
don't agree
you
with me. I
wanna-
don't
But
think.
the killing part is Kaleem. The killing part is Kaleem. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is you're trying to paint a picture without having the full picture.
I
Like,
am painting a full
can't
picture.
say-
My picture is that Margaret Sanger wanted black people
now
to
you're talking
vote.
about
Margaret Sanger used Planned Parenthood to enact eugenics. Margaret Sanger.
It wasn't even around when she was around, bro. What are you talking about?
In American Birth Control League, which later came Planned
Goofy, you
Parenthood.
don't even know.
Wait a minute. Their goal was eugenics. Okay. And eugenics, like she said in that American Birth Control Review, eugenics without birth control is a house built upon sand. She wanted to get into birth control so that she can enact her eugenics plan.
You're a eugenicist.
And then she, regardless, then she put after that 79%. Then they put 79% of abortion facilities in black communities. This is facts.
You're a better eugenicist.
I'm not arguing this with
you're a better eugenicist because you propose fucking at random.
Excuse me, I'm not eugenicist.
To make the entire population
Amber,
black.
with respect,
so you're better
Amber,
than
Amber, with respect, I already destroyed that point when I said I'm not actively going into neighborhoods trying to do anything. I'm not telling you to bring your daughters out.
Well, you're on a
screw you out of existence.
Hold
on, Amber. Hold on.
You're on a public platform.
Hold on, Amber. Amber, hold on real quick. I'm not trying to screw people out of existence. I don't have an active plan towards removing white people off the planet. Listen, I don't have an active plan. So you can't call me a eugenicist. You can't call me.
You planted the seed, though. So what if someone
listening
Excuse me. That's a good idea.
Yo, Mondale, what happened to the self-control?
Wait a minute. You said
dude, you're the only one screaming, my man. You're the only one screaming.
You say Darwin is responsible for
you screaming and cursing.
Amber get whatever fucking autonomy she wants.
You said Darwin is responsible for merely introducing concepts, even though he's not the one that implemented it.
This guy's cussing and screaming.
Cut me off. I'm not finished yet.
So what? Fuck you being finished. You've been finished. You came on this motherfucker finished. You always finished.
You emotional ass person.
You was finished before you started.
Man, shut up. You're wrong.
You finished all the time. You wake up finished in the morning. The fuck you talking about?
You're making it a joke. You're wrong.
You are a joke. I'm not making it a joke. You made yourself a joke. The fuck?
Now this
guy don't stop.
She interrupts me and start calling me mad names.
Dude, let somebody else talk. Well, why don't you let Haskell and Amber just go and you just listen? How about that? How about we both let Amber and Haskell go ahead and we just both listen?
No, you're not going to
exactly. You have an issue, man.
I want to finish my coherent thought without being curtailed strategically by people who are afraid to let me get a fucking sentence out.
Go ahead, because you're going to talk anyway.
Afraid of what? You've been talking all day. I just joined
Jesus
the panel.
Christ.
We've been sitting back in the chat, cracking the fuck up and laughing at your unhinged, emotional, childish, immature ass.
Okay, whatever.
That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, you calling me all types of names.
I'm finna go back to the parking lot and continue to laugh.
That's fine, but you're the only one emotionally unstable. And I'm
not the one that's emotionally unstable.
I honestly could
You're the one hollering.
You're the only one yelling and cussing,
Everybody was doing fine until Amber got on.
Let me finish.
The queen of cutoff. She got on
Let me talk.
Ignorant, disrespectful, to sow seeds of confusion.
Oh my
God.
Confusion.
Like, what are you up here for, Amber?
Dude, you're the only one out of control. Like, do you ever take a breather, let somebody else talk, and you just listen?
What you want, but I want to have my coherent thought. And the bottom
my man
line
got
is
zero.
This.
God,
and the bottom line is this. Okay. Through all of the extra and through all of the BS, the undeniable, irrefutable, fact, proof, truth, and evidence.
Now watch this bullshit. You gonna say
that Margaret Sanger and her cohorts and the
eugenicists
wanted to use Planned Parenthood and the birth control system to enact eugenics. That was her philosophy. That was her writings. Then she put 79% of Planned Parenthoods in the black community.
Okay, now everybody knows he's a dumb liar for that. Planned Parenthood was not even around when she was around. Yeah, Planned Parenthood was not even around when she was around. You know that, right?
It changed to
You
Planned
gotta know
Parenthood
that.
from the American Birth Control League in the 40s. What are you talking about? You're lying.
What are you
You're
talking?
making
What are you
shit
talking
up.
about?
And then in the 70s, they actually got the federal funding to open up all these facilities. Like, stop.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Now let's deal with abortion.
Dude.
Let's deal with
Let
that.
him,
Now,
let him
wait.
go on, Bias.
Wait.
Let him-
No.
I'm tired of all the extra
This
semantical
ain't the
bull.
rant show. No, we're not giving this guy 3, 4,
Whatever,
5 minutes.
man.
He just did a minute worth of
drunk, so
talking.
now you don't know how to
Okay.
control
So
yourself.
you're the only person like you drunk. You're angry,
Hey,
which is a drunk
Focus, can we
That's because I'm
characteristic.
doing the
can-
2,
can-
You're
3, and
cussing and
1.
yelling.
Hey, Focus,
get-
can we put a
I'm-
clock? Can we work on a clock? 2 minutes. Everybody go 2 minutes
All
at a
right,
time.
Alexa.
Nah, that's too long. We do 1
Or a
minute. Nah, we ain't doing 2
or
minutes.
60 seconds.
Yeah,
Then.
he's scared of 2 minutes because he don't want no
Nah,
coherent thoughts.
that's too much talking.
Whatever,
Yeah,
man.
if you're smart, you could bring
smoke,
it.
so now you bringing all your
Yeah,
cohorts up
if
here
you're
to try
smart,
to
you can bring it
double
in
team
1 minute. Yeah. I
It's the
sound
only
like
way
I'm
you
so
could
mad.
kinda
Right?
win.
Got you.
Or he could do.
Yeah, you're the only
60
one
minutes.
yelling, cussing.
Bias.
All right, whatever,
Otherwise,
man.
he just gonna talk over you, bro. Like,
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
Do your 1 minute. Wait, now he just got done. All right, so that's it. Somebody else get 1 minute. Somebody else.
All right. So what I came on to speak about was the whole if Darwin was a racist thing. So I wanted to put that to bed. I was hoping Ankh was on. I'd actually put this on Ankh channel before, and he found some way to rationalize it. You know, I don't know how he did that. It's amazing. You know, cognitive dissonance is something else. So I don't know if this quote is still in the chat that I put in there for Amber. You know what I'm saying? I wanted her specifically to read it. I'm gonna copy it again and put it in the chat. All right. So Amber, you could go ahead and talk, you know, while I get this together.
I don't have much to say, but let me talk.
Go ahead, Amber, say something, man. Can't have no dead air.
Something, man. Well, really, my point that I was, really coming out here to try to make and see. I was talking about the census, and I was like, okay, well, even the census gives disclaimers on, the reliability and accuracy of the data. They'll tell you the limitations, if they suspect that it's underreported because a lot of people didn't, participate, or a lot of institutions didn't participate. Then it moved on from there to, okay, well, Planned Parenthood, that's what I was talking about. I was just making the point that, okay, well, if you're talking about Planned Parenthood and you want to make your point, then it would be better for you to talk about the collective of how many abortion clinics there are and the percentage that Planned Parenthood makes up and the percentage of those that are in Black communities. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that would better make your point. Wasn't going against what he was saying, but again, he thinks every question of clarity is a challenge, or someone calling him wrong. I'm just asking you, the particulars, the specifics. If you do not know, that is fine. You can look it up. But if you fear that looking it up is going to, somehow make you wrong, then you get belligerent and I got 5 people against me.
Come on, knock it off, please.
Man,
You're not asking me
my
for
man's
clarity.
patience is on zero. My man's undisciplined. And you think he's from the NOI. He's so undisciplined.
I was asking you for clarity
Yeah, he's
initially,
so undisciplined.
but now I don't give a damn. Now I'm gonna make it my business to sting your ass every chance I get, since you so easily triggered any emotion.
It's impossible.
I've been stinging you ever since I got up here. You're upset.
Never, not once.
You're
You've been calling me names.
You're very
weird.
bothered.
You're weird.
Dude, just so now Haskell, you said let him go. I let him go, right? Haskell, you said let him go. I let him go. I was quiet, and he talked way more than 1 minute. Amber started talking. My man, and the guy who always texts me said we cut him off. He cuts her off immediately. My man got no discipline.
And then start talking about me. Start talking about this guy. He gets all belligerent.
She's giving her opinion. So what? Relax.
Yeah, but focus, brother. You can't say.
I was asked to speak.
Focus. You can't.
Who asked you to speak? I was asked.
Whatever. I don't care. Just go. Just go.
Focus.
Talk about me all you will.
Focus.
It's not a just go. Just go.
There's no way.
I've been going.
There's no way Farrakhan or any of his representatives, you know, or Elijah would authorize how you conduct yourself. Okay, so she's saying some things to you that you feel are injurious to you, bruh. So what, bruh? Like you supposed to be a Muslim, right?
Hold up, time out.
Like
I've
I know the
explained
NOI,
to this panel plenty of times. I haven't wore a bow tie in years. I ain't been to a meeting in years. I got dreads. I'm a
Do
DJ.
you
So,
do you
yes, I
identify?
but you
came
believe in
up
the
in this.
principles.
Hold
So
on.
don't.
Do you
But
identify?
But
Do
wait
you
a minute.
identify as a
Hold
Muslim?
on, time out. Hold on. So don't
Right,
now
that's a
sit up
simple
here and be
question.
like, I'm letting you know. Don't sit here and hold me to that because it's unfair.
So you uncivilized.
Hold on, let me finish. It's unfair to those.
That's what he's saying.
Bruh, can I finish? It's unfair to those.
So you in pork chops, DJ
listen. It's unfair to those who are on their deen. I don't want to get up here on this podcast, public podcast, and act as though I'm some sort of representative of the Nation of Islam when I haven't made no meetings in years.
Yeah, but
I'm not
you're a
going to do
Muslim
that.
though.
I still okay. Regardless, I can.
So conduct yourself.
Excuse me. I'm telling you, you can't sit here and
Elijah Muhammad said, "Argue in the best manners." You're not doing that.
Listen, bro, I'm not okay. I understand that, but nobody is up here. He also says, "Fight with those who fight with you." And when I'm on a
And then
panel
who's fighting with you?
of people who I respect, and then they cut me off, and then the
No,
host
you've
and
been doing all the
moderator
cutoff. No,
allows them to cut
even
me
in the
off,
1 minute Alexa,
mutes
you cut
me.
Unc off. You hopped
Hold
in.
on, mutes me, but not mutes nobody else.
So you argue with Alexa.
Hold on, a panel who
Wait, you want a whole minute now? Okay, we got it. We got it. No, we got it. You ain't gonna do a whole minute. It's not your go. We're not gonna do that. You gonna explain all this shit. Well, no, you see that? Half, you see that, Haskell? He was gonna talk for 2 minutes just now.
I got my sources together. So hold on, focus. Hold on.
Go ahead, do your thing. Just stop talking about me with every
let me
dead
get this
space
out
y'all get and not expect me to rebut.
Let me get this out on.
You can rebut when you go.
On Darwin,
stop talking about
hold
me.
on.
Fight with those who fight.
Focus. Hold on. Let me get this in on Darwin right quick. So I don't know if y'all can see the chat. I put the quote in there. I'm gonna read it. Right. It says this was a letter from him to some other aristocrat. Right. It says, "It is very true what you say about the higher races of men. When high enough, replacing and clearing off the lower races. In 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations. And in consequence, how much the human race, viewed as a unit, will have risen in rank," right? Now, that defeats two talking points specifically that and not just him, because I know it's something that he's kind of parroting from people who are apologists for Darwin. This idea that when he used race, he was only speaking about species. He was only using it in the taxonomic sense. Bullshit. Here in this correspondence, he is very clear. He delineates very specifically, extremely specifically, that he sees the Anglo-Saxon race as being not only superior, but when they eventually exterminate the races below them, humankind as a whole will be the better for it. So now I would like this Darwin a racist thing, and let's put it to bed, right?
No, I want to see the whole.
A racist. Hold on, give me 1 more minute. A racist can have pity on you, right? He may not like seeing people be brutalized in front of his face. It makes him queasy. It don't mean that he think you're equal to him, right? Fundamentally, intrinsically, it is his philosophy that you represent the inferior class of man compared to the group that he belongs to.
So will you take that and then say he's part of this world conspiracy theory to kill and depopulate black folks? You take that quote and say that?
Well, what I would do is I would take that quote and I would take other circumstantial evidence, right? Including the fact that his son ended up being the head of the I forgot the name of the eugenics organization, right? His son ended up becoming the leader of that organization. His cousin, is it his cousin Galton, whoever, you know, just happened to spew ideals that were uncannily similar to his. As a matter of fact, it's crazy because remember when I read the definition of eugenics, the purveyors of eugenics, they even went so far as to not just say that the blacks and all them were inferior, Eastern Europeans are even inferior. And in this correspondence, Darwin makes that very exact same specification, saying that specifically the descendants of the Germanic tribes, right, who inhabited England, that's what Anglo-Saxon means. This particular group, this ethnic group, represents the apex of humanity. That's textbook racism. Like there's nothing to debate. Like he was a racist, bro. Ain't no back and forth. That's what it was.
Yeah, but so you jump to, you say his son and his cousin, right? But negate the fact that Darwin argued against his cousin, right? And then you negate the fact that his parents and his wife all were abolitionists, right? So
I didn't say any of those things.
That's cherry picking.
That's
not the argument.
And you forget, and you don't consider the fact that eugenics in its conception was not race-based. It was about it was a component of it. I didn't say it was the end all be all. It became a component of race later on.
No,
can I say this though real quick? It didn't.
I read the definition of eugenics a couple weeks ago on this panel. It specifically denoted that members of the European race, excluding Eastern Europeans, were considered among undesirables. That was part of the fundamental definition of eugenics from day one. Come on, man. Stop the cognitive dissonance, bro. Listen, Lincoln, quote unquote, ended slavery and all of that, right? And he said in his writings that Lincoln said that he believed that the superior position should be assigned to white men. So I'll give you all that abolitionist shit. If that's what you want to use as a little blankie, go ahead, have it, bro. It don't preclude him from being a racist, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that in a concession, that's not what it will. But I'm saying so.
I killed that point already. That's lie. That's a lie. In its inception,
he destroyed that point. Next question.
Don't lie, bro.
I gave you the moment to speak your speech.
Nah, but you're lying.
Try to say again. You cut back in. I try to start. Even if let me get it out, bro. Right now, so what I'm saying is that you can't say, okay, well, he's a racist because his cousin held racist views. That's faulty logic.
No, see, I gotta do this, bro, because you're being disingenuous, bro. I ain't said nothing by his cousin.
You said that
unbiased asked me. No, hold on. My argument for Darwin being a racist was strictly those words that I quoted. The only reason why I brought up Darwin, because you being intellectually dishonest, bro.
Haskell.
The only reason why I even mentioned Galton was because Unbiased asked me if his racism, right, bled into this overall plan to exterminate people.
But
and
Haskell,
I said, circumstantial evidence, I believe so. If we're strictly limiting the discussion to whether Darwin was a racist or not, I'm just gonna stand on that quote that I just read. That's it.
And he wrote about it in The Descent of Man.
In
The Descent of Man. What you got to say about that, Sosa?
From the other context of what's in there, I don't necessarily feel like that statement means that.
Right, stop.
Okay,
what about The
ahead,
Descent of Man, though? Amber,
break it down.
Sosa?
No,
what about The Descent of Man? No, I want to know what they feel about that. Because
It
in the
sounds
dis-
like
bro, because you get
it sounds like in
irate
the
every time I say
conversation he's actually talking about kind of
No.
at one point viewing savagery and barbarian as maybe being something specific to a certain group, but him coming to like the awakening of knowing like, no, this is probably where all of us came from. Like, and 9 out of 10, you know, I think that particular quote he was saying like the way Anglo-Saxons view it, and at the rate we're going, you know, we'll have exterminated nations, and it's not stated there, but under this guise that we're so different than them. You understand what I'm saying? And
which he fostered, though, Amber. And in his book, The Descent
but
of
from
Man.
the context of the letter, it doesn't seem like he's
Okay, but
fostering
in
that
his book,
ideology.
The Descent
He's
of
speaking
Man.
to it, though.
Okay, but in his book, The Descent of Man, which Sosa never mentions, which y'all just go back to the origin of species. But hold on, let me finish. And The Descent of Man, he says clearly, at some future period, not very distant by measure, by century, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races. In his work, he fostered the ideal of savage and civilized races. He had fostered the idea of termination of these races. Okay. Then he further goes on to say the break between man and his nearest allies will then be wider, for it will intervene between man in a more civilized state, as we hope, even than the Caucasian races. You're saying that they're the most civilized, that they are the highest form of master class evolution, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of as now between the Negro or Australian and the gorilla, which is saying we're the lowest form. That is the descent of man. That is racism. That is extermination.
Did he just compare white folks to the baboon?
I'm not gonna
go. No, what he said
he
was
talking about the distance between the baboon and the saying that the
and the white man, right?
Right. But listen to the first statement.
So he showed you a distance between the white man and a baboon, and then the black man, and then the ape.
Dissonance is strong, man.
It is strong.
It is really unbelievable
really strong.
to see it in real time. It is crazy.
In real life. It's amazing.
Okay,
so we'll intervene between man and a more civilized state.
So if I may,
let me just say something real. Let me get
if I may,
let me get a word in.
That the highest form of civilized state is the Caucasian.
Unbiased, can you mute him?
Can I get a word in?
You cut me off.
Hey, focus. Relax. Yo, we both been talking.
We weren't even done
for hours. Relax.
You cut in.
It's just the cut off focus show. Don't let that man get one
it's the
word
cut off. Me talk. Just sit back and listen for a second before you talk.
Cut everybody else off.
I did. It was my goal. I said let me talk. I did
Okay.
my goal.
Fuck. Let you talk. You be acting like this your fucking show, nigga. Where your fucking channel at? The fuck you mean? Let you talk. You talking to the fucking host, nigga. This his channel.
It was still my turn.
Let you do shit.
It was still my turn.
Fuck you mean?
Hey, yeah, relax, man. Sit back for a little bit. Just listen to Haskell's repping you. All right.
Don't matter. I still got the right to talk without being cut off.
Like you keep reading that shit.
You don't got no right to shit. This ain't your shit. You don't got no right.
Man, calm down, Amber.
Right
emotional.
I don't want to ask Haskell, though. What does he mean when he said higher races? What does that mean?
You on your Wu Jiao shit? What you think it mean?
What does that mean when he said higher races?
He's asking you.
Nigga, what does higher mean?
You tell me, bro. What does higher
You want me to define? Hold on, bro. So you're asking me seriously to define?
Good. Focus.
I'm not doing that, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm not playing this game, bro.
What does higher races mean, bro?
That's a focus response, Haskell, right there.
Focus. Maybe focus can. Maybe focus can answer your question.
Is racist singular or is it plural? And if it is plural, what are the other races that he's included in the comment? Higher races. That's my question.
Yeah, somebody else could play this game. I'm not playing this game.
Right. Because if somebody said higher races and it means plural, right?
Right.
I want you to
he
tell
didn't say higher race.
Who are the higher races?
Right. That's a good point. He didn't say higher race. The higher races.
What does it mean? What does the mean? What is? This is that Dr.
Well, we do know race is plural. We do know that.
Bro.
Oh my God.
Nah, it's not goofy about that. We know races is plural. So what other races are you including in that statement? That's all. Real simple.
Well,
so you're gonna make a plural statement singular?
Yeah. If what I take away from it when he says higher races, that would include the Anglo-Saxon being at the very top, right? Then if I were to imagine, I'd probably say the Eastern Europeans would be, you know, a tier below.
That's the same race.
If I may,
No, not in his ideation though. He makes it.
But you just said the Eastern races. You said the Eastern white races below.
Hold on. He asked me a question. I'm answering it. It's a disingenuous question, but I'm gonna play along, right? In his ideation, he makes delineation just like Galton did with when he defined eugenics. He puts the Anglo. Brother, I'm answering a question. When he says higher races, the way how my takeaway, right, is the Anglo-Saxon is at the absolute apex. And he stated that explicitly, right? A tier below that would be the Eastern Europeans. Probably another tier below that would be like probably like you know, like the Spaniards, Italians, because you know they got that Sicilian blood and all of that shit. So they'd probably be a tier below. Then below that would probably be maybe the Indian. So when he says higher races, he's clearly establishing a caste system, right? So that's what higher races mean. Is that good enough for you?
Can I?
No, because
does that answer your question?
No, because you're saying what it means to you, right? So I'm saying like,
nigga, that's what you asked me. What it means to me? How the fuck I'm gonna know what he meant?
It doesn't matter what it
doesn't matter.
Because what it means to you is irrelevant.
Okay, what does it mean to you then? So why you ask me then, bro?
What it means to the author. So what I'm saying, if he's saying higher races, right? Then the commentary is the commentary transcends just a singular race of people.
Okay, what's your point?
Other races in the higher. Right?
What's your point?
When
you can't save him, bro.
So when you go to the commentary,
bro. What's your point, bro? What's your point, bro?
Can I? If I can say it without you saying what's my point.
Go ahead.
So when you get to the comment, so when you get to the commentary, right? Mm-hmm. When he talks about when he gets to talk about civilized man wiping out the savages, he's referring to what's going on now.
He didn't say civilized man wiping out the savages. That's not what he said in that quote.
Well, can I? I would like to read a little more context around the quote, if I may. Can I? Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is from the same source that you dropped. It is so far intermediate that it quite justifies what you say on all the forms being descendants of one. That is a grand and almost awful question on the genealogy of man to which you allude. It is not so awful and difficult to me as it seems to be most, partly from familiarity and partly, I think, from having seen a good many barbarians. I declared the thought when I first saw in T. Del Fuego a naked, painted, shivering, hideous savage, that my ancestors must have been somewhat similar beings, was at that time as revolting to me. Nay, more revolting than my present belief that an incomparably more remote ancestor was a hairy beast. Monkeys have downright good hearts, at least sometimes, as I could show if I had space. I have long attended to this subject and have materials for a curious essay on human expression and a little on the relation and mind of man to the lower animals. How I should be abused if I were to publish such an essay. I hope and rather expect that Sir C. Lyle will enter in his new books on the relations of men and other animals, but I do not know what his recent intentions are. It is a very curious subject, that of the old myths, but you naturally, with your classical and old world knowledge, lay more stress on such beliefs than I do with all my profound ignorance. Very odd those accounts in India of the little hairy men. It is very true what you say about the higher races of men, when high enough, replacing and clearing off the lower races. In 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations. And in consequence, how much the human race viewed as a unit will have risen in rank. Man is clearly an old world, not an American species. And if ever intermediate forms between him and unknown quadrumana are found, I should expect they will be found in tropical countries, probably islands. But what a chance if ever they are discovered. Look at the French beds with the celts and no fragment of a human bone. It is indeed, as you say, absurd to expect the history of the early stages of man in prehistoric times. It did not sound to me like he was speaking as like superiority of Anglo-Saxons. It sounded to me like he was speaking to the author like, hey, you know, I kind of coming around to your belief that we all descend from one ancestor, that we are related probably to animals. But he also recognized that the current world viewed Anglo-Saxons as superior and that it was a dated perspective.
Right.
I think he was speaking in that quote to the damage and the destruction that mind frame would cause in the next 500 years. I think that's more so what drove him to overturn the science that quote unquote backed that up. I don't think that it was that's like evidence of him being racist. I think that's like the foundation of where his quest regarding evolution and all of that began.
His philosophy developed, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to zero in real quick.
Let me
I'm
say
going to be
something
real quick.
Castle,
I want to zero in.
I want to say something
zero
quick,
in on
and then
this
you can
part right here.
Let me say something real quick, and you can go in.
Go ahead.
And when he talks about the people he met in Tierra del Fuego, right? There are notes you can read that he writes about the interaction and what he says about the people that he meet. So it's like, you know, there's a whole body of work and letters and whole stuff that you can look at and examine outside of just this one thing to give you a general understanding of what you thought if he was a racist or not. Go ahead.
All right. So Amber is saying that, you know, the Anglo-Saxons eventually exterminating people. Basically, how Darwin is putting is kind of going to be like by osmosis, just as a matter of, I guess, existence, right? But here's the key part of the quote, where he says, the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations. And as a consequence of that extermination, the human race as a whole will be better for it. Right?
That is not what
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to read it again. I'm going to read it again.
That's not what it says. I just read it, so I know
that's
not
what it says. Are you reading a quote, Haskell?
I'm looking at the letter. It doesn't say that.
I know what it says.
Wait, Haskell, you got to source up now, my brother.
I'm reading it directly from the source.
No, you're not.
No, you're not reading it directly. You're ad-libbing.
Hold on. Y'all are getting triggered.
Hey, Haskell, can you post the link, please?
I've been dead about 200 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all getting so triggered about this.
Haskell, I don't get it. But Haskell, what we're trying to say is that what you're reading,
I'm going to read it verbatim, bro.
My thing is, if it's so cut and dry, it's no reason to add it.
I'm going to read it verbatim. I'm going to read it. Hold on. Let me do this. I'm going to read it verbatim, right? Because Ankh said earlier that, you know, they're speaking that old English shit and we don't speak like this today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it verbatim and I'm going to translate it to my sensibilities in current times is how I understand English. And I want you guys, hold on.
Just read it from the link.
Hold on.
Read it from the link you sent.
Hold on. I am reading from the link, bro. I'm reading from where Amber read from.
But how did you get the other part in that? It's not in the letter then. That's what we're saying.
No, bro. That's why I said I'm going to read it verbatim. I'm reading directly from the
I didn't know you was doing something else.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you was reading it verbatim. Just read it verbatim.
I'm gonna read verbatim.
Yeah. So just read it verbatim. We don't want your interpretation. Like
Amber, right?
Yeah, but we don't want your interpretation.
We're reading from the same. Listen, everybody can't talk at once, bro. If you gonna talk unbiased or Sosa, one of y'all could talk.
Nah. I just want you to read it verbatim. Like, I don't have the letter in front of me.
Sosa's still talking though, bro.
All right. So hold on, Sosa.
I'm gonna read it verbatim.
Okay. Yeah, please, because I don't have the letter in front of me. All I could do is take your word. So go ahead.
I'm
I
looking
put
at
the
it. Go
link.
ahead.
I put the link in the chat. Unbiased. I'm
looking
gonna
at
put
it.
it
Go
again
ahead.
so you can read along.
All
Hold
right.
on. I'm gonna copy and put it in the thing so y'all can read along.
Go ahead. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the letter.
Hold on. Unbiased said he ain't got it, so I'm gonna put it in the
What's
YouTube
it?
chat.
The back chat? Oh yeah, YouTube. Okay.
I'm gonna put it in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, the watcher is funny.
Niggas trying to say
Let
this.
Haskell
Ain't no
finish.
saving him, man.
Hmm.
I know y'all fanned out about this. I don't know why y'all fanned out about him. You can't save him.
Well, see how you
You
doing all
can't
the ad
save
libs
him.
and all the other shit? Just post a letter and then
You
read
can't
it. We
save
gotta
him, bro.
go for it. Just
You
read
can't
it.
save him, Sosa. We getting his ass up out of here. All right, so I just put the link in the chat, Unbiased, so you can follow along. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and read it verbatim. I'm gonna translate it to our sensibilities in the modern time. And if y'all disagree with my
don't translate it.
translation,
Just read it.
hold on.
Read it. God damn, bro.
Hold on,
read
bro.
it.
Yeah, nah, I don't want a translation.
Hold on,
Just read
bro.
it.
If y'all would stop talking, I could get through it. You can't constrict how I make my point, bro. All right, so
Nah,
here
just read it first.
Just ask you to read. Shit,
Yeah,
if you
bro,
gonna read it.
but I can't read while y'all talking. All right, hold on, because I got to get back in the letter. Hold on, guys. All right. So in 500,
I got it now.
hold on, you got it, Unbiased?
Yeah.
All right. So in 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race, right? So Anglo-Saxon meaning hold on. I'm giving you my definition. You tell me where I'm wrong if you disagree, right? Anglo-Saxon specifically means a specific ethnic group of Germanic peoples in England between the 5th century up until the time of the Normans, right? He's saying specifically that ethnic group will have spread and exterminated whole nations, and in consequence, meaning as a result of them exterminating those whole nations. Do y'all agree with that little paraphrasing? I'm slow walking this. Do y'all agree with that little paraphrasing? He's saying in consequence of this extermination of whole nations, how much the human race viewed as a unit, so meaning by consequence of exterminating these whole nations, the human race in totality, viewed as a unit, will have risen in rank, i.e., would be better off as a total unit. Do y'all agree with my little interpretations and paraphrasing?
Yes, absolutely.
I do. Let's say you don't. I'm fine with that.
Do you
hold on? I just want to get a quick forum. Hold on, Amber. I just want to get a quick forum.
Can I ask you a question?
Real quick, because I'm done. I just want to get a quick census. Do y'all agree? Hold on. Do y'all agree with my little paraphrasing and little interpretation?
No, I don't. I don't.
All right.
Absolutely,
So
I do. White people apologists don't.
Now, my question is, Haskell, do you agree that America is the greatest nation in the world?
I don't give a fuck about that. Y'all ain't gonna take me nowhere else. I'm staying on these words.
Do you agree?
Right here.
That's jingoism. That's what you call
Do you agree?
jingoism.
But is that a concept held by the unit?
Here. I ain't going to no greatest nation. I'm not going. Nope. You ain't gonna pull a shuffle on me.
Is that a majority ideology?
I'm staying right here, Amber. Right here.
Oh, okay.
Y'all said read it verbatim.
That's
I'm not going anywhere else. I'm making a comparison.
Go ahead, make your comparison.
My comparison is, again, he's talking about the unit, right? The majority ideology, not necessarily his ideology. Like the majority ideology of white Americans to say, well, America's the greatest nation in the world. While black people will say, the fuck it is.
The human race viewed as a unit.
You can't take
the human race, not America. The human race viewed as a unit.
You can't take two lines from a letter where the concept
Amber's
is
smarter
totally
than this. She
different.
being coy
right now.
but
why, if she's smarter than that, why you let
when
her say
everything else in the letter points to him not being racist?
Y'all playing.
You cherry pick 2 lines, even though the bulk of the letter, like, how you pick 2 lines out of a whole letter and say he's racist, even though the bulk of the letter is pointing to the fact that he's not racist. He's saying we all came from the same place. The fuck is we talking about?
Same place, but he's still saying that one is better than the other.
Like,
what are you talking about? You're not going to
right?
negate the fact that he said one was better than the other. You're not going to negate the fact that he called the Caucasian. Come on, Lisa. You're not going to negate the fact that he called the Caucasian a master race and that we were a race that were close to apes. You're not going to negate that fact. His work was clearly racist. He had no qualms about his work being racist. He clearly said that
it's so clear y'all have such a difficult time proving it.
He clearly said in the very near future that we would exterminate the savage races, okay, as the brother just pointed out.
And apparently you're a savage.
As the brother excuse me, that's his belief. That's their belief, not mine. And the thing is, and then as the brother just pointed out, Darwin said that people would be better off after this extermination. That lets you know that his work was racially charged. It was racially motivated. He was a fucking racist. And I don't care if his father was an abolitionist or whatever. His son, racist. His work, racist. Cousin, racist. His son, Leonard Darwin, was like the leader and the president of like the British eugenics movement. And was like all of the same shit. People are inferior, savage races. They don't need to be, they need to be weeded out, all of that extra shit. This is not rocket science that we're dealing with. And there's a whole faction of individuals who closely examined Darwin's work and proved it was racist. Y'all can't reinterpret now what this man meant. And the fact that we're sitting on this panel 100 years later trying to reinterpret it.
Why not? You're reinterpreting.
Why don't you?
You're reinterpreting.
Right. He reinterpreting.
You making shit up.
If all
you making up stuff. So the descent of man didn't say that.
Now,
Hold on,
focus.
Amber.
You've been talking for a little while now, man. Have some humility.
I got a question though. Amber, did the descent of man, yes or no, written by Charles Darwin, say that white people were superior?
I didn't read the descent of man.
Okay, so you're not qualified to talk on this. Silence yourself.
No, you're not qualified to talk on it.
You're not qualified to talk. Hush, young lady.
Hey, focus. Yeah, you just hopped on the panel. You're gonna start talking the most
I'm
again.
enough to say I haven't read it. I don't read
you
a
made
line
your
of a
point.
book.
Well, because it's my turn to talk. You can't start cutting me off. It's my turn to talk.
No, nobody cut you off. You're not gonna talk for 2 minutes though.
You read the fucking prelude and you think you done did some shit.
No, nobody's doing that.
Get it.
I have irrefutable evidence.
Get it like an evil has to, right? You let them get it all out, right? And then if you try to say, hold on, can you say, no, hold on, don't say nothing. Don't say it, right? And then as soon as you start talking, no. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is crazy.
Because we tired of the buffoonery.
It'd be like, you're getting emotional. Y'all trying to cape to this dude. Y'all getting all fired up. It's like, man, I just wanted to get the point out. This should be crazy, man.
We tired of the buffoonery. Tired of the cognitive dissonance. I'm tired of y'all trying to act like y'all can't read.
If you got all the scholars that have,
it has nothing to do with cognitive dissonance. It has everything to do with knowing your fucking limits. Y'all read shit that people have studied for fucking years.
Hey, Wikipedia,
multiple scholars agree on and analyze different texts to find out the meaning. Y'all read it one time and y'all like, oh, this nigga racist. He meant this, he meant that.
You can't refute it.
Go get the scholars that saying what you're saying.
You don't fucking know.
It's irrefutable.
See,
it ain't no word. If it's so irrefutable, if it's so
irrefutable, then go get the scholars that say what you're saying.
You just use words.
We already did.
You don't even like.
You don't respect it though.
It doesn't matter.
I don't have to get a scholar when his work itself is irrefutably racist.
No, you said that many people have many scholars that are over the level, and it's irrefutable that him a racist. So where are those individuals, bro?
The entire notion of master races versus savage races is fucking racist. That's the definition. Now stop with this extra shit.
Yeah.
You're racist. You're telling me this race ain't good enough. That race is better. This race needs to be destroyed. That race needs to be exterminated.
That is the definition of race. We're gonna do the
fucking racist.
Let's go. I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna look up the definition of racism since we want to be goofballs.
We don't gotta be goofball. I'm saying like I'm just saying
you're
like
being goofy, bro.
y'all
Y'all
read
call yourself
a
intellect. You
particular
fancy yourself
snippet.
as intellect.
Don't read the whole body of something,
Yeah,
and then
no,
y'all
but
talking about
nobody
your
cares
whole
about
body
that.
of work
Refute this
conclusion
evidence.
based on a goddamn
So,
snippet.
sir.
My thing is, it's
at
not
the
even
same
that.
Bro, that's weak.
at the
That's
same
weak.
time,
That's a
when I
coward's
tell
way
them,
out.
at
Did
the
you
same
read the whole
time,
book?
at the same
What
time,
does
when
that
I
have to
tell
do with
them,
you being able to refute this
but the
evidence?
whole time, bro, like the whole time, when I tell them,
You can't refute it.
he wrote many letters. This
Can't refute
other
it.
written material talking about it. They say nope, fuck all that. No, that shit is worthless.
Talk about
I'm
what?
going with this sentence.
Abolitionist? He was
This
nice
week
to
sentence
somebody
right
on a
here
boat one
is
time?
all I need.
What are you talking about? He was nice to somebody on a boat one time. So yeah, his father was an abolitionist.
I'm saying
Forget what his son was.
it's deeper than
Forget what
that.
his cousin
Yeah,
was.
he
It goes
tapping
Forget
deeper
what
in
than
all
there,
the
that,
rest
bro.
of
bro.
his
So
family
like
was. We
that
just want to go to the
I'm
one
not
family
dealing.
that
I'm not.
counting
who
I'm
it
not
did
in
going to
something
deal
social
with
good.
it.
Wait
books.
a minute, wait a
I'm not
minute,
going
wait
to
a
deal
minute.
with
So
it
now
We
we
got
son
no
until we
guy.
finish dealing with
do
Darwin, bro.
you hear yourself focus? Do you
Yes,
even
he's
listen?
a
So now we judging motherfuckers based off of who they're related to. Like, do you hear yourself?
no. You
Do you
did
hear
that when you
yourself?
said his father was an abolitionist. I'm telling
Like
you, you can't
you're
on one set.
justifying
You can't
prejudice,
on
the
one.
same shit we
You
say we
can't on
hate
one
as
set.
black
You did
people.
that,
We hate to
Amber.
be
Amber.
prejudged and discriminated against, and
Amber.
then here you are saying,
All
"Look
right.
at him, look at
All
who
right,
his
Amber.
father was,
All right,
look at who
Amber.
his brother was, look at who his
Y'all
cousin was." Like you sound fucking ridiculous.
Amber, y'all did that when y'all talked about his father being an abolitionist. You brought up the family. His father was an abolitionist. Now, when I say, wait, his cousin and his son
Because
wasn't
you
shit.
also
No,
made
his
the
family
I
don't
didn't
statement.
bring
count.
up his
You
father's
can't
shit.
bring up
I
his
You
didn't bring up
family
his
when it
also
father's
made
Focus
benefits
shit.
just made a
you.
hell
I
of a
didn't bring up
point,
his
bro.
family.
you made
But
the
you
statement
He
that
can't
his
just made
bring
a
up
hell of a
Y'all,
point, bro.
family
hey,
when it
y'all, remember
benefits
who you was
you.
talking.
He made a
Now here
hell of
go
a
the
Remember who
point
you
cutoff
was
just
again.
talking
now.
to,
Here
because
go
I
the
didn't bring it up.
chaos. Here go the
Remember who
chaos.
you
You
was
You're
made a
not
talking
hell
to.
of a point
intellectually
just now.
smart enough to
the
refute
reason
the
is
point.
the
So
reason
now
is
this
Remember who
chaos,
you
motherfucker
was
want to pick
talking
up
to,
and cut
because
you
it
off.
wasn't me that brought it up. That
yeah,
was
the
the whole
reason
Doesn't
conversation
chaos,
we having on
matter.
the reason
The
I
is
wasn't
chaos
point
even on
because
the
it's like
panel
you
no more.
won't. Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah. I'm just saying, like,
Hey,
bro, like when
can I say something real
the
quick?
only reason you know about the letter and only that letter because Unc told you there's more letters
Who's
other
talking
than
about a
just the
letter? I'm talking
situation.
about his book, The Descent of Man, which you did not read, but you only talk
Yeah,
about the origin of species.
I
You
read.
never mentioned the descent
No,
of man, where he talks about evolution and
I
men
read.
in general. Talking about
I read.
he never applied his stuff to man. That's a lie. In the origin of species, he said you can apply all this to
Hold
man.
on, stop, bro.
Then he wrote The
Hold
Descent of
on,
Man.
hold on. I've read The Descent of Man, and what I argue with you against is that he was not talking about men in the origin of fucking species. That's what the conversation we had. And I said, no, I
Why
said
didn't you
that
mention The Descent
book
of Man?
because we wasn't talking about
Deceptive,
the descent of
diabolical, but you knew it existed. You read it,
no,
and you
because
never mentioned it.
because you made the statement about
How dare
favored
you?
races
How
in
dare
that
you?
book, and I told you that that book has nothing to do with humans.
It
And that's
did though.
correct,
At
bro.
the end, he made a statement saying all this could be applied to humans, and that in the future we're going to apply all this to humans. Then he
He's
wrote a book
talking
called The
about
Descent of Man.
He's talking about natural selection can be applied to humans, bro.
Okay, so his
So
thoughts.
you're wrong, but you won't
Okay,
say I'm wrong.
Yeah, but
I'm
I
not.
don't.
No.
But
I'm not.
focus.
Excuse me.
You
I'm
could
not
give him
saying I'm
that,
wrong.
bro. Listen, just give it to him, bro. Okay, so
All right,
he
whatever.
wasn't talking about that in the origin of species. Okay, get that, bro. You got it, bro.
Yes, he was. He
All
was
right.
talking
No.
about that
Let him
in the
have it,
origin.
bro.
Hold
Let him
on, hold
have
on.
it.
He was
Let him
talking
have it.
about that in the origin
No,
of
I'm
species.
saying.
He was.
I'm just saying, for the
Because
sake
the
of
title
argument,
went
just let him
through.
have that, bro.
See? And Lynn didn't read the
Hey,
book.
Let
hold
him
up,
have that,
wait a
bro.
minute,
Let
wait a
IBM
minute.
talk.
Because the descent of
Wait a
man is
minute.
there. So if
Hold
he
on.
wanna
Hold on.
pretend like the descent
Hold
of man
on,
doesn't
hold on,
exist,
Haskell.
go ahead,
Hold
IBM.
on, Haskell.
Oh, go ahead.
Listen. The origin of species went through 7 different titles, 7 to 13 different titles. And one of them was the origin of species by means of natural selection for the preservation of favored races. Now, it's not natural selection if you're picking favored races, okay? So you need to stop talking the retarded bullshit. It
What are the
says it in
favorite
the title.
races in this
Now,
list?
It says it in the
you know what
title.
he said,
Let
bro,
him
right? Now,
finish.
I know you're smarter than that.
Hold
bro.
on,
Let
it
him
says it in
finish.
the title.
Let him
And listen,
finish.
listen,
Do you agree with that,
listen.
Haskell?
One
Let him
more
finish.
No,
thing.
I
Just one
actually
more
agree
thing.
with
Regardless, let him
I
finish.
actually agree.
Let him finish.
One more thing.
When something
Listen,
else
one
is
more thing.
favored over another,
He considered all. Listen, he considered all men. See, we got to stop this. He considered all men, animals, right? Okay? So, here's two of his comments to prove it. Will's man, however well behaved, at best is but a monkey shaved. And here's the second one. the evolution of the human race will not be accomplished in 10,000 years, like Unc says, is lying. But anyway, accomplished in 10,000 years of tame animals, but in millions of years of wild animals, because man is and always will be a wild animal. So he is saying that we are wild animals. Okay, but now listen, hold on. Here's the thing. Here's the kicker. All right? When Focus was telling y'all that the man said, about the baboon, that, okay, here it is. For it will intervene between man more civilized, talking about themselves, the Caucasian, and some ape as low as a baboon, so they're putting the baboon down, right, brother? Now listen to what they do there. Hold on. They build the gorilla up. They say the gorilla right here, and the Negro or Australia to the gorilla. So they're saying the gorilla is a more intelligent species, and they're comparing us to that and saying that the gorilla is smarter and we're damn near close to it, is what they're saying. So you can try to pretty up the words all you want, but that is what they're saying.
It's closer to mankind than a goddamn baboon.
No, the gorilla is closer to black people. Not them to black people, because remember.
You won.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Haz. Go ahead, Sosa. My bad. Go ahead, Sosa.
Does not evolution or natural selection, right? The process of natural selection is nature favoring one over another, bro. So you're saying that's not what natural selection is?
Yeah, I told you that 2 years ago, Sosa. Well, yeah, asked me the same questions over and over again. I don't even see why y'all still on this. But hold on. If you have an island where you leave it for 10,000 years and you do not mess with the inhabitants, and then you come back, whatever is left is natural selection. Not some white man pointing his finger saying, you, and you.
Bro, right. I'm asking Haskell a question, bro. Haskell.
Yo.
Does natural selection not favor one, as nature favor one over another?
Yeah, that's the definition of it, right?
When somebody said favored races, right?
No, what about preservation though?
Those species,
preservation though. You got that? That's an action of preserving.
Preservation of favored races.
Right. You have to add the preservation. That's an action.
Hold on, dude. You cut in Sosa's point, man. Let me talk, guy.
Even if you throw preservation, that doesn't change the clarity of natural selection, bro. Because those favored races will be preserved, bro. And the evolution doesn't end. It's a continuing process, bro.
Like, yeah, I got it.
Like his title is now, like it just fell out the sky.
Confounding.
Hold on, IBM. He asked me a question, and I gotta say the brother Focus, he could be spastic, like I said, but sometimes he makes some really salient points, and he just made one there. That qualifier preservation negates this argument that you're trying to make that this is purely taxonomic and science. It's not. If you're talking about preservation.
You mean the point that
let him finish.
Preservation.
Not necessarily.
It does. Yeah, you're not going to use that type of language to describe the unintentional actions of nature, right? You're not going to say nature preserves the favored races. That's not how a taxonomist.
But that's the thing. That's assuming that's assuming that they're saying that it is unintentional.
Yeah.
Like science or nature has an intentional way of preserving favored races.
No, that's not what they're saying.
Even Sosa would tell you that's bunk.
It's just like, bro, it's just simply saying that when you go through this process of natural selection, right? Those genes that are favored are preserved. You understand? But it's not like evolution doesn't end. It keeps going, and more favored races and genetic components are continued, and they're preserved and passed on, and it keeps going and preserved. You feel me? It doesn't change the statement.
Hey, unbiased.
All right, but I have a question. I have a question though. If they're talking about preservation through natural selection and over time and evolution, Why
Hey,
in the Descent of
folks,
Man did he say
unbiased,
that we will be
Yeah.
make
exterminated
somebody
in
a
a short
co-host
time?
for
In
you.
a short time,
Call out.
not measured by centuries.
Now
I just got to
jumping
ask Sosa that
Now
question.
you jump into the Cinemania and changing the context.
I want to know
Now you
why
start
he
talking-
said that.
Why? Okay, so now
Because
we're
it's
talking
all
about
his
Cinemania.
work. It's all his work.
What? Okay,
That's-
what are you talking about? What? Say it again.
He said in the Descent of Man that in a short time, not measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will surely exterminate the savage races of men. So what he's saying is not measured by centuries. So a very short time. Now evolution.
Less than
So when you
200
talk
years.
about preserve, hold on. Let me qualify my statement. Let me qualify it real quick. So when you talk about preserving something, hold on, through natural selection. Hold on, real quick.
Clarity on it before you build your statement. I need clarity, bro.
I'm about to explain the clarity.
Hold on. If somebody said not measured by centuries, then how will you deem that to be less than centuries?
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what that means.
Bruh,
You guys
let's read it
English
again.
or
Let's read it
something?
again. Let's read
Like,
it
you
again.
guys have poor
At
English
some future
comprehension.
period,
It's
not very
Not as much
distant.
time as centuries.
Hold on. At some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries.
There you go.
Now, let's stop trying to
you trying
explain
everywhere
away.
to swan. So
Just
like,
I just want to get
look,
clarity.
it says the
like,
civilized races of man. Hold on.
Like, we can't even have these discussions in good faith.
Hold on, we can though. If you would just let me finish. Stop. Now, at some period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races. Now, that removes all of this through eventual.
But what are the
hold on, Amber, let me finish. Amber, wait. Now that removes all of this eventually through time of natural selection, because that's measured by immeasurable time in nobody's lifetime. You're talking about millennia. You're talking about hold on, wait. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on, Sosa. Stop being afraid to let me finish. I got a question for you. Hold on. I have a question for you.
Hey,
Did you get answer when I finish?
Right now, you are out on your feet, bro.
Right. Look.
Only on my feet because you just keep talking.
Bruh, stop. The civilized
Hey, could y'all
races
stop
of man
arguing for 1 second? And DJ, you're not reading the full quote. You're not reading the full quote. And that's where you're messing everybody up. If you read the full quote, then you would.
Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead.
Stop. Shut up. I mean, no, don't shut up. Just stop. Let me see. Okay, because remember what we're talking about: preservation of favorite races. You talking about? You talking about?
I thought you asked me a question.
Hey, hold on. I'm about to. Yo, bro, why can't I get a fucking coherent thought out? Jesus, only with
bro,
me.
You're taking 2 minutes. That's why you're taking too long.
Because I'm telling you to shut up. The whole time.
No, you're still taking too long, man. Why only 2 minutes?
Bruh.
Your coherent thought should be 30 seconds,
bruh. See, this is what y'all do every time.
Yeah, because you talk a lot every time.
In fear of me getting a coherent thought out.
Fear. No, you take too long,
Living in fear of me getting my coherent thought. Now, hush.
Stop taking too long. Get it out quickly.
Because what we're talking about here is the preservation of favored races. What we're talking about here is preserving these races. And you saying, oh, okay, well, this is going to be an act through natural selection over a certain time. But as we go further down in his works, he's telling us that at some period, not very distant by measured by centuries, the civilized races of of man will certainly exterminate and replace the savage ones. So that's preservation in a more active sense. That's preservation in a more eugenic sense, not a natural selection sense. Now explain that correlation.
Yo, knockout. I'm sorry. Y'all could talk what y'all want about focus, but that's a knockout.
It's not a knockout. That's what
I don't want me to speak.
Can I say something real quick, please?
Starting at the end.
I like what you're trying to do, Haskell. Keep up the good work.
One book. And then jumping out of that book into another book, into the end of that book, and juxtaposing two comments as if they're related to it, as if there's a correlation.
It's all his work, bro. It's all his work.
Independent. You know what I'm saying?
All his work.
Book. One book is about natural selection. One book is about sexual selection. And when he's talking about the civilized races, he's talking about those races that are more technically advanced, right? Because if you was to go up to a hunter-gatherer, you may consider a hunter-gatherer a savage. So what he's saying is that in time, those civilized races will exterminate the savages, bro. Those we think, all those hunter-gatherer, all those small tribes live out in the forest, that civilized man will stomp them out. That's what he's saying.
So do you think he had
No,
a
he's
change
not.
of heart
No, he
between
is not.
origin of
No, he is
species and
not.
the
He's
descent
saying
of
at
man?
the same
Or do you think he was
time-
building it up?
Hey, DJ, hold on. He's saying at the same, listen, this is what DJ's leaving out. At the same time, the anthropomorphosis apes, as Professor Schaffhausen has remarked, will no doubt be exterminated. The break will then be rendered wider. Calling us the anthropomorphosis ape, or the anthropomorphosis
We
apes.
read that 1,000
By
times.
the way,
Darwin
but anyway,
believed
hold
that-
on.
Leaving it
So
out.
Darwin
it
believed
will
that all-
intervene between man
Darwin
and
believed
more
that all
civilized
got
states,
raped, bro.
as we may hope. As we may hope. It says, as we may hope. Then the Caucasian and some apes as low as a baboon instead of the present between the Negro and Australian gorilla. He keeps reading that same comment. But quote, but there's another quote that he says it, and he says Caucasian 3 times when he's talking about the Caucasian race. And when it's my turn, I'll read it to you so then you can hear it. And it's from the Descent of Man too. But DJ keeps on beating up this one goddamn quote, and he got other ones. So
I don't care if he got
there's
other
another
ones.
one.
Well,
When it's
I
my
mean,
turn, I'll read it for
You
you.
can't negate this. Negate
I
that.
do
I
have
don't
a
care if you
question,
No, you
add on
can't,
to the
DJ. You're
cipher
right.
or you
I do
call
have-
it
I do have a question,
contradictory of himself. But you cannot negate this or the fact that he said it or the fact that eugenics is built upon this. His son's work was built upon this. Stop.
Question though. Is there a way to exterminate savage races versus death? Like, is there, let's say if you civilize a savage race, would that be exterminating savage races as well?
No.
It
Why
depends
not?
on who is.
If you
Depends on who
civilize,
is
No,
putting
that's
the
not what he
category
said.
on these people. Who? No, listen.
if you
Think about
civilize
it.
all the
Judging
savages,
who is
are
savage
you
and who is
not?
not.
Yo, bro.
But
Who
if
is
you
making?
civilize
Who is
all
judging? Who is?
savages,
That's not
Who is
exterminating. He
judging
would
who
have
is
said
savage and who is
civilize
not?
them.
but hold on.
He would have said once we civilized
Hold on.
them, not
Extermination just
exterminated them.
means
Stop changing the
exterminating.
English
Hold
language.
on. Exterminating just means to destroy completely. If you destroy the
Exactly,
concept of
completely.
exactly, but if you destroy the
Completely.
concept, if you
No,
destroy
not the concept,
of
completely.
savagery,
No,
if you destroy
completely.
the concept of savagery
You didn't destroy him
without
completely.
destroying the person, do you
No,
still not destroy
No, you didn't destroy
the
them
savage race?
completely. Exterminate is destroy completely. The only way to destroy completely is to
So
exterminate.
if you
Stop.
destroy the savagery completely without the people, are you not still destroying the savage race?
No, you're only destroying the savagery. You're not destroying them completely. You're just destroying the savagery in them. To destroy them completely, you have to exterminate them. You're wrong. Try again.
But you're
Stop.
exterminating the savagery though.
But that's not destroying them
So
completely.
then the savage race will become this.
That's not destroying them completely.
It's still an extermination of the savage races, right?
No.
Yes, it
it's
is.
not destroying them completely. You
yes,
have to get rid of
if
them.
you civilize a savage,
that's not what they was talking about.
If you civilize a savage,
then why didn't he say civilize them? Why did he say exterminate? Why are you trying to?
He didn't say that he wasn't going to civilize them.
Yeah, but no.
Just,
why are you trying to reinterpret what he meant by exterminate?
It's not reinterpreting.
That's weird.
It's called thinking outside the box.
That's pseudo. Who's pseudo in it now?
Pseudo, baby.
He didn't mean exterminate. He meant exterminate the savage within you.
And you answered that one way, baby, you would have it wrong. Because at the end of the day, there's multiple ways to look at it. You assume.
Hey, Amber, you better than this, mama.
You assume that you guys are assuming based off of what you want to hear and what you want to see.
You better than this, mama. So when you say exterminate, what he really mean is he gonna civilize them, like talk to them and have a little outreach program. Amber, come on, man.
Hey, let me know when y'all ready.
I don't understand how it's so far-fetched.
At the same time, the evolutionists are wiping out.
That was civilization. So I don't even understand how y'all feel like that's a far-fetched idea.
It's far-fetched and it's silly. Now,
so
at the same time,
what he really meant was civilized.
at the
civilize
same
the
time,
savages.
That's your
What are we
argument.
talking about?
extermination, he really been civilized.
I mean,
Well, at the same time,
that's
they was
going
wiping
on
The
right
out
whole
the
thing
now.
inhabitants.
was to have free
They was
liberty
wiping out
in
the
that.
inhabitants
Hey,
of half the
it
world.
ain't got no
Y'all saying it's
goddamn.
ridiculous.
Oh my
Y'all
God.
saying it's ridiculous, but that was part of the justification of
While
slavery, is that they were civilizing
wiping
the
out the
savages.
inhabitants
Well,
of the
that's some
entire
bullshit.
world.
I don't
They
give a
didn't
fuck
kill
what
us.
it is,
Wiping out
justification. That's some
the
They
bullshit.
New
enslaved us
Zealanders
and
and the New
civilized us.
Guineans.
But you see how y'all
Abolitionists
you
were
see how
wiping
y'all
out
so
the
tied to
inhabitants of
one point
Australia.
that y'all not even
And you
thinking
talking
logically.
about,
Y'all saying
he
the
was
idea
talking about
is ridiculous,
civilizing them.
but it was
Get
literally
that
one of the
dumb shit out of
We
here.
already had
of slavery.
civilizations in
You know,
Do
Africa.
you see how
We
ridiculous y'all
created
are sounding now?
civilizations.
That's
In
what I mean.
Africa, we created civilizations. So how the fuck are they
Dumb
civilizing
shit.
us?
when
But
they when the
and
Europeans went through
IBM, it's
Australia,
beside
the
the fucking point.
evolution
Are
of what
you in
they
the
did.
chat
It's
talking
beside,
about somebody being
listening?
emotional?
It's beside the
Woo, a
point.
whole
The
weirdo.
fact that I presented an idea, some shit that actually fucking exists, and y'all laughed at it because y'all want to believe that this shit
Because it
means
makes no
murder.
sense. It's white
It
people
ain't
apology.
bullshit.
Because I
It
have.
was,
all
it
you
was,
do.
it was literally the
I'm not going
justification
against
for
you,
fucking
sis. I don't
slavery.
have nothing against
That's
you.
all you
What the fuck is
do.
you
I'm
talking
mad at
about?
You're a
Darwin,
white person apologist.
not
Let
you.
me
Everything
tell
out
a
your
white person
goddamn mouth.
apologist. Nigga, you
Everything out
sitting
your
up
mouth.
here
Well,
talking about
maybe
actual
what
fucking
Darwin
history
meant
is
by
a ridiculous
termination was
concept.
we really wanted to
Nigga, this shit
civilize them
actually happened.
and terminate
The
the
fuck is
savage
we
out of
talking
them.
about?
Hey, could I read this other quote for y'all, please?
Racists who wanted to exterminate people. Knock it off.
Hey, DJ. Hey, can I read this other quote real quick? Y'all don't mind?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Read it.
All right. I could show fight on natural selection having done and doing more for the progress of civilization than you seem inclined to admit. Remember what risk the nation of Europe ran not so many centuries ago of being overwhelmed by the Turks. He's talking about Hannibal there, family. And how ridiculous such an idea is now. The more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beating back the Turkish hollows in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. DJ was just reading parts of that. You see, so it says Caucasian races, what, to Europe ran the nation. Remember what risk the nations of Europe ran, and Caucasian races, and then I think it says it again somewhere. But civilized race. So right there, reading the whole quote, DJ, and then it gives the whole context. So you got to read the whole thing, man, so they'll understand where it's coming from. But you're only reading certain parts that fit your narrative, brother.
All right. Well, the part, whatever you just read,
when he's talking about
doesn't negate
civilized,
what
right?
I'm saying.
Listen, when he talks about civilized, right, and he's talking
bears
about
witness to it,
right? We're talking about economic, like a social class, like an economic system, technologically advanced,
like a
right?
stimulus, like a stimulus package,
like a technologically advanced,
a technological stimulus package.
Right. So we'll go to a
man. If y'all don't get y'all ass out of here, man. Get the fuck
this
on.
nigga's going, boy.
Why y'all becoming enraged by
if y'all don't
is
get
a
the
white
fuck
man
on
apologist.
I want to read.
White people apologists, boy. I swear to God.
By eliminate, they really mean like having outreach programs and Pell Grants. If y'all, hey man,
I'm gonna read a quote.
That's my nigga, though. That's my nigga. Don't be so big.
This is real life right now, bro.
He was talking about exterminating the savage out of him.
Can I read a quote?
The fuck?
Can I read a quote, bro? No, I don't know I don't even know. That ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But anyway, let me just read a quote. It says, with savages, the weak in the body or mind are soon eliminated, and those that survive commonly exhibit a vigorous state of health. Right? So he's talking about that's true with hunter-gatherers, with the Khoisan, right? So he's referring to those type of society, because with the Khoisan, if a baby is born with any type of defect, they're going to kill it, right? So we'll continue on. He said, we civilized men, on the other hand, do our utmost to check the process of elimination. We build asylums for the imbecile, the maimed, and the sick. You understand? So he give you an example of a savage, right, who knocks off the seed that's not fit, right, or able to survive. And he give an example of what civilized people do, right? So so now you can see the disparity between a savage, non-technological society to civilized to one who's building asylum to house the maims and sicks and so forth and so on.
Okay,
That's
none
clear.
of that negates the fact that he wants to exterminate races.
Is that clear? Is that clear though? No, I'm saying, is that clear or is that some bullshit?
Yeah, all right, that's clear. But none of that addresses or negates the fact that he wants to exterminate races, and that makes him racist. I don't care. You can't, let me finish. You can't talk about a technological society building asylums for the maimed, especially now when the entire world can be technologically advanced, as opposed to you trying to purposely marginalize other people, purposely underdevelop entire nations, purposely wipe people out, all to fit your narrative that white people are better. Like at the end of the day,
let's just deal with the quote, because you
right. So your quote that you brought up, technologically advanced, all that's fine, but none of that negates the fact that he said at some period, not very distant, measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races.
You just made a statement. We're walking, right? But because we were trying to, because I made a comment about civilized as referring to technologically advanced, and savage appeared that those not technologically advanced, right?
That's one quote. We all know.
But I'm saying is that that's an example of.
They say the black races, the Australian. They say that he says it. He says it in the quote. Don't know why you keep on trying to make it sound like he's talking about.
It's not limited specifically to little loincloth wearing tribes.
Have you seen?
That's intellectually dishonest, Sosa. Cut it out.
Do you
Stop.
know? Hold on.
You're being dishonest, bro.
You don't want me to talk? I'll just go let you have it, bro. Or we gonna build, right?
Yeah, so because this is the same shit that Johann Frederick Blumenbach was talking about. The man who created the 5 races and created the term Caucasian.
Like
he was one of the first to say that the Germanic men was the best.
I'm not getting y'all throwing.
I told you that the last time.
We don't go with that, bro. So Haskell.
What about Johann Frederick Blumenbach? What about him?
IBM,
you keep on trying to skip.
Let him talk, IBM.
I'm out, man. I'm out, bro. Okay.
Yeah, get up out of here. Get up out of here, Sosa.
They don't want to hear about Johann Frederick Blumenbach created the 5 races and the term Caucasian.
Sosa know damn well.
Yeah, but IBM, we're not talking about Blumenbach right now.
Now he want to try to.
Yes, we are, because he said the same shit. He said that when he did his little fruity trip. Hold on. He said when he did his little fruity trip around the world studying male anatomy that he came up with the theory that it was the white Germanic men who was the best looking men on the planet. Now tell me I'm wrong. Look it up.
Yeah, I mean, all of these people have
that bullshit, and y'all sitting here pushing it. Y'all pushing this little fairy tale, and I mean literally fairy tale.
Yeah, they have
around the world about the colors after he put us in the 5 races. It was not us.
Yeah, they all. Hold on, IBM. They all have the same general ethos, right? Just each of them have
exactly the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man, just like Hitler and all the rest of them. What the hell's wrong with y'all?
Yeah. Ain't nobody on. Everybody on here pretty much agrees with you, IBM.
So you could turn.
Yeah, you could turn down.
But I've already told them this shit numerous times over and over again.
I know, but we on the same page. It's time for us to shine on them.
Yeah, you could turn. You could turn down IBM.
Nah, man, we don't need you, Amber.
Here's my question.
Nah, we need somebody here. We need pushback.
Here's my question, though.
We could have got some shit out.
So beyond this, beyond Darwin, okay, and whether he was a racist or not, at the end of the day, do we feel that there is a process by nature, even if we don't do shit? If nobody's driving behind the wheel, right? We just fucking having kids at random. do we believe that there is a mechanism in nature that is selecting the best traits, and the weaker traits or the less preferred traits are dying off little by little? Do we believe that or agree with that?
You know what?
I could say that's a possibility. I could say, you know, and you know, because it's, you know, like you're saying, with the natural survival of the fittest. That's natural survival of the fittest, Amber, and that does take place. You know what I'm saying? We know that in the animal kingdom, right? But we're talking about natural. We're not talking about a weaponized version or a fucking theory that some racist has given you, and we keep promoting it.
But here's the thing: regardless as to whether or not he's racist, is the theory correct? Do we see it in action? I want to separate the two.
No.
Okay,
no.
Now
evolution is not real.
I tend to believe
his theory of evolution is not real and has been debunked, as well as Margaret Singer's bullshit. They're taking her statue out of Cambridge. All these people have been debunked, and Cambridge is even doing has done videos showing you that natural selection is impossible because the way they found the fossil layers and all this other stuff. How all these animals just popped up at one time. They didn't evolve. They just popped up at one time. They're saying that now.
Yeah,
we're still stuck. We're still stuck in 1980s.
That's a whole different.
We're still stuck in 1980s research.
That's a whole different ball of wax.
Bring our game up.
I mean, listen.
We need to step our game up.
Hold on,
doing research on the more.
Hold on, bro. Amber, if you guys were saying, hey, okay, he's a racist. Okay, so what? He's a man of his time, but it doesn't negate X, Y. I don't have no problem. To me, him being a racist isn't even really it isn't a huge deal to me. You know, it's when people try to deny what's right in front of them. It's like, it's crazy.
Well, for me, I don't propose to be a Margaret Sanger expert or a Darwin expert. So when I am on the panel and when I am engaged in the discussion, and you say that undeniably it's clear that they were racist, and you say you have evidence, I expect to see undeniable, irrefutable evidence.
We showed you.
No, you didn't. Here's the thing: like,
we showed you on multiple occasions.
No, you haven't.
Visited the KKK.
DJ,
she was a
DJ
eugenicist.
DJ Focus.
She believes. Relax.
DJ Focus.
You cutting her off.
Regardless as to what you think, I'm very fair and very unbiased. If you were to
shut up, then let her talk.
If you was to actually show that, I would say, oh yeah, definitely. But you all present things that are ambiguous, and it does not necessarily prove your point. It's not saying that he can't be racist. You have not proven it. That's what I'm saying.
There's nothing we can present where you would say, yeah.
And when they're direct quotes from the people that we're talking about, I mean, y'all are disputing him, not us.
But here's the thing.
They're taking their statues down. Everybody's saying they're racist. You're the only one fighting it, and you just said you're not an expert on it. So shut up.
Again. Who the fuck you talking to, Focus?
You just said you're not an expert.
I'm not your bitch. You gonna watch how the fuck
dialogue till he start talking.
Now I've been real cool.
She cussed me out 4 times.
First, man.
On everything, all that
shut
she
cussed me out.
You keep cutting on everybody off.
I'm not that bitch.
Don't drop him. Put him in the back room, bro.
I'm about to, man. This dude is reckless right now.
Who told her to put me in the room?
You're reckless.
Who was that?
I did.
Reckless.
Now he can be reckless, but I'm finna get.
Oh, you trying to tell her to throw me in the room? She cutting all of this cursing. She doing that. Me calling me motherfuckers and shit.
Dude, cause you cut. You still talking. He makes the argument about him.
So right now you safe, but quit fucking playing with me. Do that. Shut up and all of that shit with them other niggas. Don't fucking
shut up.
No, you shut the fuck up.
All right. Yeah. Next outburst. I'm putting him in the weight room. Next outburst. All right, so Amber, finish your point.
DJ, we appreciate you.
Provide good evidence.
But what I was saying was, at the end of the day, I can be convinced. But
me too.
If it's all of this ambiguous,
I can't be convinced.
Like, you're not gonna convince me like that. It's not. You're not gonna come with your feeling in an ambiguous, vague quote and be like, "See, he was racist." and expect me to agree. No, you're gonna have to
picture of a
show me
blurry
that.
Bigfoot.
And there's plenty of literature from the time period where people were blatantly fucking racist and it was acceptable. So if he was so racist, it should not be that hard to find.
Right.
So the fact that you all are having such a difficult time finding shit where a motherfucker's being blatantly racist, I'm like, no, this don't work.
All right, can I go ahead?
We have read quote after quote, though.
Yeah, what she's saying is those quotes are ambiguous, but here's the thing: when you're dealing with
you can call them what you want. They said it.
Hold on, IBM. When you're dealing with an intellectual, like the words are always going to be like real flowery and scholastic. You know, it's not going to be your garden variety David Duke. I hate the niggers. You're never gonna get anything. So if that's like if that's the threshold that you need to, qualify somebody as racist, Amber, then hey, I bow out.
I disagree. I got the book Medical Apartheid, and a lot of those research papers, those doctors written at that time, they were very racist, and they never dreamed of a black person read from that book. And they were very open in their ideologies and what they had to say.
Right.
So there's the same thing with Darwin and everybody else you claim is racist. They're talking to their own audience. Why they got to be so codified and covert
but unbiased? What's codified about the Anglo-Saxon race represents the higher race of man? Like what's ambiguous about that?
They already challenged you on that one.
What's there to challenge? Amber, do you have something? What's ambiguous about the Anglo-Saxon group represents the apex?
I told you what was ambiguous about it to me. You took 2 lines out of the letter, and I feel like the entire letter provided the context to what he meant that statement.
Fine.
In.
So
I told you my position on that. So,
that's fine. Yeah. What that's a different argument. You're saying there's an overall lack of context, right? But insofar as him positing that the Anglo-Saxon race represents the apex of humanity, where's the
I don't think that's what he was saying. You want me to give you my ad lib, my interpretation?
We'll read it again.
You can read it as many times as you want to, but the same way you interpret it, do you want me to give you my interpretation?
It doesn't matter what we read.
Do you want me to give you my interpretation?
You are resolute.
Nothing Amber is doing is an outburst right now.
Neither of us is the writer.
Because she agrees with unbiased.
Me a question, and he's trying to shift my response. So again, if you want me to give my opinion on what I read,
she's bugging.
Then I can give you my opinion on what I read. Do you want to hear my opinion on what I read, Haskell? You have your interpretation. Do you want to hear my interpretation?
Yeah, you said you believe extermination meant like to have programs and outreach programs and education.
And that's not what I said. But I do believe that
extermination makes civilized.
Hey, I ain't never seen you. I ain't never seen you
want to
like
exterminate world hunger, or you want to exterminate
Amber.
You want to exterminate poverty? Does that mean you want to exterminate the poor people? Is that
Amber.
The same thing? If you want to exterminate poverty, do you have to kill the poor people to exterminate poverty, or do you?
I hold you in high
bring
regard,
them up to another level. Like at the end of the day,
in high regard in a lot of these dudes,
let's quit fucking playing. Let's stop fucking playing, baby. I do this all fucking day. Let's stop.
You know how I feel about you, bro.
We do have to stop playing. We do have to stop playing. No, we do have to stop playing. We got to stop playing like these people. We got to stop playing like these people have not shown.
IBM,
just relax.
We're on a good page right now. We're on a good page right now.
Amber allowed to do what she wants. Like, Unbiased says nothing because he agrees with her.
Colleen,
we got to be quiet. We got to give the sister some respect.
I got muted 20
times.
Don't address me. She cutting everybody off. She's
don't address
everybody
me.
Off. I'll
don't address me,
on this panel.
Don't address
anyone on this panel.
I'm going back and forth, and they're not complaining. So, bitch, why the fuck are you? That's
why
what I want to know.
See, you calling me all
if
types
they're
of
not
names.
complaining
because
about the
I'm getting
bitch, why the fuck are you?
Kicked out
why
the
you
room.
on this motherfucker crying if they ain't complaining?
I'm getting kicked out, muted, and kicked out the room.
Nobody. Wait, nobody.
I'm being told I'm the only one with no self-control, and I'm watching you exhibit
Hey, no.
lack of self.
I gotta mute you. Hey, everybody's a host.
See,
Haskell,
I'm getting muted.
because you're lying. Haskell, did you see my man in a waiting room?
Amber can do what she wants, but
No. You lied just now. Haskell, did you see focus?
Third mute in a row.
Okay, look, dude, I'm gonna put you in waiting room for real because you're being an asshole.
Amber gives respect where respect
did you see focus in the waiting room?
Hold on, let me look.
No. Earlier, did you see him in the waiting room?
Yeah, I saw something about admitting him in.
No, dude, he left and came back in.
I didn't leave anything. I got kicked out.
No, dude, you dropped off and came back in. I admitted you back in.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, I didn't leave.
No. So what I'm saying is, earlier before he left Haskell, we all heard the damn chime. There's a noise when you leave. He left and then he came back in. I'm saying, I did. Amber, did you see me put this dude in the waiting room? I muted him. He was not in the waiting room.
Okay, fine. I didn't get put in the waiting room.
All right, so stop lying.
I thought I did. I got kicked off. Okay, whatever. You called me a liar, whatever. My point, though.
No. It was Amber point. It was Amber point.
See, you see this?
Because you talked a lot already. Amber, go ahead, finish.
Because again, I was having a whole conversation with Haskell, and you, attention hungry whore, want to jump in every discussion that don't revolve around you.
She's not talking to you right now.
Attention hungry whore.
Now I'm talking to you because you addressed me, and I'm letting you know don't.
Rondell, stop muting me.
Stop talking. She was addressing Haskell.
Put a link in the chat for Chef, y'all.
Like I was saying, do you want to hear my interpretation without all the extra? And I can talk about what I was talking about then too, because y'all was so worked up and trying to prove y'all point that y'all wasn't hearing the point I was making. But if you would like to know my interpretation, how I took that line that you read, the quote, I took it like he was saying, right now, white people going crazy. They think they're better than everybody. And in the next 500 years, they're going to be done fucked around and exterminated all these other nations. And in their view, as a unit, they're going to have rose to a higher rank in society. He was saying that was not his interpretation currently, because he believes that we all come from one ancestor. That's what
Amber, come on, man.
Now you want to know what I believe he was saying. That's what I believe he was saying. Now what we can do is we can look at multiple scholars who have analyzed the text and see what they feel that exchange meant.
None of them will say that they thought extermination meant civilization.
I'm pretty sure you haven't read now one analysis, so you don't know what they would say.
And then why would he at the end of it say, and then we'll be better off for it? See, when he says we're going to exterminate people and then be better off in the long run.
Nah, she's saying that those racist people believe that. She's saying that Darwin stated that the racist people feel like the human race going to be better off for that, not him himself.
Exactly.
Amber, I ain't never seen you like this, bro. Never.
Exactly. Haskell, I've seen you like this, so I'm not surprised.
That just doesn't make no sense.
I'm not used to you being this arguing in bad faith like this, bro. Like
it's not an argument in bad. That's the thing. It's not an argument in bad faith. You want me to derive something from two sentences and disregard everything else in the letter. I cannot do that. That's an argument in bad faith.
What else in the letter disregards those two sentences, though? You can't say read the whole letter.
You cannot take two sentences. But nothing in the letter refutes the entire letter based off two sentences. Like, come on, you can't get the context of his entire worldview.
Amber, you gotta show us something that refutes these sentences. You gotta show us something that refutes him calling white people to master class. And you gotta show us something that refutes.
You haven't shown
us something that refutes.
You haven't shown anything that says that he doesn't. You made the claim that he's racist. You have to show the irrefutable proof. I don't have to prove he's not racist.
Let's Chef get in there, y'all. He just
cutting me
off.
I don't
give a fuck if he's racist or not. I don't care.
I'm biased. She said I'm an attention whore. She's cutting me off.
Let's Chef get in, DJ Focus. Let's hear from Chef.
No, let me say my point first, because it's my point. It's not shut Kaleem up. Don't give him a turn to talk. Mute him. Let me say my point. Now, the bottom line is this. You cannot refute or negate the two sentences, if you want to call them, the paragraph that I read to you, the fact that both of these correspond with eugenics, both of them correspond with a eugenic mindset, which his son was the president of the Eugenics Foundation of Britain. His first cousin, eugenics, Bohr, okay? And you cannot negate the fact that the very reality of his research states and dictates that there are savage races and civilized ones. And the savage ones will be exterminated in a very short period of time by the civilized ones. And the world would be better off for it. The races will be better off for it. Now negate that shit. Don't talk about us reading a whole letter. Don't talk about what he meant by exterminate was civilized. I want to hear that shit. Use his work to negate these very real statements that he made, or silence yourself.
But
Yeah,
you
Chef,
also
where you
got
at?
to add too. You also got to add too that these, like when I said Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, and then the ones after him are following suit, and then the ones after them are following suit. Malthus, and them. We didn't talk about Malthus and how he was doing his thing. We have stuff on him too. We don't talk about, and I have writing from him shows where, what they were talking about. And it all goes back to that narrative stemming from, the favored races and the creation of the 5 races and the word and term Caucasian by this fellow Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. And like I said, this guy I'm not going to tell you about his little journey again, studying male anatomy. You know what that sounds like, and we all know what it sounds like, studying male anatomy to see who has the most beautiful men on the planet, and then the motherfucker come back and says, on the Caucasian variety, I have taken the name of this variety from Mount Caucasus, both because of its neighborhood and especially the southern slope produces the most beautiful race of men. What does that sound like to you? I mean the Georgian, and because all the physiological reasons converge to this, meaning the knees, toes, elbows, and asshole converge to this.
Yo, Chef, where you at, bro?
It is white in color. Besides, it is white in color, which we may fairly assume to be the primitive color of mankind, since it is very easy to degenerate into brown, but very difficult, more difficult for dark to become white. And we know that's bullshit. We can have white kids, but they can't have black kids. That's bullshit. So there you go, right there. That's it right there. That's the man who created the 5 races and his little gay trip around the world.
Yo, Chef, get in there, man.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? I actually agree with Kaleem on the point that the statement is racist, right? Like, I ain't gonna twist my brain and act like those statements are not racist, right? Now, whether he was a racist or, or not, when Unc and them tried to act like those statements wasn't racist, it's fucking beyond me. Like, you can agree, like, you can revere a person because they discover the mechanism of evolution, right? And say they push science forward, right? And that's why you revere them. But when they make clear statements of racism, right? It's like Lincoln. Lincoln was the great emancipator, right? But we can read some things out of some of his speeches that were clearly racist. Does that mean Lincoln was a racist? I don't know. But he definitely made statements that we classify as fucking racist. Now, do we consider him like Jefferson Davis? No, we don't put him on that extreme. You dig what I'm saying? The same way we wouldn't put Darwin on an extreme as a Hitler or another racist of his time or the 1850s. No, he wasn't a rabid racist. But was he a white man of his time, right? Did he share some of the same views as other Victorian age Europeans? According to his writings, yeah, he did. And that's all I gotta say.
Well, I'll say this. I do believe that you can make statements that can be discriminatory and affect racists. So like looking at certain societies as being savage, and I'm gonna say society and not racist, right? Because we can look at certain third world countries and be like, oh, they live like savages, right?
Right.
And we can want to quote unquote civilize them, right? Or feel like they should live a better life. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, so hold on, Amber. So I get what you're saying. So Amber is saying that when he said exterminate the savage races, she's saying he meant exterminate by civilizing them, raising them up.
And here's the thing. I'm not even saying
to their level of civilization.
But the thing is, I'm not even necessarily saying that is what he meant. But what I'm saying is, based off of that statement, you can deduce that he meant to kill him, or you can also deduce that he just wants to civilize them. But it's nothing.
Exterminate means one thing. Destroy completely.
Hold on.
Again, you lacking logic, baby. I have taken this shit, so trust me. I'm not just talking out my ass saying what I feel. Logically, there is two alternatives.
Two definitions of extermination.
You can exterminate without actually killing, and you can exterminate quote unquote savagery by civilizing the people. You can exterminate races of
people without
just
killing.
Like you can exterminate world hunger without killing.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Sheffer made a point. Sheffer made a point that he was wrong on. He said that they're not saying that, and they're not like Hitler. Well, I beg to differ, brother, because Galton's eugenics is what pushed the Nazi programs of eugenics.
No, I ain't talking about. But I'm not talking.
Wait a minute.
I might have made a bad analogy. Put it like that.
Okay. All right. There you
He's
go.
the only one cutting people off.
Yeah, but I will say that if we look at it, far as whether he was just an outward racist, it really wouldn't matter in that sense. More because I think y'all combining eugenics I think y'all doing Darwin a disservice by adding other people's work to his and then like claiming, that's Darwin. Like
Darwin's work spawned it. Darwin is the one who started talking about the favorite races, the master races. He in the Descent of Man, he talked about exterminating races. His son then took his work on, became the president of the eugenicists. His first cousin took eugenics. Stop acting like they're distinct abstract parties. They're the same freaking family. And they have the same philosophy.
And not only that, but remember Darwin's son. Darwin's son was Leonard Darwin was the president of the first International Congress of Eugenics. There, brother.
Yeah, that's what that's good. IBM. That's literally what Focus just said.
That's what I just said.
Focus got that from me. He heard me saying that shit the other day.
Not true.
And tell me I'm
but this is a panel.
But
check this out. This is a panel full of all black people, right? What is
me?
crazy?
I ain't old. I'm young.
I said all black people, right? But if you research it, right, over there in England, white people in their colleges actually argue and discuss the racism of Darwin. So it's crazy.
I said that Cambridge. I said that.
Yeah, it's crazy that we can sit here and say definitively like Darwin wasn't racist when the white people from his own country is actually having panel discussions about Darwin.
And they removing statues of Margaret Sanger and all that shit too.
Chefrine,
so that means hush.
Chefrine, I don't think the argument is that he wasn't racist, because care if he was racist or not. That's not my argument. My argument is that from what has been presented, they have not proven him to be racist. Like,
that's a lie.
And here's the thing: either the arguments are constructed poorly, the evidence is chosen poorly, or
you just think
he comes right in again.
civilized.
Well, that's to you. You're talking personally because you can't speak for everybody on whether it's being proven. The only person you can speak to is being proven to is yourself.
He cut in too, though.
So you're the one that's
saying
struggling
nothing about that. You just mad
You're
at what I
struggling with
said.
the information because the information has been
I'm
presented.
struggling. And here's the thing: maybe if I sat around and read about Charles Darwin, I would feel the way you do, but I do not.
So
when
you bring,
hold on, when you bring an argument, here's the thing: if you've done the work, you should be able to make the point clearly and concisely.
We did.
It should not be a question. You should be able to build the argument out.
We did.
All over the
but
place.
you said
I did that 2 years ago. I did that 2 years ago. I'm just reading off the papers that I had from 2 years ago. So, I mean, y'all acting like y'all ain't heard this shit. I already told you about all this. So, I mean, like I said,
IBM just wants his flowers, yo.
But when you got people
saying, no, I don't want no damn flowers. I'm just saying, why are we still having this conversation when all this shit has been talked about 2 years ago?
Then it's not clear.
God damn, I mean, y'all
I ain't gonna lie. Hey, IBM already closed. He closed the door on all this years ago.
I mean,
yeah, he
like
right.
the Watcher said, ain't no horse left. Y'all ain't even beating the horse no more. Y'all beating dried sticks in a pool of blood.
Hold on, but one thing that we can say, right. But one thing that we can say is people are held back by the vernacular of their time, right? So, if Darwin probably lived today, a lot of those terms that he used, he probably wouldn't use it. Even if you go back to the 50s, right? Martin Luther King and them used Negro, which is totally out of date nowadays, and it's kind of offensive, in 2020 when describing what we call African Americans now.
But these weren't just terms, though. These were deep-rooted philosophies. Savage
I'm not even disagreeing.
The African Americans now don't understand what Negro could mean because, like I said, they called us that in the council. What it was the Council of Jerusalem. Now I'm unbiased. I got it. Thank you for helping me with that. But in the Council of Jerusalem, and they called us that in Acts 13, 1 and 1. Barnabas and Simeon was called Eager.
So you cut me off for that?
Hey, hold on, no. But you said the Negro. So if you just take the ER off the neg, just add the row, nigga. Negro. That's all you had to do. It's the same shit from the Bible. Same shit from back then.
He cut you off and talk about
and
Barnabas,
all that.
bro.
He did. Crazy.
I hate y'all, yo.
Yo had to make that point.
And another definition for it is a Christian. So if I'm gonna be a nigga, that's what I'll be, goddammit, because I'll be the Christian. I'll be that, nigga.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is W.E.B. Du Bois and them were great scholars, and they used.
But they were men, and they fucked up too.
Yeah, they fucked up too. They had
agendas. They fucked up too. They wasn't guys.
You talking about the NAACP
Them niggas was doing stupid shit like back at Margaret Singer. Back at Margaret Singer and all that shit. Martin Luther King said something for Margaret Singer. They was men.
No, I'm just saying.
When y'all say names, y'all acting like these people are guys and above reproach. These motherfuckers was men just like us and made mistakes just like we did.
IBM, let him talk, bro.
IBM, what I'm saying is that each generation has the vernacular of their time.
Yeah, just know what's up.
That it can be outdated, right? And seem a little racist or harsh to the preceding generations, right? So back in the 50s and then back in 1900, how W.E.B. Du Bois and them talk in the different language that they use describing us, we don't talk like that now, and it seems kind of offensive, right? So you go back 50 years before W.E.B. Du Bois and them with Charles Darwin and them, that's antebellum South and Victorian England time. So they probably, the way that they talked and spoke about the different groups of people were even more harsh. Each generation, I think, gets better, you know, at describing different people and stuff like that. So I think Darwin was a victim of his time.
Darwin was a racist.
Yeah.
He believed in racism.
I'll go with you on that.
His theories was racist, and the reason why it was adopted widely by the mass majority is because it fit the racism of not just the time, but the future and the racism that they wanted to take the country. And remember, white supremacy is still fully in full effect. This ideal
and
that
it
they
fit
have,
the narrative of the
black
time
people,
too. Galton, Sanger, all them, it fit the narrative of the time, DJ. I'm sorry, brother. It fit the narrative too.
Hey, but this idea, though, that black people should be exterminated, we see enacted throughout the world. We talk discussions all the time about Black death being order of the day, abortion facilities, and the Negro dilemma, and them 100 years of lynching and killing us in the food, and highest murder rate, and 30 gangster rap, and crack and AIDS, and all of it. We talk about this shit all the time. AIDS in Africa, Ebola, whatever you want. These extermination practices we seeing played out. So we have this philosophy of where the world should be going based upon science. We have Darwin now as the father of modern day science. And now this man's racist beliefs is now being enacted throughout the world. And we sitting here on a podcast talking about what he meant by exterminate was community outreach while we're dying. Like, come on, bro.
Hello. Big up to the panel. Big up to everybody in the group. Big up. Shepherd, you mentioned something a while ago, which I totally agree with you. The language, how people express themselves is important to examine it in its time. Right. The other day we were on the panel and we read something from the Ethiopian eunuch, and this dude came on and said he was a man of Ethiopia. That don't mean that he is an Ethiopian.
Right.
And I went in and I researched Old English during the time of the Bible, if this term man of was used in any other instance. And I realized that during that time, the king used the language man of London, in reference to in today's term, what would I call a Londoner, men of New York, a New Yorker, right? So men of Ethiopia is the same thing as an Ethiopian. You have to go back and look how they use the language next time. Now, how Darwin expresses himself in a lot of these papers is how he used his time, right? I would not go on a branch and say Darwin was a racist. But I would go on a branch and say Darwin would probably see his people better than any other people.
Yeah, that's a definition of racism.
No. Stop. Not necessarily.
Jesus Christ. We just added another
Please, let me finish.
You brought up a quote. You brought up a
let him
finish. I'm sorry, because I cut in. Let him
finish. Please.
Yeah, because it's always you with a common denominator, my man.
That nigga hate me, boy.
Nah, I want you to stay quiet for a little bit.
Whose turn is it?
Let me finish.
Stupies.
Hey, Stupies, you brought up a scripture, right?
Yeah, let him
you
finish.
Let
him finish.
Explain how this man is in the house of the queen. He's one of the queen's servants and all this other thing. You know what I'm saying? A eunuch in Ethiopia in the queen's house.
Which queen? Then the queen was an Ethiopian queen.
Look in the scripture, man. You're misquoting. Look.
No.
You're misquoting scripture. If you want to talk scripture, you're misquoting scripture, brother.
Hold on. Let me just finish.
Acts 8 and 27.
Yeah.
I know.
Acts 8 and 27.
Hold on, brother.
Yeah, it was an Ethiopian queen indigenous.
Brother.
That's right.
Let me finish.
Ethiopian queen.
Yeah, I know.
She was an Ethiopian queen.
Yes.
I just Googled this.
He was in her house.
I know it. I speak Hebrew. I know it.
Let me finish.
Unbiased is the one that brought it up. You're right. Unbiased, I'm going to give you credit. You was the one that brought that up there.
Okay, stupid.
Hold on, let me finish. In today's terminology, We're not going to use white people and black people. Chinese people, Indian people in India, in Bangladesh, Khoisan people in the desert. When them say a white man come around in the desert and he's naive to their ways, them will say, I better than him at this. I better than him. It don't mean that I'm racist. Racist don't mean, when you say you're better than somebody, it don't mean that you're racist. Is that you think that you far what you are good at is better than what they are good at.
Okay.
We cannot use modern day terminology.
Okay, but when you say you want to exterminate a bunch of races,
my man cutting him again.
Stop that.
He did say that.
Listen,
he wanted to exterminate people.
Listen,
go look at my screen.
Listen, let me address him, because you are like, honestly, brother, you're a record player in the digital age. You're needle jumping. You're a record player.
You're a white people apologist.
That's what you are.
He wasn't a racist.
Here we go again. It's only you. It's only you.
It's not only me.
Everybody's quiet. You're the comment that you just keep. You can't just shut up for a little bit, man.
It's not only me.
You think it's
you. Everybody's quiet.
It's only you. You cannot be quiet.
I'm the only one who cut people off.
Like, yes, it's you doing it right now. Only you did it. As two pieces didn't cut in, Haskell didn't cut in. This is only you just cut in just now.
You only expose me when I do it. When anybody else does it, you're fine.
You've been doing it for you've been talking the longest.
Lies.
You've been since 8 o'clock.
Just go ahead, you liar.
Relax.
Since 8 o'clock.
Man, I've been smoking you consecutively.
How? You can't comprehend correctly. How can you smoke?
I said, Unc tried with him. Honestly, I saw Unc losing patience and catch it back about 5 times. This dude, he's not here to listen. When I'm on this, when I come in these conversations, I leave it with more knowledge than I enter it. I listen to everybody and I discern, and I'm happy when somebody explains something. I like when Amber bring our facts to the table. Right? I like when you ask some question. I like when Sheffran come on and give a different point of view. Right? I like when the original Aboriginal African come on, give a point of view. Peter Banjuice with him germ theory are coming back at you. I'm coming back at you.
He's in trouble.
I'm coming back at you.
You're in trouble. I'll try to get you on last time. You're in trouble though. But I'm gonna do it privately though. I'm gonna invite you on a Zoom account.
I like the Negro. I like the Negro thing. This dude, when he comes on, is like the same thing. When it's not Margaret Singer, it's the same talking points that have been debunked years upon years. Oh, she wanted to kill black people. Oh, he's a racist. His cousin is the one who formed this group. Why don't big up him father, or grandfather, or mother who was Aborigines? I don't hear talk about them.
That's called cherry picking.
You're just cherry picking one distant cousin. Listen, I have cousins
are
that are
you talking about me, Supi?
Not you.
He talking about me.
I have one cousin who is a murderer. That means I'm a murderer. Everybody in here have a second cousin who is a murderer. That means that we're murderers? Because we have a second cousin that is a murderer?
It's a goofy argument.
Now,
it's not your go. It's not your go.
It's never my go.
It's my go. I got my screen. As a stupid piece, I've been quiet patiently, and I'm going to talk.
You don't let this man talk about me. This guy.
Yeah.
Dude, but then let me rebut what he just said.
Hold your thought.
Y'all got me thinking about Bougie Valentine now.
Yeah, my man think because his name is mentioned, you gotta respect. Matter of fact, he didn't name you. He didn't even name you. He didn't say your name because he knew you would do that.
God.
Right. So now I got my screen shared, right? I got the etymology of the word exterminate. Okay. 1540s. Drive away from Latin exterminatus, past participle from exterminate, drive out, expel, put aside, drive beyond boundaries. Also, so I don't hear anything about killing in here.
That's the 1500s, bro.
Right,
He wrote this in 1867.
Right. Okay.
Now go to 1867.
Dude, look, this guy's annoying, man. I'm about to just kick you out totally. Really, because it's 12:40. I would have been asleep by now, but you keep waking me up. I'm only pointing out. I just said I'm at the etymology. Did I say I'm at another? I'm at the beginning of the word. That's why I went to 1540s. There's a 1640 right below that one. I'm at 1540s though. I'm showing you that what it originally meant. So could he be going with that definition? Don't know. 1640.
Oh my God.
Don't know. I'm just a pseudo that's biased. Of course, you're gonna go with what you think. Okay, because all y'all got the same pattern. It's funny. We got indigenous, Haskell, and Focus, and they pretty much believe the same thing across the board. Now, me and Stu Peas don't. Okay, but those three, if we go ahead and go down a line on most conspiracy theories, they're going to agree on basically everything.
Okay, can I say something? So to Stu Peas, first of all, don't ever try to act like I only have the same talking points, because every particular subject we delve into, I delve into very deeply. I bring sources. I do everything that I'm supposed to do with each particular subject. You can't see me on one subject, so don't tell me about my talking points. That's first of all. Wait a minute, I'm not finished. Now, second of all, you, Stu Peas, if you're talking about us talking about the same thing, that's because that's what this panel does. It's so fucking redundant, it's a shame. We bring all of our evidence and y'all go right back to the same dumb shit the next panel. That's not our fault. Now we have to bring up new evidence and explain Darwin's racism through the descent of man. Then we have to bring up new evidence and explain his racism through the origin of species. Then we have to bring up new evidence and explain his racism through the letters he wrote about the Germanics. Then we have to bring up new evidence that his son is you're talking about his cousin. What about his son? The president of the damn First International Federation of Eugenics. His own damn son. Then we got to bring his son up. None of this counts. The only thing that counts is y'all making shit up. Well, maybe he was talking about the 1630 definition, even though there's an 1857 definition that we can clearly go to. Well, maybe when he said exterminate, he was talking about community outreach, which none of that is what Amber was talking about. She was talking about community outreach and civilizing people. Your definition said drive out, drive away. There's still an element of destruction, displacement there. That's not civilizing you and making you better. So the two don't even correlate in any way. But the only way they correlate is by two Caucasian apologists getting up on this panel, trying to redetermine and redefine what Charles Darwin meant by exterminating civilized and savage races. What he meant by the Negro is close to the gorilla, but the white Caucasian is far distant even from the lowest of the baboon, meaning that the Caucasian is the highest form, the Negro is the lowest form. This is clear Charles Darwin. Now we're going to talk about, well, maybe he was a victim of his time, and maybe semantically the words he was using was only sounded racist because, man, cut this white people apology bullshit out. The man was racist. His philosophies and his theories were race-based and racist. Savage racist, civilized racist, exterminating racist, racist. Then he used.
And you can't forget the narrative of the time too. The narrative of the time that his cousin Darwin was pushing, and then Galton picked up, and then Malthus, and then Sanger. It was all the same narratives, and they're speaking the same talking points, and even some of them are dealing with Hitler and his people in this shit. Boom. I guess Hitler was a good man now too, huh?
No,
Y'all niggas
Hitler wasn't
crazy.
good because the socially pervasive,
I didn't need
acceptable
you to answer that. I
mindset
was
said he
being
wasn't.
sarcastic. I was being sarcastic.
No. I'm saying they won't argue
I
that
was being sarcastic.
because the Wikipedia doesn't
Look,
say
hold
that.
on, wait a minute. DJ, I'm not finished. These theories and this racism. Theory is a belief, and racism is a belief. And we're going behind these motherfuckers' beliefs. So guess what? Whatever the hell you say or whatever the hell you do, you are following a man to his demise. Okay? Do you understand that? This is what I'm trying to tell everybody when I'm telling them this. Because look, let me tell you something. I could reply to you, do those who pride themselves on the works of other men claim to challenge mine? And also, anyone who argues referring to authority is not using his mind, but rather his memory. And last but not least, one can have no similar or greater mastery than mastery of oneself, nigga. So I don't need you to tell me a goddamn thing. And I don't need you to follow these fucking beliefs that these motherfuckers are pushing down your goddamn throat, and you are the monkey over here on the fucking string dancing and singing their tune.
Who you talking about, IBM?
Period. What do you mean, what am I talking about? This narrative. This narrative still exists
Talking about
today.
unbiased, Amber, and all the rest of them.
I'm talking about the narrative that all these. Hold on. I'm talking about the narrative that Darwin and Galton and all of it all fits into the same narrative. The mastery of the Caucasian race. The promoting of the Caucasian race.
Yeah,
the blue-eyed, blonde hair is the motherfucker who's supposed to be on top.
IBM, who you talking about? Who you saying is the monkeys that's dancing? Who you talking about?
What?
Who are you saying is the dancing monkey? Who you referring to?
No, him can't call a black man a monkey.
We are, because we promote, listen, because we promote their bullshit through the propaganda and the psychoanalysis and the subliminal messaging. And hold on. Don't talk.
So who you talking about? Somebody on the panel?
We all do it to a certain extent. We are all guilty of it. Because certain things we know of and certain things we don't. I'm not backing down for shit. This is social engineering. This is social engineering for psychological entitlement. Y'all don't talk about Freud, but y'all start talking about it now that I say something about it. You hear some shit about it tomorrow.
You ain't want to put no name on it though.
Bernays, with their programming and propaganda and all this bullshit. Now you are the consumer debt slave. You are the consumer debt slave. Everybody thinks it's a fucking joke.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, you're the consumer debt slave. We're all slaves on this planet.
Hold on. You're moving off topic now. Can I say something, please? All right. I share something on the screen. It's a book by Adrian Desmond and James Moore. Right? It's a Darwin Sacred Cause, Our Hatred of Slavery, shapes Darwin view on human evolution. Right? It's $30 if you want to buy the book. The PDF is available. I've shared it on the screen. Right? And these are not.
Soupies, close that cookies thing. Accept the cookies so you can close that little blue part.
All right, accept the cookies, right? Right? It says here.
I apologize for all the white people.
Misinformation concerning.
Okay. All right. Misinformation concerning Charles Darwin and his social views have received greater currency recently. I.e., he has been called a racist, or it is alleged his theory precipitated the growth of racism, seen as a logical consequence of his theory of evolution, as what the DJ is saying that Darwin theory caused this racism, or was a factor that perpetrated that built upon it. A few have tried to link Darwin the rise of National Socialism in Germany. So you're not the first. Other people try that shit. Everything that every talking point that you're saying, other people have said it. Right?
Oh, and you're the author of every talking point you've ever had, right?
All their talking
TVs?
points are from white folks.
Sound dumb.
Let me finish.
To Suki's defense,
No, he
Darwin wasn't the one. Darwin was following behind Malthus too, Stu P. So,
Yeah,
and I
let
think
him go,
Malthus
though.
was worse than
IBM, let
Darwin.
him go,
So
let him
go
go.
ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
But what these two persons are saying is that what shaped Darwin's idea was his hatred of slavery and racism in their book. That is what they are saying. That's what shaped his reasoning. Right? Darwin's sacred cause. So where is it? I'm looking for the paragraph.
It's right there. It was just above.
Right? Yeah.
Go up a
Even
little
as
bit. I
a
just saw
young
it.
man. Yeah, see there? Desmond and Moore's central argument is quite daring. The primary force driving Darwin, even as a young man, was his detestation of slavery and racism. They asserted the evolutionists, secularists, and creationists and fundamental of all stripes are wrong when they attribute Darwin's success to his single-minded pursuit of science. What they're saying, that reason why Darwin did what he did was important to find out evolution and see the species of man and what a man is and who a man is. He was trying to prove that racism and slavery shouldn't exist because everybody's a man.
Yeah, that's cap. Big
That's
cap.
all cap. It's horrible cap.
But what you saying is cap too.
We already discussed this
other
earlier,
people have
Stupies.
views.
You late. We discussed
Other
this. We
people have
chopped
views.
that shit up already.
Hey, Stoopies, if they had said that like that was a motivation of his,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have bought it, but it would have been somewhat palatable. But for them to say that it was his primary driving impetus, like, okay, now they're overselling that thing. They're making it the rhetoric too obvious. Like, come on, man.
Okay, but
Come
other
on.
people,
And none of
His
that,
desire,
Stupies, real quick.
his altruism, his supposed altruism to want to see black folks free overrided his natural passion for science. Really?
Right.
Nah, they trying too hard, bro.
Yo,
They
and then on
gotta
top of
learn
that,
when
you
you're
can't not
trying to
negate.
sell
You can't
when you're
negate.
trying to sell the soap. It's a
Right.
delicate balance. You know, you can't be so obvious with it.
So you're saying
And
that Darwin is a racist?
Stupies though.
Peter
Stupies.
Michael,
absolutely.
hold on.
Stupies.
Hold on.
You
I'm
have
not
not
talking to you. You just say your points already, but I can't hear your
No,
point.
I haven't said my point,
Let me talk to
Stupies.
Peter now.
Stop
Let me
trying to
talk to
shut me
Peter now.
down. Stop
Let me
trying to
talk
shut
to
me
Peter.
down.
Let me talk to Peter.
Let him go for a little bit.
No. I have to ask you a question though, real quick,
have to
Stu.
be the center in the room.
Stu, I have to ask you a question.
Let's give him
Real
a minute,
quick,
Stu.
Stu. Real
Go
quick,
ahead,
because what you just said, Stupies, was elegant with that little letter, but none of it at all even addressed his belief in exterminating races. None of it addressed his belief in master races and savage races. I don't care if he didn't like slavery, especially in 1867, in a time where the Civil War was going on. So we want to give him this great credibility for picking the side of Lincoln, the majority, the side who was winning the war. I don't want to hear that. Okay. Now the bottom line is, hold on.
Lincoln wasn't winning the war.
Okay, whatever. But the bottom line is he won it. But the bottom line is
you
now.
Said winning. At that time, Lincoln wasn't winning the war.
I'm just saying. The point is this, okay? Just because he chose slavery does not even address, or his father was abolitionist, does not even address his racist beliefs or teachings, or his racist components of his philosophy. Now address that. And I don't want to hear none of that extra shit.
He wasn't in here earlier. So what I want to do, if you could unshare real quick, Stupies, I'm gonna bring up the quote that that earlier other folks like you were trying to rationalize. I don't even know how they were able to, but they found a way. So I'm curious to know what your thoughts are on this particular quote I'm about to pull up right now. All right, so here we go. This slow ass damn phone, man. All right, here we go. Where is this thing? Here it is. Darwin correspondence. All right, it's loading up. All right, you can see that, Soupies?
All right, I'm coming. I'm looking now. Hold on.
You can't see that? It says to
It's
Charles
it's
King.
either to Charles or to Charles Kingley.
Yeah.
Thank you sincerely.
Hold on, Soupies. I'm going to read a specific excerpt from it.
Read 2 lines before it and 2 lines after it.
All right.
Anything that you're going to read 2 lines before it and 2 lines after.
Yeah, let me find the part. All right, so I'm going to start in this 4th paragraph then, right? Because that's about 3 sentences before the relevant portion that I wanted to excerpt. So I'm going to start at this very, this 4th paragraph. It says, it is a very curious subject, that of the old myths. But you naturally, with your classical and old world knowledge, lay more stress on such beliefs than I do with all my profound ignorance. Very odd, those accounts in India of the little hairy men. It is very true what you say about the higher races of men, when high enough, replacing and clearing off the lower races. In 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations, and in consequence, how much the human race, viewed as a unit, will have risen in rank. Man,
case closed.
Hold on. Man is clearly an old world, not an American species. And if ever intermediate forms between him and the unknown quadrumana are found, I should expect they would be found in tropical countries, probably islands. Now, the relevant portion for the to qualify my argument as to Darwin being a racist was the idea that the extermination of whole nations of people, whole lower races of people, would result in the improvement of the overall stock of the human race. What say you, Stoopies, about that?
What say me? That is why I'm glad I come in the room. I'm happy that I came in this room today. Now listen, I'm going to teach. So I needed to be silent for 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
So I needed to be silent for 5 minutes.
2 minutes, bro.
I just need 5 minutes.
And I don't want to hear about community outreach
No, that's too long, Stupid. 5 minutes is way.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Alexa, set a timer for 3 minutes.
3 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's start.
All right, go. 3 minutes.
We're going to look back at what Darwin read. Right? If you read from the beginning paragraph of what the letters that Darwin writes to Mr. Kingsley, if Darwin had the information that we have now, he wouldn't be wrong in how he explained it. And we're going to use when Homo sapiens left out of Africa and went into Europe and Eurasia, they were confronted by the Neanderthals. What happened to the Neanderthals? What happened to the Neanderthals when Homo sapiens entered into Europe and Eurasia?
You saying they exterminated them?
Decimated the Neanderthals.
Okay.
Right? What Darwin is saying that if you have a superior human species, and if you have the Indians, the short hairy Indians, and you have a superior human species, wherever that superior human species go into, it will automatically decimate the population that existed there before. Have you never ever superior?
Hold on. Sorry.
Shut up. Listen, shut up. He was
oh boy, don't do that. You know you're gonna set them off, Stoopies. Don't do that.
Sorry,
no, because you don't listen.
Sorry, Stu, go ahead. Sorry, Stu.
Because when your time comes, so when a superior species go into any environment, whether it want to be men, whether it want to be weeds who superior in surviving a certain environment, it chokes out the species that is there who cannot cope with the superior species. That's the first set of lines refer to that. Darwin might have been limited in because he didn't have all the information that is evident to us. But he wasn't talking about men and species. He might refer to the white men because at that time, that white man appears superior to the short-haired Indian he's talking about. Right? What he says, he might be wrong also. He says that when Darwin said that the subspecies might be found on islands, right? Subspecies might, because he realizes that species, that evolution occur. And just when he went to the Galapagos Islands and he saw different species that allowed him to postulate and came up with this theory from evolution, because going to the Galapagos Islands, he realized he found proof in it because he realized that isolated species that existed on these islands and how they developed, and realized that these species had common ancestors. And something must have happened to the change. He's talking on species level. He wasn't talking on individual level.
All right, that's 3 minutes, sir.
This dude
that's 3 minutes. Alexa says that's 3 minutes.
All right.
That's your time. Okay. So, first of all,
make it back smaller so I can read it, please.
Okay. Okay. Alexa, stop.
So I can read it. All right.
Alexa, stop. Okay. So, once again, your little oratory is fun. It's cool, but none of it negates the fact that he's trying to actively exterminate races. And actually what you said there actually bore witness to the fact that he believes in superior races. You just said once the superior species came, they wiped out. So that's what he's saying. Excuse me, 3 minutes. Excuse me, I have 3 minutes, sir. Sir, I have 3 minutes. All right. So that's saying that they're superior.
Put it back up, please.
Excuse me, sir, talking. Okay. So that's saying that you're superior. So just because you believe in Darwinism and you believe that white people are superior does not necessarily mean that it's not racist, that they are, or that it's not racist. Just because you believe in the racism doesn't negate the racism of it. Okay? Now, clearly what he's saying, and we have evidence all throughout his writings, okay, is that, and you just explained that in your oratory, that white people are superior.
Back chat, Stoopies. I put the link in the back chat.
That white people are superior. That there are races that are savage, inferior to white people, which is not science. It's not even natural selection, because Mendel's law, as I explained to your cohort earlier, dictates that the dominance lies with us. Therefore, the strength lies with us. And if the strength of the dominance lies with us, the darker peoples, then we're the fittest. So it don't even make no sense with regards to the natural selection. He got up to natural selection and then totally disregarded it for white supremacy. And you're cool with that. That makes no sense. It doesn't even add up to the proper, it doesn't even add up to his philosophy.
Let me know when you're done, Kaleem.
Go ahead, big dog. You can talk. I'm done. I'm about to hang up shit. It's 1 o'clock.
All right. So Stoopies, to speak to your point about the Neanderthals and the Homo sapien, I believe in science. I think you guys are more versed in this whole evolution thing than I am. But from what I understand is Neanderthals are regarded as a distinct species from Homo sapien, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Not really, because they could procreate. Yeah, they could procreate.
Right. Nonetheless, my point is his use of the term Anglo-Saxon race, he's making a racial designation, not a species designation.
Good point.
And he's saying that the Anglo-Saxon race represents the highest evolved state of human being, the apex of humanity. And intrinsically, that is by definition, right? If you hold a group of people, a race, to be superior to another by textbook definition, that's literally the textbook definition of racism. So, I mean, you can say that, well, that doesn't negate, what he brought with the natural select. That's fine. I can accept that. As far as whether or not he was a racist or engendered racist viewpoints, I just don't see how that's up for discussion. And I don't see what the big deal is. Okay, he was a racist. He's dead now. Like, it's not a big deal.
Can I
say something real quick?
It's a big deal to
before you
me.
get started, Stupid?
Yeah, let IBM. IBM hasn't spoken for a while.
All right. Well, look, Stupid, and you're not following the narrative of the time, brother. You have Galton, you have Sanger, you have Freud, his son his nephew Bernays later on in the 20s, and they all are saying the same things: is this survival of the fittest, favored races, and these things, right? And I wanted to read to you real quick where I said I thought Galton was worse than Darwin, but listen, here's a quote from Galton: "All children born beyond what we would be required to keep up the population to a desired level must necessarily perish unless room be made for them by death of grown persons. Therefore, we should facilitate, instead of foolishly, vainly endeavoring to impede the operations of nature in producing this mortality. And if we dread to frequent the visitation of the horde form of famine, we should seriously encourage the others forms of destruction, which we compel nature to use. Instead of recommending cleanliness to the poor, we should encourage contrary habits. In our towns, we should make the streets narrower, crowd more people into the houses, and court the return of the plague. In the country, we should build our villages near stagnant pools, and particularly encourage settlements in marshy and unwholesome situations. But above all, we should reprobate, means reject, specific remedies for ravaging diseases, and restrain those benevolent but much mistaken men who have thought they were doing a service to mankind by projecting schemes for the total extirpation of particular disorders." Last point. Here's Margaret Sanger on that point of following the narrative, okay? Here's Margaret Sanger. Birth control is not contraception indiscriminately and thoughtlessly practiced. It means the release and cultivation of the better racial elements in the society and gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extirpation. Remember that word came from Malthus's mouth. Extirpation of defective stocks, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization. And the word extirpate means to pull up by the roots, to destroy totally, kill off, and to render absent or non-existent. Okay? And the synonym of it, you want to know what the synonym of it is? Eliminate. They use these words in their own writings and their own terms, and it fits the same fucking narrative of that time. They are all in cahoots. As you sit up here and try to pretty up the words, brother, I love you to death. Don't think I'm mad at you. I'm mad at those people. All right? I don't want you to think that, but, we need to come into reality. And stop playing around and acting like this wasn't the same narrative that they all had.
Then they got to castrate people like George Washington Carver because he was a genius to further fit their narrative. Well, we don't want you reproducing those genius stocks. Then you got to tell black people for centuries you can't read, you can't write. Like, bro, like it's just y'all just so much more intelligent. Why this funneling us away from anything that can breathe and grow our intellect?
Old George Washington Carver was when he was castrated.
Huh?
They said they castrated George Washington Carver.
Yeah, they did.
How old was he when he was castrated?
I'm not sure, but I know they castrated him. Why castrated him? Like, this man was a genius. Like, why make sure he can't reproduce? Like, why would they castrate him? Like,
was George Washington Carver born a slave?
Yeah, he was. I'm
just asking. You bring up the gentleman, so I'm just asking you some questions. Was he born a slave?
Yeah, but you know, what I'm dealing with is the fact that they castrated him.
No. You bring it up. He was born a slave, right? You ever raise animals?
Listen, so deal with that.
No, stop. You ever raise animals?
Deal with the fact that they castrated
him
or not.
No,
George Washington Carver pop quiz, nigga. Answer refute the fact that they castrated him or silence yourself. We're hearing none of that shit you talking about.
He was castrated. But I'm asking you, bringing it up. But let's not go into that. Another day we're going to that. I deal with Peter Juice now. Peter Juice.
Yo.
All right. This is it. The letter. Beautiful letter. All right? Remember what Darwin based his theory on. What I call it organoleptic in 5 senses, what him could see, taste, touch, and smell. Right? Him never have the tools that we have now. Because you believe in genes, Peter Juice? You believe in genetics?
Well, it's not a matter of belief. I mean, it exists.
You think that we can use genetics to trace commonality among different races of men?
Hey, yo, real quick, Stu Peace, I'm going to sleep. Good night, y'all. Good night to the panel. Peace to the gods. I'll get with y'all in the next one. All right,
peace out. Peace out, folks.
Peace. What Darwin did have to work with it. I'm not trying to change your mind whether or not Darwin is a racist. Because what Darwin did have to work with is an eye, so he observed. Right? And what he did really observe, because we know that when a species invade the environment of another species, the dominant species take over. Right? So because for the last 500 years, a matter of fact, for the last 1,000 years, the European was winning. Can you deny that the European was winning?
No, that's a fact.
No.
The European wasn't winning since the fall of Kemet. Who was winning?
Yeah, I don't know if IBM was disagreeing, but I'm certainly not. I don't know.
Since the fall of Kemet.
No, it was their empire. It was the time of their empire. This is the time of their empire. Yes.
Yeah, since the fall of Kemet.
So yes, they're in control.
The European was winning. So somebody who using them 5 senses and who determine and who was seen from nature that the species who is the winning species is oftentimes defined as the superior species would automatically assume that the Anglo-Saxon, because he's winning when he's going to all of these places, when he's going to Africa, when he's going to the Americas, him winning, him automatically assume that the European was the superior species because it's his eyes alone him using.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Him eyes alone him using. Right? When we come and we say, because whether or not Darwin was racist, it shouldn't be the argument, The argument is that whether or not what Darwin is saying is true. No, DJ, Sir mix the same song. Don't want the same problem is him don't believe in evolution, So what you want to do is debunk Darwin theory of evolution based on the fact that Darwin is racist. based on the fact that what he observed is that the European was winning, and based on the fact that what he thinks is that the superior race is always the superior species or race, or the superior something that within any race is the one that is always winning, the one that has the ability to pass on the genes further and faster than other people. Right? No, it's
So are
not.
you saying that?
No, Stu P.
Hold on
No,
real quick,
Stu P.
IBM. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
So just to get for clarity's sake, are you saying that with Darwin it was just a matter of the solipsism, where just because the particular group that he belonged to happened to be in the pole position, right, in terms of their station in life on the planet,
in the race.
When he
say it like it is. In the race, which they call it. In the fucking race.
Yeah, hold on, IBM. When he says that they're superior, he's not making any allusions to any inherent superiority. It's just a comment on their particular position on the world stage at that point in time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question.
Hold
on, 2Ps. It's my turn now. It's my turn, 2Ps. Let me ask you a question. If you take away the weapon, if that particular group of people were weaponized, are they still more superior? Because that's the same as evolution. If evolution wasn't weaponized, would we be looking at it the way we're looking at it today, is the superior races and all that, and believing in this bullshit? Just like I said, it's this. I don't even get it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. These people had weapons. It wasn't like their stock was better than ours. These people had better weapons. They were weaponized. That was the case. Hey, 2Ps, I'm talking. We gave you your 3 minutes. These people are weaponized. They have the newest technology of the day. People say that this is one of the biggest waves of technology going to. Well, that was a big wave of technology in our history right there. The cannon, the gun, and the warships. So yeah, you're superior because you have the firepower, but you're not superior naturally. Okay, so you can sit here. You sit here saying that these people are better than us naturally. No, sir. That's to me is not right. That's not true.
The person who is saying that.
He wasn't saying that.
Stupies is not saying that. Stupies agree with everything you're saying, that the European win because of guns, germs, and iron.
Yeah. So that doesn't make them superior to us, though. Because in a natural state, without the weapons, they wouldn't have shit on us. So that is why they're superior, because they have been allowed to take over the narrative, and they keep on pushing the narrative, and they push it through their underlings, and then the underlings get underlings, and they push it down to their underlings, and then the underlings get underlings, and they push it down to their underlings. It is the same message.
All right.
Preservation of the white race, the suppression of the black, the suppression of the color, suppression of the colored race, mating and living, and the approval and promotion of the white race. That's all it is. It's the same narrative through each one of these people, regardless of whether it's nice like Darwin did it, or whether it's a damn straight right out devilish plan like Galton did it. They're all following the same narrative. Period.
All right. Can I say something now? All right. IBM and Peter Banjo. Let's go back in time. Let's go back in time before Darwin. Because just if it wasn't for weapons and tools, let's go back in time. And we're on the plains of Africa. Right? And
no,
we didn't
that's not all right.
No. I'm just citing a scenario. We're on the plains of Africa. There's no fire. We didn't invent fire. We didn't invent the club. We didn't know to use a piece of stick as a tool. Would we not be at the same risk as the deers and the antelopes and the monkeys? Developing a tools is a natural progression of human being. Is that allows us to survive in a hostile environment. But this is what I'm going to say to you. Darwin only could observe as far as he could see. And what he was seeing, according to this letter that he said, when it is very true what you said about the higher races of men, when high enough, replacing and clearing off the lower races, right? At that time, I don't know if Darwin knew about Homo sapien. I don't know if he knew about Neanderthal. I don't know if he knew about the other races. I don't think he knew about them because he never wrote about them like that. Right? So he didn't
He
know
knew about the other races, Stu Pease, because I told you who created them. It was Johann Friedrich Blumenbach who created the 5 races and the term Caucasian. It was not Darwin. It was a guy way before him in the 1700s who created those terms for us. Now, if we choose to take them on as a culture, if we choose to take them on as a culture, then that's on us. But you don't tell me what I am. You know, I'm talking about the government and the people in charge. They don't tell me what I am. If we choose to take on these words, then that's on us.
It's only 3 of us on the panel. You'll have plenty of time to speak. Let's just go one at a time.
Peter Bajus, did Darwin know about Homo sapiens? Did he write about Homo sapiens? Did he write about Neanderthals?
Not to my knowledge, no.
He did not understand, but that's why he classified them as different races. But while we would know would have classified them as different subspecies of Homo erectus, he called them different races.
So wait, are you saying that in that letter when he refers to races that he's talking about these
different? Yeah, because there was some of men, right?
Nah,
but in his letter, he said, let's look at his letter. Clearing off of the lower races.
He specifies.
He specifically states African and Australian. So
in other writings, he specifies about the Africans and the Australians, and he positions the Anglo-Saxon as being the preeminent race. These are racial designations. Nothing about Neanderthal or Cro-Magnon or Denisovan or none of that. That's not what he's talking about. He was referring to race in the classical sense as how we understand it today. That's what he was talking about
race according to color.
And he was following Malthus, who Malthus was even, like I said, I read you his quote. He was even more devilish than Darwin. So, it stems from these people. And
the fact that he positioned
Johann Friedrich Blumenbach was in 17.
He specifically said the Anglo-Saxon race. That is enough context clues to tell you in what he's referring to. It's not Homo sapien.
The Anglo-Saxons wasn't one of the first races. No. It wasn't one of the first races.
No.
It was Caucasian. They were called Caucasians first. Anglo-Saxon is like the Bible going to Baptists and all these different, ideologies. See what I'm saying? The original started with Johann Friedrich Blumenbach.
Why I'm using terminology Anglo-Saxon is an English terminology, right? The Anglo, the French, and the Saxon, the Britons.
Yeah, I don't need the definition of Anglo-Saxon. I told you they first called them Caucasian. They first called them Caucasian, not Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon is new. It's
Anglo-Saxon is not new. Because Anglo-Saxon wouldn't call themselves a Caucasian because the Caucasus Mountain is closer to Germany. Anglo-Saxons are French and British.
Yeah, when you look up I looked up the definition earlier. It says specifically British descendants of Germanic tribes who inhabited Britain between the 5th century and up to the Norman period. That's
said, y'all do y'all's research.
Right, I know what I said.
Right.
What? They're British. That's what he said.
Yeah,
Right,
let's say British. That's fine.
He was a German physician, a naturalist, and physiologist.
Chill out, bro.
I told you, and an anthropologist. He was German.
Peter Bugs, where was Darwin born? Where was Darwin from?
I'm talking about Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. I'm not talking about Darwin.
No, we're talking about Darwin. Where was Darwin born?
I'm not sure. If I'm going to venture a guess, I'm going to say Britain.
Right?
Now, so if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say Britain.
I'm going to ask you a question. Did the people in Britain, remember now, this is a serious question, did the British feel themselves superior to the French, to the German?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Would they call those people, because remember the people I'm talking about, you know, is Anglo-Saxons, you know. When he uses the term Anglo-Saxons and that, you know, he's excluding every other fucking people in the world, you know. Sorry for using the bad word, you know.
Right.
Excluding the French, not the French, him excluding the German, him excluding the American, him excluding the Polish, him excluding the Russian. Right? Because in his mind, if you go back, you know, Rudyard Kipling, another British in the time of just born just after Darwin, you know, calling the poem, you know, white man's burden, you know, is to civilize the world, you know. To the British at that time, the only civilized world was the British, you know. He seems superior than the American, he seems superior than all the other black men. So when Darwin said that, you know, he wasn't excluding anybody else. He said how good it would be that what the Anglo-Saxons do in 500 years, what we British have done in 500 years. We have colonized most of the world. We have beaten the Spanish. Right?
Mm-hmm.
What the world would be. Right? That you have to, when you read something, you have to look at it from the piece and say who these people were. Darwin was an Englishman who think himself superior to everybody else. Even though it's only in America all white people is white people. But at that time, in America, it's not every white person was a white person. Because an Irishman coming from Ireland to America at that time was less than, less cultured. A German coming from Germany, getting run out of Germany because of his idiot kind of Christian, was less than.
Yeah, absolutely. But guess what? That same Anglo-Saxon would see the German or the Polish or the Polak, I believe that's the right way to say it.
As probably a little better than the Chinese.
Right. And then he'd see the Chinese as better than the Indian or however it goes, and the Indian subsequently better than the Negro. Right. So if you notice in that quote, he pluralizes races, right? He says the higher races of men. So he's not limited. Yeah, the fact that he pluralized races means he doesn't only consider the Anglo-Saxon, he doesn't just consider the Anglo-Saxons alone to be of the higher races. He's just saying that the Anglo-Saxon represents the absolute apex.
And who was Anglo-Saxon?
Right? You said who were the Anglo-Saxons?
The British.
Yeah, we just went over that.
Mm.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So just because he sees his particular ethnic group as the absolute, the absolute apex, doesn't mean that he doesn't look at the German or the Russian or the, because they're descended essentially from Germanic peoples too. So, he sees them essentially as brothers, but he sees himself as a notch above. When he refers to so in other words, he's basically putting this thing in tiers, right? So he'll see himself and a German as being in the same tier.
Not necessarily.
Hold on. Albeit I can be higher than you, but we're in the same tier. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, upper tier,
Right.
lower tier.
So the disregard that he would have for a West African in terms of how he ranks that person, right? Who he ranks that person to be their innate intelligence compared to a German. We both know he would hold that German in much higher esteem based on their race than the West African. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
You agree or no?
No. I listen. I don't disagree. I listen.
Right. So, it's a caste, a caste system where he puts his people on top. I don't disagree with that, but if you are doing that, again, by definition, you are a racist.
All right. By definition, then, are you saying that Queen Nzinga is a slave trader?
I mean, she traded slaves, right? I mean, I think oftentimes when we have these discussions, we get our emotions like involved.
All right. Okay.
I mean,
the reason I asked the question, because my point of view. My point of view is that all white people are racist.
Right.
I said that. I said all white people are racist. And because the system that them is. If I'm going to use that, I'm going to say Darwin is a racist. But what I'm saying is that Darwin was also a scientist. And if Darwin had the information that we had today, I wouldn't think Darwin would be a racist. But based on the information he had at the time.
How you figure that? There's plenty of racists today who have all the information in the world. They still engender racist views. And Darwin was privy to a lot more data than people would believe.
You know why I said that, Peter? Is that Darwin did see the African as a man. And
a man beneath him, but
okay. But he saw him as a man. The slave owner did not see the slave as a man.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that alone.
So he wasn't as virulent a racist as
I would say that. I would not use that terminology.
That's fine. He wasn't as virulent.
What I would say is that with the information available to Darwin and the conclusion he came to, because unless you have all of the data, sometimes you can be skewed. And he was skewed because he saw the Anglo-Saxon as a superior race. There's no denying that. And if we use today math to say 1 + 1 = 2, if he's a superior, then somebody must be inferior. And if you define somebody as inferior, you're a racist. So I have to say Darwin had racist tendency. But if Darwin was faced with the data that's available today, based upon the scientific findings, I don't think that he would be a racist.
Yeah, I think you're off base there because, here's the thing. What makes a person racist, it's not a matter of information. It's kind of like when you hear these police officers, kill an innocent black man and they say, oh, we just need to train them better. There's no training for that. It's not a matter of information, right? You yourself stated earlier in our discussion that these people seeing themselves as being on top, or that being the current reality that they're living in, and they happen to be a member of that group that happens to be on top, right?
Right.
it kind of leads them into this superiority complex, right?
That is true.
So essentially, what breeds this thing is a solipsism. It's a narcissism that permutates and grows out into this thing that we have defined as racism, right? It's a function of the ego, right? And there's no amount of information that can change that. You have brilliant people right now in 2021 who engender the same beliefs that Darwin does. Brilliant scholars, scientists, brilliant people, and they have all the information in the world, and they feel just like how Darwin feels. So, yeah, it's not a matter of information, brother. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I wish you was there earlier. I mean, it was some wild stuff going on.
I heard the argument. I heard some of the argument, right? But
Yeah.
my thing is that, honestly, my thing is that I will not use Darwin.
It seems to me like you're not comfortable with, like, what's the big deal if you was racist, bro? Like, it's okay.
No, man. If Darwin is a racist, he's a racist, right? But I will not use Darwin racism as an attempt to debunk his theory of natural selection and evolution, right? But what DJ is trying to do is say that we're going to throw the baby with the bathwater. Because Darwin was racist. His theory of evolution must be racist. So we cannot use it. And that's not true. That's not true. The guy who helped the Americans go to the moon was a Nazi. Oppenheimer, that's his name, Oppenheimer, was a Nazi that enjoyed the lifestyle of a Nazi that supports the killing of Jews. But the Americans, when they captured him from Germany and took him to America to work in NASA, he sent men to the moon.
Right.
Right? He sent men to the moon. Right? And he was integral in it too. The Russians, when they send Sputnik up, it was with German scientists they used. Because when Germany fall, everybody ran in to get the scientists. Because they were like a natural resource. German scientists were used all over the world, right, for technological advancement. Right? Now, the belief system is extremely wrong and nobody can deny that. But nobody can also deny the technological advancements we got in the pursuit of sending men to the moon. Right?
Yeah, that wasn't the discussion tonight, though.
Right, but what I'm trying to say to you is that DJ focus.
Oh, he has an ulterior motive.
His motive is to discredit Darwin's theory of evolution.
I mean, we can, I'd love to have a discussion about that separately on another panel, because natural selection as a explanation for the differentiation in species, that's a particular mechanism that's attributed to Darwin. That is bunk. And the discovery of the cell and the consequent discovery of the human genome, proved that. Like minor, huh?
That natural selection is this bunk that they can manipulate the species through selections of traits?
No. Environmental pressures isn't going to differentiate species. It's not going to turn a fish into a human or a horse into a rabbit, or that's complete rubbish. Him observing like the long beaks becoming like you're talking about possibly small variation, but
Darwin got lucky.
But
Darwin got lucky.
no, he didn't. What? No, he didn't. Because what he posited was, it's not tenable. Like the discovery of the cell and how the cell functions completely, negated that theory. The idea that how a fish became a man was by small, or not small necessarily, but environmental pressures making small changes over a long period of time, right? Because if you look at how, if you take a strand of DNA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to a scientist, so I don't want to butcher this. Like, if we have a panel, I'm gonna get brushed up on it and like really have it, tight, right? But he said on a strand of DNA, you would have your what was it he said? The proteins, right?
Mm-hmm.
The proteins are the building blocks. It's what creates all your organs, your toes, the fingers, the eyes. It determines the color of the fur, all of it, right? And different proteins have different jobs. They build different portions of the animal, of the being. And proteins are made up of amino acids. The scientist, he further broke it down that, I think he said, like, each protein has like 26 slots or whatever for amino acids, and those are arranged in different sequences to form that protein, and then that protein goes on to build, or whatever the case may be, right? And in those slots, right, those shuffling, he compared it to how a computer program would work. Insofar as, like, you have, like, it'd be a ones and two, or zeros and ones?
Zeros and ones.
Right. So you have 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, and when they break down the genome and they look at it, that's how it's literally structured, like how a computer program would be written. And these instructions are what form, different, what I'm saying? It differentiates between the species.
Right.
And so this idea that you could start as a fish and then a small environmental pressure made the fish maybe grow a finger or something, and then another environmental pressure made, what I'm saying? But that's the general idea behind natural selection as an explanation.
But how I see natural selection is this, right? All right. Let's say it's incremental. Because if certain stimulus happen, like let's say we live in the tropical country, and snow start falling instantly tomorrow, everything is going to die off. Because we're never ready for that change. That's like an environmental disaster. So you cannot accommodate the changes. But what happened is that, let's say we live in a forest and all the trees in the forest are black. The bugs, and you have bugs in the forest, and all of the bugs come in varying color: pink, orange, blue, green, yellow, purple. But all of the trees are black. What you'll find happening is that over time, all of the other color bugs would be eaten, but the black bugs will survive. And then why they will survive is because they would be able to camouflage themselves. So those black genes would be able to transfer to the next generation. But you'll never know that these same bugs came into varying colors in the beginning. But because of their environment, they survive. Right? Now, over time, let's say the trees become taller.
Mm-hmm.
The bugs know who can climb higher to get the food, who have the longer legs, will survive, and they will pass on their genes.
Right.
The ones with the smaller legs are going to die off because they weren't able to climb as far as high as the ones with the taller legs. So
Right.
guess what? Now we have black bugs with tall legs. But in the beginning, these were multicolored bugs with short legs,
Mm-hmm.
right? No, some bugs will start jumping from one tree to the next, jumping from one tree to the next, and getting more food, getting fatter, getting bigger. And you realize that these bugs now, because they're fatter and they're bigger and have more resources, they will propagate more. So they will survive. Because what
Right.
evolution basically is about survival, People don't understand evolution is about survival. That anything that cannot survive cannot pass on its genes.
Right. I mean, all of that stuff is fine. I don't even have no contention with any of that stuff.
Right. So therefore,
Remember, my
species
statement
will
was
change.
specific because, real quick, Darwin in his theory, he posits those small environmental pressures, like you were just mentioning, as an explanation for differentiation in species. Like everything that you just talked about, Stupies, as far as the bugs being black and multicolored and certain environmental changes made it more beneficial for survival to be black or have taller legs.
In certain groups, right.
Right. Those bugs still remain bugs. Those trees still remain trees. At no point do they cross species or become another species. So take note of what I said.
Yeah, but what you don't realize, all right, when we go back because evolution as we know it, evolution from single cell organism to multi-cell organism will never happen again unless everything die off back to single cell organism. People might tell you, say, why you don't see monkeys coming out of the forest every day as Homo sapiens sapiens? Because it doesn't work that way. Because the creature, the original creature that could have come out of the forest at that time cannot come out of the forest now. So let's say there was a small, let's say in Africa today, we find the original creature that was man before men become Homo sapiens sapiens. It couldn't survive because it wouldn't have defenses to deal with the predators that exist today. Everything had to move in a particular direction because there was competition occurring on a gigantic scale. Because the amount of species that exist now today in the entire world, when we look at the fossils and look in the rock, far more species had existed before. But in order for what we have today, millions of species had to die. Because it's basically once everything was in the water, and then some creatures realized that they will survive better on land than in the water because the predators in the water was bigger. So those creatures with the ability to was stronger, had bigger lungs,
right,
was able to crawl on land, to escape just for that 5 minutes in the day, to escape in the day while light was out, to hide from the predators in the sea. They could survive and pass on the genes with the ability to crawl on land. So that's why the crawling on land became what it is. People don't understand that evolution was.
Where did the genes come from to, let's say, for a fish? Because I know a lot of evolutionists believe this, that man was originally fish or came from the same common ancestor as a fish.
All right, we're going to look at what family. We're going to look at just one generation. We're going to look at one generation within a family.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say we're just looking at one generation within a family. We're using human beings.
Right.
One generation. What's one generation? A mother and father come together, a man and woman come together, and they have 9 children. Right? And when you look at all 9 children are not identical. They might look similar, but they're not identical. Some may be taller, and not significantly taller either. Some may be thinner, some may be fatter. Some may be just small variation, because we know that no creature reproduces perfectly. Reproduction always happens with small variations, whether one on a single cellular level or a multicellular level. Now, if we take those just that one generation and we decide to breed for the variation, we say, oh, this is the taller one, and we're going to breed it with another family tallest female. The opportunity of their children becoming tall would be greater.
Right, that would be sexual selection, right?
Yeah, because of the variation which occur. Right? Now, variations have always been occurring. But imagine, or look at it this way. I know that you don't believe in the germ theory, but if you look at COVID, the reason why COVID is mutating so often is because there is so much COVID out there that there is so many different slight variation of when it reproduces. And after a while, those variations can result in a different mutation of COVID. Similar to the first, but distinct enough to be called its own version. Similar to the first, so the delta is similar to the original.
Yeah, at no point, I'm just going along with the construct here.
Yeah, I know that you don't believe in it.
Right. At no point does that virus become an entirely different species, though.
Because
and that's what makes evolution theory. And I said this to Ankh a long time ago on this panel, that when you say or natural selection, if you just want to limit it to that mechanism, that's what makes it a theory in a colloquial sense. It's not a scientific theory, because when you look up the definition of scientific theory, a requirement is that theory, it can be falsified. When you talk about, when you speak about events that occurred, millions of years ago, and this environmental pressure caused this small change, and then this environmental pressure caused another small change, and then over time, these little variations basically added up to cause, a species to go from one species to another. Thing about that is, there's no way you can falsify that.
Question: how is it that whales have? How is it that whales still have remnants of the bones? We show that they had hind legs. If you look at a whale skeleton,
I don't know anything about that.
All right, this thing don't have this thing don't have over 100,000 years. All right, you know that the average man in the time of Jesus was about 5 foot. Jesus was about 5 foot tall.
You said Jesus was short?
Was about 5'2", 5'1".
Yeah, they say that was a description I heard. Like, they say it's real ugly too. They say it's short and ugly.
Right. Jesus was about 5'1". Most people in Europe was about 5 foot tall.
Right.
Most people in that area was about 5 foot tall. We're talking about less than 2,000 years.
Right. But see, again,
But
I know where you're going. I know where you're
but
going. But
as
you're still,
agriculture is
you're still talking about human beings. At no
But,
point
yeah,
do you
but
demonstrate a species jump. Like,
no, but what I'm saying that the disparity that occurred just in 2,000 years in terms of
mhm.
height, right? If we go back, most people who left the outer Africa theory, most people who left Africa, the persons who left Africa were very short,
Mhm.
Human beings were very short, Them says standing on hinds leg was a defense mechanism, so they could look over the shrubberies, on the plains for predators. That's what the start. It was very short, right? And then the ability to stand longer was passed on because those
See,
animals could stand
again,
and sit. Again,
all of that
it's
stuff is
section.
speculative. There's literally no way to falsify any of that.
True. There's no way to falsify. It's either you see the theory for what it is and realize that listen, when we came out of the primordial goal, a single cell organism, it's either you believe that or you believe that man has existed as man, as what it is from day one,
Right.
that will look the same way, that 2,000 years ago will never look different, that you're about how tall, Askel? 6'3"?
6 foot.
You're 6 foot. You go back into the time of Jesus, and one of the things says Goliath cousin. You think Goliath was as big as Shaq? Goliath was not big as Shaq. No, it wasn't as big as Shaq.
Right.
If Shaq go back in the time of Jesus, I'm gonna call him a giant. But that is why when people tell me about the creation story, I said, look at the fossil and look at people.
So what do you
at them
think
high.
about the are you familiar with the Cambrian explosion, Stoopies?
The Cambrian explosion is all right. I know it. Remind me, is the one where there are certain when there was an explosion of species.
I'm vaguely familiar with it, but basically it's like a flash event that happened in cause I think they said they found it in the sediment in the rock.
Yes.
Where they found various different species. But based on the sediment, they can tell the time that passed based on the sediment, right? And like you see huge variations within a very short period of time. Something along those lines.
Yes.
I was just asking if you're familiar, because I know a lot of people who reject. Excuse me. A lot of people who reject evolution theory, they bring up the Cambrian explosion. So I figured somebody, probably, somebody who accepts evolution probably would be familiar with it. But
No. I know about it because I'm reading on it now. I heard about it before, right? And what them saying that prior to that, most species were single cellular organisms. It happened approximately 541 million years ago. It sounds like a little bit of number, but that's a whole heap of number. They said before that all of a sudden you had a vast variation in the species. But then my thing would have been probably one reason for that would have probably be within a small area, within the area of the sea, you had a whole heap of single cell organism. And all of a sudden things just start change and the strongest start survive. Because during that time, when you look at the different species of animal that existed, was almost like all different type of defenses. When scientists look at it, some had larger teeth, some had spiky back, some had broader. It's like, but it's 54 million years ago. This, if we can't even decide what happened, if we talk to the average person I will ask them what happened in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. We don't have enough records. The average person even can't think about 2,000 years ago.
Right.
So when you look at a time span of 54 million years, and the Cambrian period lasted for how long? It lasted, although the sediments, it must have, how long it lasted?
No, it said it was a very short period of time. Let me Google it real quick. But yo, the discussion we're having is in specific regard to the idea of natural selection or evolution being responsible for differentiation in species.
Yeah.
In species, right? That it explains why a goat is a goat and a rat is a rat. That's not the same thing as a variant of a virus.
Of a goat.
Right.
But let's go back. 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 Because we're going to use human beings. We're going to use human beings. And we're just going to go back 100,000 years. We're just going to go back 100,000 years. Right? 100,000 years ago, a Homo sapien was in the plains. Right? And the resources were running out. There was very little resource. Right? They started hunting, some started gathering, and they started exploring, and they left the plains. And some of them went into Europe, and some of them went into Asia, and some of them went as far as China, and some of them went as far as the Americas. Right? And some of them never reached the Americas until, say, about 20,000 years ago. And some of them never reached China until, say, 20,000 years ago. Right? But these small populations stayed in these groups. Now, it's one group of people, it's very similar, left Africa, you know. But yet still, all of a sudden now, 100,000 years, we have distinct looking people that when these people reproduce among themselves, them look totally different than when people in America reproduce amongst themselves. Them look totally different than when people in Europe reproduce amongst themselves. They look totally different than people who went south to Africa reproduce amongst themselves. And all of that happened within 100,000 years.
They're all still
But they're all still human beings, but they're very distinct.
That's fine. I don't have no problem accepting that. Again, remember the discussion is natural selection as an explanation of differentiation between species.
No, I'm just using that to say within 100 years they can have so much differentiation.
Oh,
no, we're going to go back. We're going to go back now, and we're going to use the wolf. We're going to use the wolf. And although they're the same species as dogs, right? Within the last 100 years, so we domesticated the wolf 50,000 years ago. Right? But if you're supposed to look at a wolf can no longer, well, a wolf can reproduce with a dog same way. The wolf can still reproduce with dogs. They have mixtures of wolves and dogs. But their appearance totally different within 50,000 years. When men domesticated them. Right? But that is just within 50,000 years. I had so much differentiation of the wolf, where the wolf can look like a Chihuahua, because it's still a wolf. And the wolf can still look like a Doberman. Doberman is still a wolf, you know. Right? And the wolf can look like an Alsatian. And that is just 50,000 years, although the same species. But the common ancestor is the wolf. Right? But if we allow these species to branch out on them own,
right, this might
eventually,
be the best argument right here.
Mhm.
Because I've always heard that the dog come from the wolf.
Yeah, the dog is a wolf. It's a wolf.
Dog is a
A
wolf.
dog is a wolf, you know.
And
Can still breed with a wolf. A wolf can still impregnate any dog on the surface of the earth, you know.
okay, so then by definition, they're not different species then. They're in the same species.
They belong. It's like a subset of a wolf. Because once two creatures can procreate and have children.
Right.
But because we don't have no others, we don't have no species that can reproduce. We can jump species and reproduce.
Right.
But over time, if you allow for just the time and the splitting off, because this is just 50,000 years since we domesticated the dog. But over time, domesticated the wolf. Over time, the chihuahua is going to become an animal which no longer can reproduce with the wolf. Then it will become a distinct species. It would no longer it would cease to be in a wolf at that time. Right? But it's time. We can't look at it in short time of being capable of looking at it. It's almost like we're looking at it and say, how the planets form. The solar system is 14 billion years old, but the planets never form. It took billions of years before the planets form and was cool enough for life. Everything takes time. Evolution is about time and environmental pressures. You can't look at it and say, oh, man come from monkey. The monkey never exists at that time. The common ancestor would exist where everything, where the monkey come from, the chimpanzee come from, the ape come from. Everything was the wolf of that time. But it happened so long ago that now we became our own distinct species. And the common ancestor which that animal come from. Because if people tell you that chickens are dinosaurs, you wouldn't believe that. But chickens are dinosaurs.
You said chickens are dinosaurs?
Chickens are dinosaurs.
You don't even want to know what I think about that whole dinosaur shit. Yo, but let's not go down that rabbit hole, man.
Wait a second. Dinosaurs didn't exist? Tell me that. No, it's just you're not on that planet.
Yo, I'm gonna do this next time, brother.
No, man, tell me that one. Tell me that one. That's the time before we go to bed. Wait, the dinosaurs didn't exist?
Hole, man.
Wait, the dinosaurs didn't exist?
Brethren.
No, tell me what you think, please. What you know what? Honestly,
yo, which one is that dinosaur that has that big ass armor on its back?
I know which one you're talking. Yeah.
Brachios, whatever the hell that
Brontosaurus.
Shit. Whatever the hell that thing is.
Yeah.
Anybody want to tell me how these things copulated with each other? Like how did these things, have sex? How did that work?
How turtles have sex?
What they have, that cloaca, they call it?
Yeah, how turtles have sex?
Yeah, with the cloaca, right?
So listen. Science and reproduction.
But what I'm saying is no. The question I'm asking is a physics one, right? So with the turtles, we can observe in real time how those things breed. When you look at it, the depiction of the whatever that friggin' thing is.
If you never be honest. If you never see a turtle reproduce.
Look at the T-Rex, right?
Yeah.
You telling me that's a viable animal? This thing is supposed to be the size of a fucking skyscraper, right? But it has these little arms that are like, yeah. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
We look on. You ever
brother,
see a chicken
that T-Rex, that's something out of somebody's imagination, bro.
No, man. They're not chicken. A chicken. Stand up a chicken. Make a chicken the size of a T-Rex. And you realize that is the same proportion. No, envision a chicken the size of a T-Rex. And you look at that fucked up animal named a chicken.
Yeah,
Or an
but
ostrich. Or an ostrich. Look at the ostrich.
yeah, but you know, physics is physics, right? So a chicken with that type of build, because it's such a lightweight animal, it's
No,
no,
ostrich.
it's still viable.
Ostrich. Oh, look at the ostrich. Look at the
Yeah.
ostrich. Look at the ostrich. Look at the size of an ostrich compared to a chicken. With those fucked up wings. It's almost like it don't have any arms. It don't have any wings. It's a flightless bird.
Right.
It's a dinosaur. It's the same proportion. Birds are dinosaurs. It's the same proportion. Birds are dinosaurs.
Yo, let's table that dinosaur thing, man.
True.
But yeah, because I've been on for a while. Like that's a whole thing. You know, I do want to talk about on another panel the specifically about natural selection as a means of explaining differentiation in species. Like, is that viable as a theory, right? And I just Googled a thing about the wolves and the dogs, and it is saying in the past they didn't consider them to be the same species because the resulting offspring would be sterile. That's between a dog and a wolf, Stoopies.
Dogs and wolf offspring, that's sterile?
Yeah, this is what it says. If their offspring is fertile, then the animals are of the same species. If the offspring is sterile, they're of different species. A half dog, half wolf will always be sterile,
That's not true.
as will a mule. But a half Alsatian, half poodle would be fertile. What is that, Alsatian? That's another type of dog.
Yeah,
so according
German
to
Shepherd.
this,
Alsatian is German Shepherd. That's
the
a
German
collie.
Shepherd. So those are both
Yeah.
dogs. So this source I'm reading is on Guardian.com. I don't know if that qualifies as a reputable source insofar as science is concerned, but it's saying that a wolf and a dog, if they breed, the resultant offspring is gonna be sterile. So, but it goes on further in that same article to say that they're considered a subset, though, even though
it's a can a wolf and a dog produce fertile offspring? Yes, wolf and domestic dog can breed and produce fertile offspring.
Okay, hold on, let me. He said, can a wolf and a dog produce fertile offspring? I'm sure they have demonstrations of this. Could demonstration be conversation, right? All three can interbreed and produce. Okay, so wolves, coyotes, and domestic dogs are closely related species. All three can interbreed and produce viable, fertile offspring.
Yeah, because wolves are dogs are wolf.
Wolf dogs, coy wolves, and coy dogs.
Right.
Interesting.
Because wolves are dogs are wolves. But enough time has not passed as yet for the Chihuahua to become a distinct species. Given time, it will. Given time, a Chihuahua is not going to be able to breed with a pit bull. You're not going to have a pit Chihuahua. Given time, it's time.
Has this been demonstrated? I gotta go on YouTube when I get off of here.
Right. This is the German side that I'm on.
Now I gotta see this in real time. In real time.
Sickening world of biodiversity. Institute of Wolf Monitoring. That's a German site. 2021. Yeah, of course. Look how wolves are dogs.
And now I'm saying though, the Stoopies, what I'm saying is that website or whatever you just said, They showed it. Well, not when I say real time, I don't mean like. Obviously, we can't show like the animals having sex, and we literally see them get impregnated, and they could do it in like what do you call that thing where it showed transition of time, like you speed it up, whatever the case may be. I got to see this. I have to see this. You get what I'm saying? Have you ever seen it?
In Australia, you have these wild dogs, what them call dingoes, right?
Now, before you go there, Stoopies, what I'm saying is,
yeah,
have you witnessed this? Not necessarily in like real life. Have you seen a video where a wolf and a coyote, or a coyote and a dog, or a wolf and a dog were interbred?
Yes,
and they got the resultant offspring, and then were able to further reproduce. Have you ever witnessed it?
No, but I've heard of dogs that are quarter wolf. I think on YouTube too. Just look up quarter wolf dog on YouTube. Quarter Quater Q.
Boy, look at this crazy ass white woman, boy. She got this big ass wolf dog.
Yeah, you see. Oh, and them bigger too. And they're bigger.
Yeah, they're illegal.
Yeah, they're bigger. They're going to be bigger.
Look at this fool.
They're going to be bigger. They're going to be bigger because hybrids are naturally
I'm gonna share
bigger.
my screen real quick, man. Look at this fool. Hold on.
The hybrids are bigger, right?
Yeah, I'm literally seeing it in front of my eyes right now.
Yeah, hybrids are bigger. If a liger, a mixture between a lion and a tiger, is almost like 2 times as big as the tiger.
Hold on.
Right? Why do you think mules? You know that mules are bigger than horses and donkeys because the hybrids are always bigger.
You see that, Soupies?
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're going to throw it out this
Look at the size of that thing head. Oh, actually don't look that big right there.
Yeah, don't look that big right there. It should, yeah. But they're bigger. They're bigger than wolves. All right. We're going to throw this out there now.
You see this right there? So it said, this is why wolf dogs are illegal. So apparently they're illegal.
They're illegal because they can't tame. They can't tame. They still have the instinct of a wild animal.
Fool. Look at this fool.
Yeah. And they can't bark either.
Snuggles with best friend. Bitch, that animal don't, man.
All right. We'll throw it out there now. You realize that we're having a new breed, a mixed people. When this part though, I'm going to give you some food for thought. When you have the NBA and the NFL players marrying to the white girls and the children being born, you realize how tall the boys are?
Right. You said NBA and who?
The NBA players and the NFL players who marry to those white girls and have children. You realize how tall the boys are?
Okay.
You know why? Because all this happens anytime you have like variations of genes like that, especially when you have the stronger genes in one population and they decide to have children. The strongest of the genes are combined in the offspring. So if the father possessed the genes for height, the child are gonna possess the genes for height.
Yeah, but I want to see it demonstrated one of these things reproducing.
Yeah, you just have to go. You have to go on. Come out of YouTube and just look for
Matter of
quarter
fact,
wolf. Look for quarter wolves in Google, because quarter wolf will tell you that the offspring.
Okay, hold on. She has puppies. Supposedly wolf dog puppies. So,
yep.
Wonder what did they breed the wolf dog? Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this. I'm gonna have to do this like off the record, man. It's getting late, brother.
Yeah, yeah, man. Which part of it? Jamaica? I'm asking already.
Hold on, you still at the soupies? Yo. Yeah, man. I ate that stew piece, man. I drop out, dog. That's it, brother.
You tell you. So over time, evolution don't have over 100 years, or 1,000.
Hey, let me tell you something. One thing with me, different from a lot of people, I don't hold on to like it always be killing me when I hear people like on these panel debating and they're so married to their positions, right?
No, I don't hold on to nothing either.
Even when they get proven, like it could be like just blatant, like, yo, you're wrong.
No.
Just the pride.
No. Listen. I know that Darwin has to be a racist because he was a man of his time. And the situation, but the thing about it that he saw black men as men, right? When what the author who wrote what's his name again? Nigger Jack and Tom Sawyer, a Huckleberry Finn. What's the author name?
Mm-hmm.
Right? When he heard about what was happening in the Congo, right? Him see the Congolese as men, what Leopold was doing, and he wrote a story on it, right? But at the time, you have people like King Leopold who didn't see them as men, who don't see black people as men, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's levels to it now. It's levels.
It's levels.
Look at Lincoln, because Whitney brought up Lincoln earlier. Chef.
Lincoln was a racist.
Yeah, he was a racist, but he wasn't as virulent a racist as say Andrew Jackson.
Right. Andrew Jackson was a wholesale racist.
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson, if you weren't white, a matter of fact, if you weren't a specific kind of white, either.
Right.
Because Andrew Jackson was from English stock.
Right.
Because what people don't understand, when it's not everybody who came to America under the same conditions, Some came to get wealth here, Benjamin Franklin was nobility when he went back to France, But these men, people think that these men were on it. Some of these men, the founding fathers of America, went to school in England, Right? Or them they were refined, they speak many languages.
Right, they're aristocrats.
They were aristocrats.
Yeah. But that's a point Chef was making, like a guy like Lincoln wasn't necessarily, comfortable with the idea of slavery and the brutality of it. And he looked at the black men he didn't look at them as subhuman. However, he did say explicitly that he believed that the superior position in life should be assigned to the white man.
Of course.
Right.
Lincoln is sharing bed with another man too. Nobody know want to talk about that. So
You
Lincoln was
know,
gay
I've
as a
heard
bird.
I heard something like that, you know. I never looked into it. I've
So
heard
Lincoln
something
was
like that
gay
before.
as a bird.
Yeah,
He
I've
used to
heard
sleep with
something like
another
that.
man before he married. Nobody don't talk about that.
So Lincoln was an OG LGBT.
Of course. Listen, what people don't understand is that, you see, we live in 2020 now. If we even go back 60 years and go to Martin Luther, right? And Sheffrin said this, the kind of language he used and how he viewed himself and the freedom that he wanted. Martin Luther wasn't thinking about the same freedom as the Carnegies had in New York, you know, the aristocrats, you know. The freedom that he was thinking was the same freedom that were enjoyed by ordinary white people, not by elevated rich white people. Because Martin Luther never seen himself playing in the street with the aristocrats in New York on Park Avenue, right? You have different levels to this thing. So when we look at it in 2020 now, where a black man say the sky is the limit and can be a billionaire too. No, it's never always so. But that's another conversation. He was a racist. But we're not going to use that to debunk evolution. Because that is what that Muslim wanted the name Focus. Focus is a Muslim at heart. Try remember that.
Yeah, so
Anytime you hear him talk.
Yeah, that's the dog you had in the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wasn't having that discussion tonight. The discussion tonight was strictly relegated to the
No, but
the idea of if there, to me that's not even a panel worthy discussion. You know, the only thing that make it panel worthy is people like Ankh and Unbiased who are trying their hardest to make Darwin not a racist. Like,
no,
I mean, listen, it's
my
to
position.
me,
Every white people racist.
It's not a big deal. It's not really anything to talk. Like, let's say he was racist. Like, who cares? Ain't no big deal. Like, but they doggedly fighting it. Like Ankh especially, dude. Ankh be just fighting. Like, no, man. He loved black people. He was on the boat with that black dude, and he rubbed him on his head and said, "Man, I'm sorry that they're doing this to you."
No,
You're a man too.
Peter, I don't know that him say a black man is a man too. But Peter, we need to look at the time. And Darwin wasn't poor. Darwin's family was middle class English people. They weren't poor. They looked down on everybody.
No, I thought he was an aristocracy,
Right.
wasn't he?
Right.
He wasn't middle.
Right. They live good. They live well. Upper middle class. They might not have been very rich, but they live well. Right? They wasn't poor. Them people that look down on everybody. Him never see. Right? So them look down on everybody in terms of that. When if you read the books at the time and you read how people live, and you realize that, listen, when people talk nowadays, 100 years ago, both you and I would be down, if we lived in England, we'd be down in the coal mine with the poor white people.
Right.
You understand? It's when black people started to become a problem in the Americas, because the rich did not want. No, black people was. Let me put it this way: black people wasn't the problem. The problem was that white people started to look up and see where they were. Poor white people started to look up and see where they were when they stratified the standard of living and realized that the living was bad. So the rich white people said to the poor white man, listen, you don't have it bad because you're better than the nigger.
Mm-hmm.
So it's when the white man started to want to look up and challenge the richer white man for what him having. That time the line was drawn, Prior to that, you never have a drawn line. Because everybody, poor people was poor people. And rich people was rich people. Right? And the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and even before them was rich people that lived in the big house. And the poor white men had lived in a shitty situation. Just like the poor black man. Just like the poor Chinese. Right? But then it became a problem. But we need to talk again at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, man.
Where you say
Yeah,
that?
man. Till
Jamaica?
next time.
Where that?
Huh?
Jamaica? Jamaica, you
No,
there?
man. Which Jamaica, which part? I'm there right outside Florida, brother.
Which part of Florida you there?
You know which part I'm there already. I guess it one time, you know. Remember?
Then the man
That
have to
one
link
time.
up then, man. Yeah, one time I look for the picture. I said, Rasico. I just see you
Mm,
there.
yeah. Said place, my G. Yeah, man.
Your zip, me tell him a zip code, 33025. You far from me?
No, Bridget, you chat too much for the live, dog. Man, and ducks we.
No, them can't.
Yo, chat. Let me see what's going on with the chat, man. What's going on with the
This
chat?
is
You know,
empty.
they be in there talking crazy.
They
Hold
need to
on.
come on. They do all. I'm crazy.
Nah, they talking about religion and all kind of crazy stuff. Hold on. Hold on, man. They saying Darwin chose Whitney over Mariah. What the hell? Church should be open 24/7. Coconut segment. Yeah, the coconut hour.
Hey, Amber, that's not nice. That's just a nigga who turned up his nose to blacks.
What she said?
You're all acting like he was a flaming racist. Yeah, I agree with you. He was a dude who turned up his
Nah,
nose to
he was
black
a
people.
flagrant racist. You can't get much worse than Darwin. You talking about exterminating people? Yeah, I didn't change my stance on that. And yeah, Amber, I could see you pulling up to my house, yo. All outside my window. Yeah, man. I can't have y'all popping up on me, bro.
Jesus was the first to see walk on the Red Sea. Jesus was a crip. Of course, Jesus was a crip and sea walk.
Yeah, Amber's stupid, yeah. So don't nobody give a fuck about Doxy.
Hey, Amber. I say Amber lose her temper. Amber trying not to lose her temper with focus, you know. I say Amber tying down her temper, you know, because Amber just can't deal with focus,
Nah,
you
she
know.
snapped on him though.
Yeah.
Yo, Stupid, what you think about this? You see what's been going on in these conscious community streets, man?
Look, my problem with the conscious community.
You know what I'm referring to?
We're referring to which one?
This whole crazy stuff with Nepal and Taharka Bay and all. Yeah.
Oh Lord. What's the Moorish one name? The one who
That's
was calling
Taharka
out
Bay.
for Taharka Bay. Taharka Bay. I love him, but him kind of crazy. And the problem with him is that, you see, because his shit don't smell so bad, that's what I realized with him. Because his shit don't smell so bad, nobody can call him up on the bullshit and the scamming. And he's always true to what he's saying. He was always a more from day one. He's calling out everybody left, right, and center.
No. I don't think you know what I'm getting at here. You must not know what's going on.
No, I never hear about them. What's the new one? What's the new thing?
Yo, I can't believe so many people don't hear about this. I guess people, man, you know what Taharka Bay did, bro?
What he did?
Man, watch, I'm trying to get the damn video. I'm trying to get the video my damn self.
What he did?
They have a video of Nepal diddling with her genitals, brother. Everything out. crutches out the door. As Bernie Mac said in Players Club.
What she did?
Naked.
She shared it with her partner.
Apparently, there's this guy named Solomon. He's a Hebrew.
Yeah.
And they're involved in some sort of relationship. I don't know if they ever met in person or what, but she admitted that she sent videos and pictures to him in confidence.
Yeah, but no wrong with, but then Tahaka Bay is an asshole.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he did that because
then he's an asshole.
He's a pious guy.
Yeah, then he's an asshole because guess what? If a man and a woman wouldn't want to be a long distance relationship, or them is actual partners or jerk off partners or masturbation partners, and they decide to share intimate photographs and pictures, it's between that man and that woman. If somebody even show me that, oh, see my girl here, oh, she look good, or her pum pum fat, it's not my business to share it with somebody else. 50% of the population of the world have vagina. Why I'm acting like Natalie wouldn't have a vagina?
Yeah, but earworm stoopies, not only because this is Tarka reasoning behind it. You know, him and Sonnet have been going back and forth, launching invectives at each other. Apparently, you know, Sonnet has said something about some not so flattering things about Taharka Bey's wife, you know, his kids, and you know, they're slinging mud. Right. But you know, my thing is, you being Taharka Bey, you know, the thing that I always liked about him from he came onto the scene, he was rooted in that Moorish doctrine, and he really seemed to really live out the ideology, you know, because say what you will, whether as soon as you think it is or whatever, the ideals that are espoused by Noble Drew Ali that are codified in that Moorish Quran, and these are some high ideals insofar as how human beings are to interact and conduct themselves. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about like the highest of high ideals. So for you to get a hold of a woman's, you know, and I know you're
personal video.
Right. And I know she said some things about him too. But you know, women are like that, bro. Like, you know, she's with Sonetta and you know, she trying to do the ride or die thing. It's not that she did to you, even if she said, oh, you a pedophile, you know? Because they said that about some other dude. You know, and you do this as retaliation. Like, at the end of the day, those are words. Yeah, that's like the worst thing you could say about a man, but ultimately, they don't have any evidence, and that's not gonna, it's not gonna impact your freedom, your life in any kind of way, really. You know? But here's the kicker, Stoopies. This man get a hold, it's a bunch of pictures and video. So she's saying that she only sent it to this one guy.
Right.
Taharka and some other Hebrew guys are saying, no, she sent it to a whole bunch of people. Regardless of which, and she made this point also, it was a great point. She said, if I sent it to 10 guys, it was meant for those 10 guys. I sent it to them in confidence.
Right.
I never sent it to them with the expectation that this thing was going to get blasted all over the internet, right? Taharka created a website and is charging people. Well, he was charging $2.99. I think now he's charging $5.99 for people to look at the pictures and videos. You can't believe that, stupid?
She need to sue him.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure he had to have looked at the laws in his state or something before he did that, because there's no way that he did that without any forethought. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, Kim Kardashian video leaked and she sued. No, I made up a bunch of money off it. She need to sue him. The thing about it is this, right? Anybody who is paying to see this woman, Jenna Taylor, is a loser. All of the Hebrew Israelite them is losers, right? Because any man in this room here with a cell phone and a girlfriend have received naked pictures of him girl already. It's only natural. Your girl going to send you one. You're going to beg her for one and she's going to send you one. Right?
Right.
And you know, being so excited that you got this girl naked picture, that you had to show the rest of your friends. I told you, that most of these dudes are prison dudes,
Well, Soupy's apparently, according to Napa, she said the guy, she had noticed some inconsistencies in his character and she wanted to terminate the relationship. And he did this as reprisal.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Even worse. That even worse. That even worse because he needs to be reprimanded publicly also. Because as a man, you don't do that as a man. That's the reprisal they get.
Yeah, she said he literally tried to, I don't get dude, like, I don't understand some dudes, man. She said he told her like, yo, if you break up with me, I'm gonna share these pictures. Like, so what is she supposed to do? Like, after, all right, let's stay together. Like, so I don't know if I believe her when I say that, because I just can't imagine somebody saying, yo, if you don't stay with me, then I'm gonna let everybody see these pictures and videos. Like, even if she wanted to stay, what's she gonna do? Say, all right, well, I guess you got me, so we have to stay together now. Like, I just can't picture it.
Let's be honest. Tyarka Bay is a nasty nigga. In Jamaica, they call him a nasty nigga. And let me explain why I say he's a nasty nigga.
Nasty nigga.
Yeah, he's charging $2.99 for dudes to jerk off to Naphtali. Because why else would you want to see our naked picture?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Jerk off material.
That's crazy. He literally created a porn site, bro.
Right.
The Grand Sheik of the Moor Science Temple
created a porn site.
Has a porn website, bro. I can't even wrap my mind around it, bro. Shit is crazy. The conscious community is crazy, bro.
No, because somebody needs to talk to me. Listen, you need to take that shit down. Because you're creating a porn website for dudes to jerk off to Naphtali. Because those pictures were sent to the guy, the Hebrew Israelite, so he could jerk off to her. Why else would you want those pictures? Right, to jerk off to her. Right? Right? So that's what the dude doing. Him create a jerk off website.
Yo.
Anybody
ever seen a dying trial?
Listen, if all he should have done is suggested that he have access to the pictures. Just say, listen, this girl acting like she's all of that.
Well, he did. He did.
Yeah, but then you kill it there.
No, but they ain't back down. So Anetta was like, you ain't got no pictures of my wife, motherfucker. You ain't got no pictures.
Wait a minute. She's Annetta's wife?
Yeah.
They want him to sign it to original wife.
He still got her. He getting his polite on. She's his second wife. Oh God!
Stop! Stop! Is this the bullshit the conscious community comes to know?
Yo, stupid! They say brain malfunction a while ago. It can't even process.
No, this is what Fran come to. So
this is what it's come to, bro.
You understand the craziness of the community?
Bruh.
So
Bruh.
wife used to be a Hebrew Israelite then, or she wanted to be a Hebrew Israelite.
Who? Napar?
Yeah.
Yeah, she identifies as a Hebrew Israelite. Yeah, very much, very, very devout, as we know how she presents herself.
Okay,
like
stop.
she's always
Stop. You have to spoon feed me this now. You have to basically take the spoon and say choo 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 choo. Here comes the train. Choo choo. One car at a time. You cannot give me the whole three in one time. So Naphtali is his wife. She's a Hebrew Israelite that was with another Hebrew Israelite, sending that Hebrew Israelite naked pic.
Mm-hmm.
Senator is a conscious, open and close quotation, conscious dude who is with a Hebrew Israelite. Okay, yeah. This is the word for this is pantomime. Do you know what a pantomime is?
Nah, but Stuppies, he's a guy though. Like I wouldn't care.
No.
What a
It's
woman
not a matter of no care. It's a matter of the image where you sell. The image that you sell. You sell that you're a conscious dude.
So
right?
a conscious dude can't be with a religious woman?
Not as a second wife.
Why not?
Because, all right, this is it. Your first wife is the wife where you have before you come into consciousness. And you love her through thick and thin. Your second wife is a wife that you choose now. So if you're going to choose, think about it this way. Your first car is the car that you buy when you couldn't afford to buy a car. But you find yourself in that money. Are you going to buy a car? Are you going to buy a hoopty?
No, you're gonna buy that sports car that you don't need.
The car that you dream of.
But it's aesthetically pleasing.
A car that is aesthetic, that please your eyes and please your mind.
Right. That's what. Well, no, I don't think the mind so much factors in, brother. I don't think. Listen, a lot of dudes. I be seeing these dudes in the chat be like, "Yeah, Nepal and all that," and da da da.
She good looking. Leave her alone. She good looking.
Hey, bro. I'm like, what are these niggas looking at? Like, come on, niggas be fronting, bro. Like, niggas be want to be so cool. Like Nepal is sexy, dude. Like, come on, cut it out.
The dudes who said that, yes, the dudes who said that, they have hair growing in my hand. Them don't have no girl. Nepal is good looking. Leave her.
Yo, Nepal is sexy as hell. I don't know what niggas talking about. Yeah, she's a little older. She's a little older woman. She probably when she was young, she was a knockout. Yeah. But that is an attractive woman. You know what I'm saying? So I think I mean, if a woman like that is choosing up on you and he's older than her, it's hard not to be sprung, bro. Like, you're gonna go for it, regardless if she Hebrew. Man, you don't care about that shit.
They're not conscious then. Basically, you're selling an image then. You're selling an image then.
No, but the conscious position isn't all right. It's just like how atheists always say that atheism isn't a position, or it isn't an affirmative stance, right? It's not a belief system. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So now let's say I proclaim to be a Muslim, right? That's a belief system that has a defined set of rules. Being conscious just means you're aware of who your people are. But if a woman, if you attracted to a woman, like, okay, she wants to pray to some sky god, like, all right, do your thing, mama. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just come home to daddy once you're done doing your little rituals and shit, man. I don't care.
Listen to what you say. Listen to what you say. Play back to what you said just in your mind a while ago. Play it back. And tell me if that is the position of somebody who know themselves would take. Hello?
Yeah. Wait, so what? Say it again.
Play back what you just said in your mind. And then
I'm
ask yourself
saying,
the question.
if I
Is that
purport
is
to
the
be
position that somebody who knows themselves would
right,
take?
if you purport to be conscious, right? You know, he
You
was a
cannot
former
take that
Panther.
position.
He was a former Panther. You know, he was
Mm.
around Khalid.
Mm.
You know, he talked about Kemet, and none of that stuff precludes him from dating a Christian. Like, he's not violating any tenet or any, you know what I'm saying?
In violating the most important tenet. On the wall of Delphi, it is written, to thine own self be true. That's the most important thing. To thine own self be true. You must, everybody hear that 80 correct.
Yeah. But, all right, but Stoopies, all right, explain to me in your estimation how Sonetta has compromised his own ideals by being with a Christian or a Hebrew. How so?
Dealing with a religious fanatic. We need to call it what it is.
Okay.
Dealing with somebody who goes against everything that you say you don't believe in. That is how I'm violating ideals. Because if you believe in a particular thing, if you believe that the earth is round and the person that you're with telling you that the earth is flat and shouting it from the rooftop that the earth is flat, how you manage this idiot around you every day? So therefore, what it tells us, you know, is that him is no more than an animal that is driven by his emotions and his lust, not by his intellect or his mind. And a conscious person, them head space come before them hood, before them dick space. Right? That is what consciousness is about. Consciousness is about your head space, where your head is. Right? So if you go and tell me that you can fall back on everything what you believe in because she have the WAP, what else you can fall back on? You understand what I'm saying to you?
Man, you're a more highly evolved human being than I.
No. Guess what happened to him? Samson, she need to cut off. That's what she need to do. She need to cut off him locks and put him in.
Hey, yo, you know what's crazy, Stoopies?
Yeah.
I just opened Instagram, right? Because I was gonna look for a woman to make my point.
Yeah.
And the perfect damn woman came up.
Oh.
So, hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. Because if this motherfucker believed in flat earth, I wouldn't give a solitary fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. I don't care what, listen. If this motherfucker was out there on national TV saying the earth flat and hey, I might fuck around support her on that shit.
Then, you see, I remember my point. The last statement you make just support me. Just validate everything that
you might catch me at the Flat Earth Convention, stupid.
Of course, buying tickets and giving donation to the Flat Earth Convention. So sponsoring the barbecue, sponsoring the Hebrew Israelite barbecue, because you have to support your woman.
Come on, man. I don't care what she's talking about. Like, I don't listen. There are plenty of people who can provide intellectual stimuli. I could come on here, talk to Amber. I don't need to have no deep conversation with this woman. What are we going to talk about? You know what I'm saying? If she's agreeable, you know what I'm saying? Let's say she's a doting woman. She loves to cook. Yo, I'm in.
You don't believe what you're saying.
Stoopies. Stoopies, you looking at this woman?
Yeah, Mr. She look good.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
She look good.
If this woman believe in flat earth, Stoopies, you gonna turn her down because she believe in flat earth?
No.
If she's not vaccinated, you
No.
Yo, if she doesn't have a vaccine card, you gonna turn her down?
No, but be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Life is unfair. Let me explain to you. Life is unfair. But if Martin Luther King did present to you a stripper on the pole as his wife, you couldn't take him seriously. That is it, right? It's like when, all right, Kanye West lost all his validity when he chose Kim Kardashian to be his woman, right? Will Smith lose all his validity when he chose the idiot what he made now as a woman. She fine as hell, but she brought him down. Now this dude now talking about Naphtali is his wife, a Hebrew Israelite.
Now, I will say this, Stoopies. No matter how good a woman looks, right? Being Sonetter, not saying that he has this great old thing going on, but he has built something, right? I wouldn't put a woman in that position that early. You know, from no matter how in lust I am with that woman. You know, if I build something, because from day one he was putting her all on the channel and promoting her, and like he really invested in this woman big time.
Him supporting something that him don't believe in.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't do.
You realize there's something fundamentally wrong with that?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
So it's not like say, and then him put her, listen, him give her the highest of honor a man can give a woman. You know what is that honor him give her?
Wife, right.
Him give her the honor of calling her him wife.
Yeah.
No, and then when you hear, because if you have been listening to Sanita for years, I'm not saying a man don't stray or a man don't do this or a man don't do that, and a man might not be going through trouble with the original woman, you know. But you choose somebody who is a loony bird and give her that crown. You give a loony bird a crown, and you're not supposed to be a loony bird. You're supposed to be a conscious individual who chant Marcus Garvey, up you mighty race.
Yo, Stoopies, it's a lot to live up to, man.
But guess what?
Yes, people don't realize that, you know. It's like people like Malcolm X and listen, that's why I know I'm not cut out for that. I'm not cut out for that, Stoopies. Like, brethren, how long did Malcolm go without sex? Was it 5 years or something like that?
Yeah, but guess what?
Brother, I'm not cut out for that, bro.
Malcolm made the choice. Malcolm made the choice. Nobody never forced you to make the choice. Nobody never forced you to take the mantle. You took the mantle and you said, all right, this burden is heavy, but I will carry it. But as soon as a fine ass looking,
that's a lot to live up to, man.
Girl,
God damn.
The problem is that I don't. You said they said he fucked her, and he went away. I'd understand. I say him fall for the loss. Him not perfect.
Nah, Sonnet ain't built like that, man. Sonnet come from the OJ's days.
But the man give her the highest of glory and give her
you
the
know what I'm saying? How that OJ song go? Last night, me and my woman, we cried together. That's Sonetta right there. You know what I'm saying? He ain't built for, a woman like that.
But
you know how these women live today. A lot of dudes are really sleep stoopies. They really listen. If they was to understand how your average woman thinks and live today, they would be devastated. You hear me, stoopies? Devastated.
Let me stick a pin. I understand what the Moor did. I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it. But I understand what he did.
Yeah, that's the angle. Now you get the angle.
It's not about Naphtali.
Yeah,
it's not
that's
about
the angle he's coming
her.
from.
What he's done, he's shown a light. He's shown a light on Sarnetta to say, look at this fool who lacks integrity. Look at him. Look at the decision he has made. Is this the dude you're rocking with?
Yeah. And that's what Taharka is saying too. That's what he keeps reiterating.
That is what Taraka did. Yeah. Taraka shine a light on Sarnetta to the crowd and said, look at this fool, people. Is this the fool that you're following? Who is easily blighted by flesh? Sarnetta is blighted by flesh. He is willing to go against everything that he believes in for flesh, for this flesh. And I have pictures of the flesh, and I'm going to show it to you. That's what he did. He's an asshole for doing it still, but I understand what he did.
Yo, and he making money off of it too. That's crazy. Yo, that is some cold-blooded shit, boy. Imagine that's your wife, stoopies. You put that woman, like you say, that's a pedestal,
Let me give her the greatest of honor.
The greatest honor. You hold that woman in the highest esteem you can hold a woman. And here it is, a sworn enemy of yours literally has your wife diddling with her genitals and getting paid to show it to the world. Like, that's gotta hurt, bro.
No, what he's saying to you,
that's gotta hurt, bro.
This is what the conscious dude is doing.
Him and Nepal was crying last night, yo, like together, like literally, bro. Like, damn.
No, but guess what? And guess what? Him not only look like fool to the world, him look like fool to the original wife. Because imagine what the original wife is thinking. This is who you brought into our bedroom? Not that they're having threesomes, but the mere fact that him having sex with she and him having sex with the original wife mean that all three of them is into a relationship. This is what you brought into our inner circle. Taraka Bay is off. Taraka Bay, that was a chess move, but it's not right. It's not right. It's not right. Because basically him called Sarnetta a fool.
Yeah, I don't know. He's still hanging in there though, man. I don't know how, bro.
No, he has to. He has to. But guess what? When a heavyweight boxer get knocked out for the first time, he's going to get knocked out again. Taraka Bay just knocked out Frank Sarnetta. And he shows that he's a vulnerable dude. So other dudes now are going to say, why should I listen to you? When for the lust of a woman, you went against everything that you say you believe in. And the woman that you lusted after is a woman who had made herself available to many in the Hebrew Israelite community. So what you're getting now is the what left of the Hebrew Israelite. If they wanted her, they would have had her. She going to say it's one dude, and them going to say it's 10 dude. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
You can't play the game that's on it, because All you have is your word. And your word, you said to the world that I am a conscious dude. And this is what consciousness look like. That is what him said to the world, you know, I am conscious, and this is what consciousness look like. So consciousness is being Natalia, bitch. Or Natalia, what's your name?
Napa.
Napa, bitch. That you're now on the live, like you're now like Will Smith on the red table talk. And she's telling you about complications. Oh, that's a pass, Anetta, that's a pass. I would do at that time I would do anything for the Hebrew Israelite because I love them so much that I belong to them heart, body, and soul. But no, I belong to you. And all my naked pictures would only go to you, Sonata. Never to a Hebrew. Captain Tazariak will no longer see what I look like.
Oh man, I'm telling you, man. I guess you've been out of the conscious community, so you know you ain't in that realm anymore. You're in the scientific realm, man. But yo, that shit is entertaining as hell, man. I don't even watch TV, stoopies.
Listen, one time I went to New York and I went to Harlem, 125th Street, and I met Reggie, and I met, what's the white Jamaican dude name? There's a white Jamaican dude, Baba TV. And I met Sarnetta. And the twins were there talking shit too. I was there today listening to them. And when I met Reggie and I shake Reggie's hand, I realized that there's something wrong with this dude. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but there's something wrong with that dude.
Yo, I can see that on YouTube.
Yeah, there's something wrong with this dude.
Because it's a Reggie.
Yeah. Him never self-actualize. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Him never fully come out of chrysalis. Him still halfway in chrysalis if he was a butterfly. Him never really, him have that, him can't stand up on him own. Him not give me that impression.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Him under the wings of Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark too long, and them turn him an idiot. Right. Him never realize that he could be greater than Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Them not brighter than you. Right? Because it's so the Greek philosophers never believed that the one before them is greater than them. Them build upon the soldiers, them stand on the shoulders of great men and them achieve more. But he just believed that Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben is the greatest and it don't get no greater than them. So nobody can question them, including himself. If he was with them and he couldn't question them, who are you? Who wasn't with them? So I realized that there's something wrong with this dude. Yeah. Because even yesterday I went into a room and he was citing something that he believed in. And I read a book from the dude because the dude was on Sarnetta TV and I bought his book. And I realized that this dude was rehashing some scientific theory and calling it something else. And like him draw a reference to John and some theory, some garbage theory. And I realized that, but he was riding with it. And when I asked him a question, he never answered him sidestep the question. Because anytime I'm aware that you can question him, you don't want you show him up and have large panel. Because he wants to be the superstar in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And I live to tear down people who believe them a superstar. Because
that's the thing, you know, when you get married to stuff, man, and you have this ego, you set yourself up because you're gonna be
anything.
Huh?
You can't be married to anything.
Yeah, you can't.
Because if you believe in scientific discovery, you cannot be married to anything. Because what we call fact today, somebody might come up with better maths tomorrow to explain it differently. So why you marrying yourself to it? we as human beings did call everything we know fact, we would not have progressed further.
Hey, did you watch the debate between him and Sharif Bays, right?
Between who?
Reggie and Sharif Bey. This was, I want to say, like 4, maybe 5 years ago.
No, because I watched him before talking, and I realized that nobody teach him how to write an essay. I don't think Reggie have ever written a good essay. He does not know how to bring across his salient points.
Right.
Right? Him don't know how to start with a thesis statement and then branch off of it and then use that to justify his statement. And then him limited in where him explore. So if you listen to him talk about one thing, you realize that it reminds me of Focus. You see, if you listen to Focus talking point, you just might as well go and listen to a Louis Farrakhan tape. It's similar in talking points. Him limited, it come back to the same thing all the time. You just, no matter where around the world him go, you will come back to his white man fault.
Yeah, he's still kicking that 1995 stuff, like melanin activate.
Yes. It's coming back to that. No matter where him swing around. It's coming back to that. So, no, man.
Yo, 2 P's, dog. What have a jump off, brother?
You have a jump off. But
yeah, man.
You have a jump off. And next time I show my number in our back chat.
Yeah, man, for sure.
All right. Later.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Bless.
Lock off. Good night, folks.